Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see you. I am Elizabeth Estes, and I'm co-chairing this subcommittee with Janine Topalian. And we're excited to be here. School has just started, and really nothing is more important right now than the mental health of all of the students, families, and staff that are coming back to school in what is still a challenging time for us all. So we wanted to get started with the agenda. The concentration of our meeting today is going to be a continuation of the conversation that we've been having about trying to come to some consensus on a Bill of Rights regarding the mental health services and supports that the children of California are entitled to and need. And then also within that, really talking through what is the continuum of supports that we want to be sure are available to children that are in our system, our one system, those that may become eligible for special education services and those who are eligible for special education services. So Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3, and making sure that access to those services and supports are equitable. So coming back to the conversation regarding development of an understanding of the rights of students to mental health services, one of the things that we have been talking about is that there are aligned commissions and committees in the state of California that are doing similar work for children, one of which is the Child Welfare Council's Behavioral Health Committee, the Mental Health Services Act, Office of Oversight and Accountability has a committee, and there's of course a new Youth Behavioral Health Task Force in California. And so one of the things that we wanted to talk about is, does it make sense, and is there a way for us to be coordinating with those other committees in order to come to a consensus and agreement on the entitlements of the children of California for mental health services, and on an effort to really ensure together that they are receiving those services. So I wanted to open us up for discussion on that and see if anyone who's involved with us today has been engaged in those discussions and those efforts or is familiar with them. No. So one of the thoughts, I do know that the Child Welfare Council's Behavioral Health Task Force has been working on and maybe has put out a summary of the Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 services and supports that are necessary for the children of California and should be made available to them. And so one of the thoughts that I had would be, following this meeting, for us to review those recommendations, as well as the new Mental Health Service Oversight and Accountability Commission's recommendations regarding healing-centered schools for children, and create an alignment of recommendations that the Special Education Commission could both review and also respond to and potentially endorse collectively with some of these other state commissions regarding children and mental health.
And Elizabeth, I think just with the starting of schools, and at least I know in my school district, mental health is a top priority in that sense. And I mean, with all the staff, with the parents, of course, it's a big need. But there's a recent study that just came out from the ACLU, and it states that students responded to their mental health needs. And ACL, the students said that mental health is a very important part of their education, to be able to access, to be able to be engaged in learning, and to be able to obviously be to graduate and to be able to transition and go to college. So I think it's very important that we listen to the students, and that goes hand in hand with the Bill of Rights, as we've been speaking about, having a student Bill of Rights where they would have a voice in it. And hopefully schools will be able to take that information and integrate it in their planning and be able to support that piece, because the pandemic is here, and I think it's caused a second pandemic in mental health. And that's something that we need to really, really think about. And we should be very proactive instead of being reactive. And, we can't go around just putting Band-Aids and expecting it to heal. We need to be very proactive so their students are resilient and they move forward. But that takes, a community, school community partnerships, all providers working together, from parents to school, to students, to staff, to mental health providers. So it's a big thing. So I mean, we need to really listen to students, as my, point.
Yeah, well, actually, interestingly enough, in the Mental Health Commission, they have a youth committee that they formed a couple of years ago, and that's a Youth Mental Health Innovation Committee. And so in thinking about aligning work and recommendations, it seems to me that considering the input and recommendations of that youth committee would be really, really important, along with any youth members of this commission and, any other input that we can gather from the field, from the youth. I do know that the Youth Innovation Committee in the Mental Health Commission has been doing innovation work. And so they have been working together to develop innovation ideas that are then passed to the counties for implementation, for solutions to building a more robust support system for them. It might be interesting to have them come present on the work that they've been doing and the recommendations.
I agree. Perhaps we could recommend that to our today to our commissioners, and hopefully that'll be something that we could put on the agenda for next time, and we could have them present the information moving forward. I think that's very, very important. I'm also thinking perhaps we could also, so what could we do now, right? What are some of the things we can do? I know I've heard, and I know Michelle is here from Charter, but I know I've heard from at least my school psychologists in Charter that, they're limited. There's so many things that they can't get to everything, especially at this point with students with special needs. And that's a big problem of not being able to provide supports in so many ways. But also I think it's more about now, students wearing masks in classrooms, especially elementary school students where they haven't been vaccinated, and it makes a big deal. So I don't know if there's a way, perhaps we need to expand and just be able to also have those conversations with our educators and parents of what we can do as teams to help support students, to help facilitate let's make our own mask. Let's go ahead and make it a creative activity. And that's just makes them more like, teaching them how to wear it. We expect them just to know coming into school when they haven't been around. And I think that's important to do as well as part of our process in helping students heal and parents feel like they're safe, their students safe, and teachers too, and staff. So some things to think about.
Yeah. I think that's right. And then I also think creating something that sort of drives the field to be thinking about that continuum of supports that we want to make available to students and families, and that they really feel they need. Coming back to what you're saying regarding, youth input, I think is very important. And I also think that it can be kind of a roadmap for the field in thinking through what the continuum of social, emotional, behavioral health or mental health supports is that they want to be developing and offering to children and families. That includes, of course, all the special education supports under the IDEA that students are entitled to, but it also includes a lot of tier one supports that we can embed, like peer support and family support and working with family resource centers to ensure that families have the support that they need. And I think it would be interesting also within the context of doing that work to maybe have a presentation from some of the people who are developing the community schools work and the community schools initiatives, so that we could have a conversation, and maybe we invite them to the committee, but so that we could have a conversation about, what is the continuum of social, emotional, mental health supports that we want to ensure are offered and available and present in a healing-centered community school.
So I agree. And I think that would be something for October. We could invite them for the different committees and just to be able to have those conversations and to see what we can do as a group moving forward. I think that's a great idea. If anybody has suggestions, please let us know. Yeah, so I think that'll be great. I think maybe inviting them and just to be able to see how we could all work together to empower everyone, right? That's the key, that we have resources, we have tools, and everybody's doing there's a lot of work out there for mental health. And this is the time.
Janine, if I can, just to,
yes, of course.
Am I clear? Because I've had Zoom issues the last couple of days. Just that, like with the Family Resource Center and some of the other resources that are available to families, nobody knows about them. First of all, they're not, it's not like something that you just go down the street. They're kind of sporadically spaced throughout. Some have virtual, contact and services. That's oftentimes our families who need that are going to just have a challenge with that aspect. So I do feel like there's got to be some repository of a simple one-sheet information so that we as schools can help give that information. I can guarantee you that if you collected 20 special ed coordinators or APs or whatever throughout the state of California, they wouldn't be able to give you any of this information because it's just not easy to find. It's like a secret thing that you have to know.
You know what, Michelle? I think you've got a great point. And I remember back in the days when I was doing my clinical internship, there used to be this book of all these resources that parents could go to. And it was published. I don't even know who published it at that point because it was years ago. But there was this whole collective book of wherever you lived, right? That area, you could open it up and you could find all the services that you needed. And I think it's very important to do that at this point, to have something that's collective, but also to have something for the area. And Dr. Lee's Mental Health Coalition from the CDE is also working on like information about what we do and how we all work together. So that's in process and that's coming out soon. So parents could have a better idea. And I couldn't have said that better. I think it's educating everybody of what, each per group does, and also parents to know what they have. Like I've always said this, if you give too many choices, then parents will not even take it because they don't even know what it means, right? I mean, they get confused and they just don't bother. It's overwhelming and everybody's contacting them. But I think that's where working as a multidisciplinary team and working together with community-based partnerships and working with providers and just everybody together, school community stakeholders, is very, very important because it has to be the same. And then the child gets confused, right? Then the child gets confused of how are all these things fitting in together, and it becomes overwhelming for them. Instead of speaking as one voice, then it's segmented. And so
right. There's an extra layer in LAUSD, I don't know about LA County, because the flow of mental health dollars is unique into the LAUSD SELPA. There's this kind of, it's just, I don't quite understand it, but they're kind of holding it at the top. So one of the things I've learned from being on this committee is listening to people who maybe work in Northern California. And when they talk about things like wraparound services, I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. And they're like, well, that's funded through this thing and that thing. And when I asked about it, I was told, well, it's the money's come, but LA Unified is the holder of them, even for charters, because oftentimes students who need that have an IEP. And of course, we're in their SELPA. So there's a lot of confusion about that. So we have to be careful when we're speaking about how to get some of these services. What's true in one area is not true in another, as I've come to find out.
Actually, it's interesting because for me, this sort of comes full circle to the concept of having an understanding of a Bill of Rights, like the entitlements and services and supports that should be available and accessible anywhere, Michelle, and no matter how the funding is flowing, right? The resources and supports should be available, and that really should be what's guiding us, is making that continuum available versus not understanding what the whole continuum is, right? And then having this like piecemeal set of supports that people, to your point, don't even know exist. And if they do exist, they don't know how to go and get them. So it does, I mean, your point's so well taken that even assuming, we develop some consensus on the necessary services and supports that should be available for social, emotional, behavioral health for the children in our schools, we have to make that understood by the families and the students and the staff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, teachers are your best resource. Administrators are good, okay, but and as a person who administers a program, teachers are your best resource. They have that day-to-day contact with families, and how are you making sure teachers know about it? And I'm not sure how that looks, but there's got to be a way. Because they will share those resources, because they're always like, a parent came to me and I don't know what to do. And that feels really hard and difficult as a person who's interacting with families struggling. You want to be able to give them something. So,
and we need to, I think you bring up a great point, Michelle. And right now, as mental health being such a big key, social emotional wellness, perhaps one of the things, and I don't know really the rules on how it works in schools with the professional development with teachers, but perhaps like time needs to be allocated, 10 minutes at least, to do something with social emotional, right? To educate. I know there is no time probably to do all this stuff, but I think the most important thing is, having the mental health. And I don't know how it works, Michelle, but know.
I'm just going to jump in. There is time, because if there's time to force me to watch one more video on sexual harassment and take the quiz at the end, I don't know. I do that every year, right? I don't know why we can't have a California-based, these are the supports and services available to all students. Know the answers. You're going to take a quiz on it. It's mandatory training for every teacher, the way we do child abuse and sexual harassment. And I've had to do, biohazards, containment of blood. I've done so many things. I don't know why I can't do a 20-minute training mandatory every year on this.
Well, I could bring that up. Actually, I think that's, again, another great point. I think I could bring that up to Dr. Lee's, the Mental Health Coalition, where there is going to be video. So perhaps the video could be something like that, where we do all those, right? With the suicides there, how we do all the sexual abuse, sexual harassment.
Because you give me all these trainings, but when I actually have it, I have to call DCFS, which we all know that's a hit or miss proposition. And then I have no other resources to give anybody, not so much for a child abuse situation, but for something like a depression or a mental health situation. If we could connect families with that, I don't see why resources isn't a mandatory training for teachers.
And again, I think it goes back to educating them, right? Because they don't know. And how do they know what resources are out there when they don't even understand fully like what the comprehensive model looks like in that sense? So I think that's where it starts. But I think that's a great idea. And I can't wait to take this back information. So hopefully that could be something we could suggest to have the commission also support, right? Something that we could ask.
Yeah, I was just thinking, in an effort to kind of build a statewide consensus on what these services and supports should be, it also might make sense, Janine. I think you're working with that committee.
Yes.
To maybe gather whatever information they're generating regarding the continuum of services and supports, and sort of juxtapose that with some of the other recommendations that are coming out of some of our other state commissions and committees, and come up with one consensus on what are these services and supports that should be available, no matter where, no matter what funding stream, if we can make them available to students. There's of course resource issues and challenges for different areas of the state, but we should at least have guiding principles on what should be available and an understanding of what that is in any given locale, like Michelle's saying.
And I have a question. No, I agree. When students do orientation, and anybody who's in the school system could let us know. Just, is there something about social emotional wellness and who to contact in the school if there is a situation or does the orientation include some information about that? I wonder.
It's hit or miss, I think, depending on the school and their resources, right?
Yeah, it depends on the district and how they do their orientations. It varies all across the board.
But is there like a segment about just even talking about, like, talk to a mental health provider or talk to your counselor or talk to, like in high school usually? Yeah, it's a hit and miss. Okay. I mean, I think that's important too, because we have to remember that the students need to know what resources they have. And I get it. It's individualized according to district, school, what they have around them. But just to get the message that, we care, your mental health matters, and we will help you. I think that is the most important part. I mean, the resources, yes, I think we need to put something together in that sense, and every school should have something. But it's important also to recognize during orientation, hey, it does matter. I do matter. My mental health matters, and having something like that for them.
I totally agree with you. I think it should be part of what they do. There should even be something posted in every classroom. If you need help, go here. But I agree with you, but there's nothing mandated. There's nothing in Ed Code that says that has to be part of a student's orientation, or even, like for elementary kids, like the parent welcome packet.
Right. I was just thinking about
that's
information packet.
Yeah, no, anything we can get out there, but also bringing it back to students with special needs. I think just thinking about it overall, and we'll hear more about it later today too, the IEP work group, the statewide, that's something they've been focusing on as well, of making sure that that's captured. But I know that every school district does not assess their students for like getting a foundation or like a baseline for their mental health or social emotional wellness when they're doing assessments. So I know that that's important, because then that could help us, gauge where they're going. Because if we don't know and it's too late, then we're reacting again when we're doing assessments. So I think it's very important that we also do have some sort of social emotional baseline, not just, not looking at it because it's not an area of concern, because we could have internalizers who don't speak up. Right. And they're good and they're quiet and nobody notices anything, but so much is going on in there. But these are good things to think about.
There's some very interesting work going on, and I know happening in some districts where they're creating a student and family plan for every student in the school district. And it's a collaborative effort between the parent and the teacher and the student, to identify their strengths and their challenges and their needs, and have an ongoing conversation about that for all children, not just students with IEPs. And I think it's an interesting model.
Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to share for future reference, the MTSS SUMS initiative has done some work around social emotional learning and a floor. And I'd also call out Santa Clara County Office just released yesterday a new initiative around social emotional learning that might be worthy of sharing, or at least hearing at the commission at some point, or disseminating. And good morning, all.
Good morning.
I'm working with Santa Clara also, so they're doing some really interesting work as well. I think it would be great to have some of these presentations at the commission, and then I think between our committee meetings, it would be great to sort of review and create some sort of coordinated, document that incorporates the different pieces of work that are happening and the recommendations. So I would be happy to tackle that. And I can pull on these different committees and bodies of work that are happening.
Great. Thank you. Great.
And David, I don't, if you're on, I don't know process. I'm new to the commission and running a committee. So I don't know process on asking someone to come present or putting them on the agenda. For instance, like Dr. Lee's Mental Health Coalition or the youth, the Mental Health Student Services Youth Innovation Committee.
Later on in the day when we are, I think it's item 7 on the agenda that goes into agenda building. So if you make a suggestion at that point, and assuming there's consensus or interest, after that, you would follow up and coordinate with Stacy and Michelle with the department around agenda building and getting all the materials in.
Great. Thank you. That helps.
Great.
Any other suggestions?
I wonder if we wouldn't want to hear from some of the districts that are doing this work to build a child sort of centered plan for every child. I think that would be
unknown caller
interesting.
In addition to what David shared about Santa Clara, so Sacramento County Office of Ed is leading up the statewide FEMA grant. And so Brent Malicote would be a great person to contact. We just found out there's more funding coming, so we might want to ask him to do a little thing at our next meeting. Elizabeth, you're nodding your head, so maybe
I'm working with Brent and Chris too.
Okay,
so
great.
Yes,
All right.
great. I think that's a great suggestion.
I work with them also because I'm part of that group. So maybe we could tackle him from both sides.
I think that'd be, and they're housing even other work that's aligned, like some of the social emotional learning work, independent of the FEMA grant. And then they also are holding an MHSSA grant and some other pieces. Yeah, that'd be great. Okay, well, we can make some suggestions for presentations at the end of this commission meeting.
Excellent. I think we're almost up with time. I think this was productive, unless somebody else has something to say. To add? Sure. And I think as just being in the school district, it's very important that anybody who, has a chance to be able to speak to, again, going to professional developments, but also just at any time, just to have those conversations class-wide is very important, like in the classroom, right? With the students, with the parents, and just lending a hand and being able to educate and working with community-based partners of how it all works. So there's a lot we could say, but it's a lot of groundwork, and I get people are overloaded at this point, but at the end of the day, I think it matters is how, students are asking for more supports, and we need to listen to them. To help them get engaged. So in learning.
Yep, I totally agree. And I'm thinking now about this idea of the parent information packet and the student information packet, which I currently don't, I think, incorporate a summary of the social emotional mental health supports available to students, like Michelle's talking about, like a one-pager that says, here's the total, here's the supports and here's how to access them.
And we forget, I want to go back to charter because I learned more about charter this year than anything else. And I learned that, it's very limited. Like charter is one school. So they have a hard time like getting all those resources around as we take for granted from a large school district. So it looks different. So I think we need to make sure that the small districts or charter schools have those supports in place.
And I'll chime in on that. I'm a huge charter, right? So we have social workers and all kinds of resources here. But I worked in LA Unified for 10 years at a small pilot high school on a co-located campus. And we had to fund our own psychiatric social worker, which was a priority for us. It wasn't possible for every one of those small schools. So even within LA Unified, if anybody's under, the misinformation that it's easy to get, it's fine if you're on Cesar Chavez or one of those big schools over there. But if you're on a smaller school and you're in LA Unified, you're challenged as well. So parents have to travel to whatever local wellness center is around and that kind of thing. And half the time that doesn't happen. Trying to get into a wellness center, if you're not in their immediate area, you get, if you're lucky and you know someone, you're put on a waiting list. So I just need to be clear about the fact that it's a problem across the board unless you're in a heavily resourced school.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yes.
Yeah.
Just having, yeah. And then I think the local funding is where they have to invest in all that.
Right. And there's only so much money, right? If you have to have books and you have to do these, you have to have a certain number of teachers and how big your class sizes need to be. Those are hard choices that people have to make all the time. And so there's not dedicated money that demands that it be spent for like a social worker or somebody who's going to support the mental health. It's a choice sometimes between 45 kids in a room and a social worker, or no social worker and 35 kids in a room, and we get an extra teacher. That's the reality.
Well, it shouldn't be a choice. That's what I think we're trying to get.
I'm keeping it real because I've been on this commission for 5 years, and there's so many smart, wonderful people working in the state and at the tops of different districts. And I'm just letting you know the reality. And I know, Janine, that you are in a kind of a bird's eye position in your district, local district area. But when you get to those smaller schools that are district schools in LA Unified, they're struggling just as much as the small charter. Yeah.
I remember from even just being at one of the schools, and it was just very difficult to get it. And one person cannot do everything.
Yeah. So I'm past the point, especially after 2 years of COVID, of any kind of pie in the sky. You guys, it's taken a lot out of me. So I know it's taken a lot out of everybody to watch how kids and parents have struggled through this and what a battle it is to get what should have already been in place before this ever started. So that's what you're hearing. I think you're all amazing. Okay.
You guys, thanks so much. We need to move on to the operations and planning committee now. Great discussion.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, operations and planning committee members. We're going to move right on into our agenda. So today we have 4 O&P agenda items, and they are as follows. Item 1, annual report update. Item 2, fiscal year 24-25 proposed meeting dates. Item 3, in-person meeting update. And item 4, commissioner autobiography request. So we're going to move right on into item number 1. Outgoing chair and commissioner David Tostin will share current progress on the final draft of the annual report. Commissioner Tostin.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair. Morning, Madam Vice Chair, and other commissioners who are on the call. Wanted to report out on the annual report. We are 98% done with the annual report, and I want to acknowledge Don Hamilton, or Commissioner Hamilton, who gave as much time as she could, and between the both of us, over the summer months, we were able to work with the Supporting Inclusive Practices team to develop the final draft. So also want to acknowledge the SIP team, as well as the commissioners who contributed to the development of the report. We've learned a number of things. And so one of the items is that we should be developing the annual report throughout the year. So for example, today there are a number of items on the agenda. It might be beneficial for us to maybe during agenda building or as we're wrapping up the meeting, tag any items that we believe are worthy for inclusion in the annual report. Because this year, in working with the SIP team, we were identifying topics after the year had already completed. And so I think having some consensus going forward on the topics we as commissioners want to include in the annual report would be a step towards improvement. And as we're identifying those topics throughout the year, I think if we have volunteers, whether it's from a committee lead or potentially the commissioner who invited that topic, to be before the commission to write up a quick summary of the high points, that would be helpful for the SIP team so that we have the details that resonated with us from the conversation. The other suggestions that I have are that we plan for accessibility, UDL practices, and inclusion at the beginning of the report. One of the lessons, and I'm semi-ashamed to say it publicly, given, lifelong special educator, but I think it's worth calling out the learning. In the last week of writing the report, I thought, oh, wait a minute, what about translations? And so that is probably something that I would recommend we start thinking about from the beginning and planning for the translations, just to ensure that we're able to publish the report and have it accessible for everyone at the same time, rather than having the delay. And so, like I said, the report will be published next week. We are still waiting for some pictures and short bios from commissioners. And so I'll make a general last call for pictures and bios this afternoon. And if we don't receive the last, lingering ones, then we will move forward with the 98% of the photos and bios and content that we have. So that is the report out on the annual report. And again, I just want to acknowledge and thank everyone who contributed to a new process. We learned a lot and took a step forward. Any questions or feedback or thoughts?
I think I do have a question, David. How are we going to get the final draft? Are we going to get the email, or are we going to have a hard copy mailed to our address?
We'll send out a electronic copy. And one of the reasons I would recommend limiting the actual printing this year. Obviously, a number of agencies might still be in some status of reopening or limited office space. And so I would suggest that the electronic publishing would be the most efficient and easiest way to broadly disseminate. So commissioners should anticipate having the final copy of the report next week.
Thank you, Commissioner Tostin. Any further questions for him? Seeing none, we're going to move right on into item number 2, 2024-25 proposed meeting dates. Michelle, can you post up the meeting dates while we, there we go. So CDE staff are required to plan and schedule meeting dates well in advance so the boardroom and technologies can be reserved on the behalf of the commission. So with that said, the proposed meeting dates for fiscal year 24-25 are as follows. The following Wednesdays and Thursdays: February 21, 22 of 2024, April 17th and 18th of 2024, June 12th and 13th of 2024, August 14th and 15th of 2024, and lastly, October 16th and 17th of 2024. So those are the proposed meeting dates for 24-25. Commissioners, you have any questions for these meeting dates? Seeing none.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Jenny.
Sorry. So I remember that we're supposed to have one extra meeting that we have not been holding, I believe, right? We're supposed to have, how many is that? I think 6 altogether. Correct? Could somebody correct me if I'm wrong?
Well, we have our meeting dates in synergy with the state board before.
Yeah.
So that's always been an issue, trying to add an extra meeting. Okay. David, am I right on that?
That's my understanding.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So commissioners, are there any questions on the proposed meeting dates as listed? Okay, seeing none. During item number 7, I am going to seek approval so the CDE staff can finalize the proposed meeting dates as listed. Any further questions on item number 2? Seeing none, I'm going to move right on into item number 3, in-person meetings. So we will continue meeting remotely using the Zoom online platform until further notice. And Director Calomese will address the topic during her report. So if you guys have any further questions on meeting remotely, perhaps you can ask Director Calomese to give us more information on meeting in person. But otherwise, do you guys have any questions about our online meeting platform? All right, seeing none for that. And lastly, moving right into our item number 4, Commissioner Autobiography Request. So we are updating the commission website to include an autobiography page for each commissioner. So I'm asking commissioners to please write a 1-page autobiography sharing your educational and career background within the field of special education. And I'm going to ask each commissioner to submit an autobiography to Michelle by September 17th of 2021. So hopefully we can have our website updated before our next October meeting. Any questions on autobiographies?
Yeah, I have my hand raised. A quick question, Havanya. I had gotten something else. I think it might have been from Mary. She wanted not more than 50 words and a picture. Is that, so this is something new in addition to that? I initially misunderstood that. Okay, thanks. Just wanted to clarify.
So yes, let's clarify that. So that was for the annual report for David and Mary's piece for our annual report. And it's just like a short, little statement and a picture. But we used to have an autobiography section for the commission website. And now I would like to continue on with that. And so this is a separate piece. So a 1-pager, something that everyone can do and be uniformed with. So just a 1-pager about your educational background, career background, and so it can be posted on our website. So that is separate.
No problem. Thank you.
And during our announcement section during our meeting, I will make that announcement so everyone can be aware of the September 17th date. So hopefully you guys can work on that before our October meeting. Any other further questions on that? So that was pretty quick. We got through that very quickly. Seeing no further discussion or questions or comments, we're going to adjourn right now, take a break, and then be back on for 10 o'clock sharp. Okay, thank you, commissioners. I will see you back here 10 o'clock sharp. Good morning. Welcome to the August 18th, 2021 California Department of Education Advisory Commission on Special Education meeting. Michelle, please facilitate a roll call to establish a quorum.
Good morning, commissioners. As I call your name, please unmute yourself and verify your presence. Vice Chair Adler?
I'm here. Good morning.
Commissioner Andrus?
Here.
Commissioner Estes?
Here.
Commissioner Gill?
Present.
Commissioner Hamilton? Chair Hayes-White?
Present.
Commissioner Lopez?
Present.
Commissioner Mills? Commissioner Notch?
Present.
Commissioner Oyakawa?
Here. Good morning.
Morning. Commissioner Ruiz?
Here.
Commissioner Salamanson?
Here.
Commissioner Topalian?
Hello, I'm here. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Commissioner Tostin?
I'm here. Good morning, all.
Morning. And Commissioner Winlock? Okay.
I'm here. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Morning. All right, that concludes our roll. We do have a quorum.
Thank you. I hereby call the August 18th, 2021 meeting of the Advisory Commission on Special Education to order at 10:01 a.m. Commissioner Ruiz, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Be delighted to. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And now for housekeeping and announcements. On March 17th, 2020, Governor Gavin Newsom issued Executive Order N-2920 related to the COVID-19 pandemic. This executive order allows state bodies covered by the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act to hold public meetings covered by the act via web and/or audio teleconferencing. As such, this August meeting will be held as an audio-video teleconference and will have a live webcast. Boardroom 1101 at the California Department of Education will be closed to the public. And now for the review of the agenda. Vice Chair Adler, would you please review the agenda and review the guidelines for providing public comment?
Absolutely, happy to do so. So we've had some changes to our agenda this morning. I'll review the changes and then I'll go through the agenda. Items 10 and 11 have been switched to allow for public comment as the last agenda item of the day. Item number 1, our SSPI, he has been rescheduled to 12 to 12:30. ACSE Commissioner introductions will take the previous item slot from 10:15 to 10:30. Item 4, the state budget update has been shortened by 15 minutes from 11:30 to 12. And lunch has been shortened by 15 minutes as well and is now scheduled for 12:30 to 1. So our agenda reads as follows. We are currently in our opening session. We'll have an introduction of the ACSE commissioners, followed by liaison updates and reports. At 10:45, we will have the goal winner presentation and award. At 11:30, we'll have our state budget update and finance report. 12 to 12:30, we will hear from State Superintendent Thurmond. From 12:30 to 1, we'll have lunch. 1 to 2:20, we will have our report from WestEd on special education governance. We'll have a break at 2:20, which I'm sure we'll need by then. 2:30, we will have an update report on the individual education programs and alternative diploma workgroup. From 4 to 4:05, we'll have information from the Operations and Planning Committee. At 4:05, we'll have our state special ed director's report. Then we'll hear commissioner updates, agenda building following that. And last, as I said before, we'll have public comment. And then we will adjourn following that. Regarding public comment is set up for 1 minute and I will turn it over. Oh, I see a question. Commissioner Andres.
Hey, Stacy, is it possible, did you guys send a printed, updated agenda just so that we can have something, printed to follow along with?
Michelle, could you send something out to the commissioners, please?
Yes, I can.
Thank you so much. And Michelle, I will turn it over to you to address more on public comment procedures.
Thank you, Vice Chair Adler. May we have the public comment slide up, please? Thank you. The public can make a comment after each item when the chair calls for public comment by dialing into the number on the screen. I will read that number. It is area code 712-770-4906. After dialing in, you will be asked for a participant access code, which is 1166 083#. Then press *6, and then you'll be placed in queue. We do ask that the public make sure they turn their speakers off on their computers so it's muted to avoid feedback sounds during the call. We also ask that those calling in to make public comment to state their name and any affiliations prior to making comment. Thank you.
Thank you. So today marks the beginning of our 2021-2022 fiscal year. As such, I would like commissioners to please introduce themselves by sharing their career background and current role in the field of education. So I would like to go around the virtual dais in alphabetical order and extend an opportunity for commissioners to introduce themselves. And I would like to begin with Vice Chair Adler.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Hayes-White. It's an honor to be working with you and everybody else on the commission. I'm Stacy Adler. I'm the Mono County Superintendent of Schools. I'm an appointee of the State Board of Education to this esteemed group, and I'm happy to be here. I'm also the parent of a special needs child, so have been involved on both sides of special ed when it comes to my work and my life at home. I've been an educator for over 30 years as a teacher, a site administrator, and now as the county superintendent. In 2018, I was the president of the County Superintendents Association, and I'm hoping to offer whatever I can to improve special education and equity for all of our students in California. So happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Andres, you're next, please.
Sure. I'm Michelle Andres. I've been on the commission for about 5 years. I'm a state senate appointee. I started 25 years ago in special education, so that's really dating me. I spent 10 years in elementary school. I was a special day program teacher. Then I was a resource teacher. Then I was an inclusion facilitator, and I worked a very progressive 15 years ago in elementary school for students with high functioning autism. And then I went to high school because I was so concerned about transition for my students. I worried what happened when they left elementary school. And I've been in high school ever since. I was a founding member of the first pilot high school in LA Unified, Los Angeles High School of the Arts at the RFK Community Schools. And I spent 10 years there as a co-teacher and also as a special ed coordinator. In the last 5 years, I've been the special education coordinator at Granada Hills Charter High School. And that's pretty much sums up my special ed background. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Estes?
Good morning. Happy to be here. I am governor's appointee to the commission this past year. I'm a career California children's attorney. I guess I'm coming up on 30 years. I started my practice representing dependent youth in LA County, and then transitioned to representing the California public school system about 21 years ago. And my expertise is special education and student services, and the service of students that touch multiple systems of care here in California. I'm really, really honored and excited to be on the commission and look forward to the work moving forward.
Thank you. Commissioner Hamilton, is she here?
I am here. I'm sitting outside of a 5th grade classroom, so forgive me for the noise. This is my 2nd year on the commission. I'm a parent of a disabled child who just started 5th grade back in person at school after a year and a half. So there's a lot of kinks to be worked out, and we also lost her nurse recently, so I'm helping support her for the next however long. But my background is really in public relations. I had a PR agency, worked for PR agencies and had my own PR agency for the last 20 years. until my daughter came along. And since then, I have been supporting her needs mostly, but also working in advocacy around needs related to children and adults with disabilities. And right now, my particular focus is on education, and I'm very passionate about inclusion. My daughter goes to a fully inclusive school, which has been amazing for her, and I would love to see more inclusion available for more children everywhere. So that's really what drives me to participate in California state education. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lopez, are you here?
I'm right here. Good morning, everyone. So I'm also a governor appointee, and a few years I filled in someone's term, and still feel like I'm learning a lot, and COVID interfered with that a lot. And prior to this appointee, I was appointed to the State Council on Developmental Disabilities for about 6 years and chaired. I also now chair the Self-Determination Committee for Orange County Regional Center, and I'm a board member for Special Olympics. Again, this past year kind of put a hold on some of these things. Special Olympics was very near and dear to my heart. I also am a doctor of chiropractic, where I have been practicing for 24 years. And I think the most education that I've had has come with, in terms of the disability community and special education, is with my daughter who has Down syndrome and who's autistic. And so her journey in the last 18 years, she's now a senior, fully included, has been quite a journey, and it's really enlightened me as to what restrictions we have with our kids with disabilities. So I'm just happy to be here and happy to continue to learn and see what else is out there. The big thing for me is that our kiddos get to have a diploma someday. That's near and dear to me, and I think that we're doing a great job, and thank you for letting me be part of this group.
Thank you. Commissioner Notch?
Good morning. I'm Sara Doutre. I am so honored to be serving on the commission. I'm a State Board of Education appointee in my first year of service, and I've been in the field for almost 20 years in a variety of roles, starting out as a special education teacher and eventually moving into administration. I've had the honor to work in rural and urban districts, public and charter, serving students all the way from birth to age 22. I'm currently the Executive Director of Special Education and Instruction with the San Mateo County Office of Education. And I'm also the parent of a child with a disability who, like Commissioner Hamilton's daughter, is also back in school for the first day since COVID. So it's a very exciting morning at our house as well. Personally and professionally, I've dedicated my life to improving outcomes for students with disabilities, and I am so thrilled to be part of this esteemed group.
Thank you. Commissioner Oyakawa?
Hi, good morning. My name is Christine Oyakawa, and this is my second year on ACSE. I was a Board of Education appointee. I was able to attend one meeting in person with Dawn, and then we all went online. So I would love to someday meet everyone in person. I am a non-practicing attorney. I like to say I'm a recovering attorney, to those who know. But actually, I kind of feel like I'm coming full circle. I kind of joined the special education world when my now 11-year-old daughter was born. She is hard of hearing, and she has 22q 11.2 deletion syndrome. And so that was an education for me and our family to quickly learn about what the world of students with disabilities is like. I'd always wanted, I previously practiced in New York eons ago in employment law. And I think growing up as a kid, I always wanted to be a civil rights attorney. I think that was what my passion was. And working with my daughter and so many other kids like her, I've come to realize that special education students in special education, students with disabilities, obtaining the services and education that they need is also a civil rights issue. And so that has come a big part of who I am now and the things that I try to do. So while I'm not officially a special education attorney yet, I think I'm trying to work my way into that world and trying to educate myself and do as much as I can to help advocate for students and families with students with disabilities. It is an absolute privilege to be on ACSE. I'm learning so much, and I'm so in awe of everybody in this group. As the commissioner, I hope that I can also contribute to the important work that we do to support and empower the students and their families, as well as the educators who serve them and the administrators who work to keep it all together so that all our students with disabilities in California have better educational and life opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ruiz?
Hi, good morning. My name is Gloria Ruiz. I am an appointee of the State Senate. It's my first year. Like many of you have said, I'm very honored to be here. I'm that parent. I just had an amazing experience through the beginning and all throughout my journey with my son through special ed. So much so that it's just really inspired me to give back to our SELPA and the districts that have worked with us so well. And it's also really inspired me to work with other parents to support awesome working environments between parents and administrators and teachers, but as well as all the pieces. There's a lot of pieces involved with special ed. You know, we have the education piece, but there's often a medical piece, there's often a regional center piece. And I just love to kind of take pressure off of that and just show that it's a big deal, but it can be done and we can support each other and actually even have a good time doing it. I think that's really it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Commissioner Solomonson?
Hi, and I'm having some connectivity issues, so I apologize if this is fragmented or hard to hear. But thank you for having me. I've been a governor's appointee to the commission since 2017, I believe. It is an honor to serve and an honor to be surrounded by so many individuals with such great experience and education and just background. And so I learn something new every time I'm here. I spent 20 years in a school district, a K-12 school district in Central California, and wore several hats, as most of us had, in an education system as a school psychologist, a curriculum support professional, program manager, director of special education. But all along the way, and in my current position as a senior program associate with WestEd right now, working in systems transformation in the special education policy and practice division, it's just been my passion to really work with school districts to create a climate and culture that just really has a belief that there is just value in all of our students, and to create a system in that educational world where all of supports and services that every student needs is just available in an inclusive neighborhood school. And that we have the highest of expectations all the way through the K-12 system, graduation, and really, walking into an environment where we have, a paying wage and a livable wage for all of our students when they leave our system. So that's where my passion lies. And I've just, like I said, I've just learned so much from each and every person here. So I am thrilled to continue the work as long as I possibly can. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Topalian?
Thank you. And again, it's an honor to be here, and I'm an assembly appointee, and I believe I've been here for like 3.5 years. but I am that student who's in the classroom with a disability, where I think where my whole career path and everything I've chosen, I think, has been based on what I wanted to see it change, because it was not a visible disability. So everybody would think that, okay, she's fine or whatever it is. However, I think I learned through the process of doing, as I graduated high school and I went into the clinical psych field, I'm working in after school programs, working in juvenile halls and prisons, and doing all of that. That a piece was missing, that the school was an important piece to the matter of how to bring everybody together and how the community would, support the student and the family, like wrapping the student around. So with that, I went into school psychology. And from there, I worked in LA Unified. I've worked in group homes and non-public schools as well. And I was I am a school psychologist, and I've been a school psychologist for 20 years. And now I'm in administration. Another thing I think one of the commissioners brought up was I also went into doing a neuropsych postdoctorate, where I wanted to learn more of how some of those different, medical disorders or neurological disorders, as I was mentioning, some of the non-visible disorders, disabilities would impact students and how we would be able to treat them. So I think just my career path has just been about how do we promote students with disabilities and being like it's a strength. We're able to make it into empower them and to be able to work with that instead of thinking it as being a negative. I'm also the California Association of School Psychologists president. And like I said, it's an honor to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Tostin.
Good morning, everyone. Just a little bit about my background. I was appointed to the commission by the Senate in 2017, so part of that cohort with Kim and a few others. My career in education started in general education. From there, I became a school psychologist, a special ed director. I was then relocated to the Pacific Northwest and ran the special ed and alternative programs across the 5-county region. For the last 13 years, I've been a SELPA director or administrator at the associate superintendent level, supporting traditional SELPAs as well as the charter SELPA. Had an opportunity to work with some of our teammates in the state system of support. And currently, I'm in the role of senior advisor. I'm focusing on district support and innovative programs with the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence. And for me, my passion for special ed is connected to my childhood and growing up in my grandmother's home while she operated a regional center foster care facility. And so my roommates were profoundly disabled individuals. And special ed really is the only place that feels right for me as an adult with a disability, because we don't grow out of them. And so being surrounded by individuals who are steeped in inclusive practices and know how to make room for individuals who have very short attention spans is the best place for me to work. And so honored to be on the commission and learn so much from everyone else.
Thank you. Commissioner Winlock.
Thank you. I want to just say, first of all, that I have been on the commission for this is my 8th year. I am a governor's appointee. I'm coming to the end of my term, which will be in December, which I have been involved in for the last 8 years, which has been very, very moving in lots of ways, and understanding special ed and contributing in that area about our special needs students that we need to make sure that we're addressing in many ways. I've served as a teacher aide in a special ed classroom. I've been a principal of a special ed school in one of our districts. I've served as a principal as an elementary principal also. I've been involved in many, many areas of our schools and involvement, serving as a associate superintendent for one of our largest school districts in the state of California. But I say all of that because special ed is one of the things that's always been a part of my work and an involvement as we look at serving all kids in our state. Special needs are one of the areas that includes always all of our kids. And I really believe that that's been one of the pleasures of being involved with it. This is my actually 45th year in education, which I love this profession and just have really, really enjoyed the work that I've been involved in as we start to look at what we do for all kids in the state of California. I just want to share with you, I just got back from Zambia. I was there for a month in working with the schools in Zambia and really doing teaching and involvement, got back in my roots in a lot of ways about we're always a teacher. But I wanted to share that special education and special needs is present there also. You know, really looking at how they're serving their students that require special focus and needs and involvement. So special needs is one of those things that happens for all kids. And we have to all look at what we're doing wherever you are in the world. So it was a really exciting opportunity to be there, to be involved with our schools. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now for me, my name is Dr. Havanya Hayes-White. I began my career as a paraeducator supporting teachers in special schools within the San Fernando Valley. This is where my passion for the classroom began. And for 15 years, I served as a moderate to severe special education teacher, working with students of all grade levels, including preschool, up to young adults with disabilities. For the last 10 years of my 21 years in education, I have been working as a college professor, training, mentoring, and preparing new teachers who are pursuing their teaching credentials and master's degrees in education. Currently, I am a professor at the University of Redlands, teaching credential courses within the School of Education. And I want to thank all of you commissioners for participating. And I'm super duper excited to be working with each and every one of you. And actually, I think this will be a wonderful time to also allow our liaisons to introduce themselves too. Vice President Strauss and Robin Zane, would you please take a minute to introduce yourself?
Sure, I'll be glad to. Thank you, everybody. I'm Dr. Eileen Strauss. I'm the Vice President of the State Board. I'm completing my 11th year on the State Board and was appointed by Governor Brown and have had several terms. I have expertise in K-12 and leadership and instruction. So I'm from the LA area, was a teacher and principal, elementary, middle, and high school principal more than 20 years, and assistant superintendent of ed services. Currently, I'm a professor at UCLA in the educational leadership program, and I coach leaders on how to move schools forward and change. That's my expertise. How do you actually transition schools? I would say I'm a grandma, and one of my grandchildren is severely handicapped, multiply involved. And so it's close to my heart as I sit trying to advise on IEPs and understand both from the school administrator side and the parent. And I'm honored to be a liaison. And actually, I'll just share with you, I am the head of the screening committee for State Board. So as Steve talked about ending his term, we are looking for, we have posted some openings for members of ACSE, and hopefully those of you who know people will reach out. And we also are looking for members of our Instructional Quality Commission and our California Practitioners Advisory that deals with accountability. We're also looking for a couple of students, a student board member and a student member of Instructional Quality Commission. So those of you who are out in the field, there's some amazing students out there, and we've had great applicants in the past, and I would ask you to really encourage them to think about service and what their voice could do, as you all have shared in this work on ACSE. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And Director of Special Schools, Robin Zane, can you please introduce yourself? Director Zane, are you here? Oh, you're muted.
This is Director Zane. I'm sorry I missed the introduction there. Good morning, folks. Thank you for having me here as well. I think I will go ahead and voice at this point for myself. Give me just a second to turn on the microphone. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm Robin Zane, and I'm the Director of the State Special Schools and Services. Thank you for having me. I have a report on the reopening of the schools and the diagnostic centers. We've been working on this all summer. The staff returned to all 3 schools on a staggered schedule with
Director
administrators, then specialists returning first.
Director Zane?
Yes.
Can you please introduce yourself? We haven't entered item 2 yet.
Oh, I did. I'm sorry. I guess you didn't hear me because I wasn't using my voice. I'm Robin Zane. I'm the Director of the State Special Schools and Services Division. Thank you for having me. And I'm here to report on the reopening of the schools and the diagnostic centers.
Okay, hold on. We're going to move into item number 2 in a minute. Okay, so we're going to move right on into item number 2, liaison updates and reports. We will now hear from Vice President Strauss from the State Board of Education. Vice President Strauss, I will pass the mic to you.
Thank you so much. So the State Board normally has 2-day meetings, but in July we were actually blessed of 1 long day of Zoom and not 2. And so I'll bring you up to date. First of all, our former president, Mike Kirst, received the James Cone Bryant Award for unwavering commitment to school finance. But you should know that both former President Mike Kirst and our current President, Linda Darling-Hammond, are incredibly committed to special ed, and we're the founders of the Special Ed Advisory Commission that actually some of their actions we are going to talk about today on the agenda. And so I just wanted to honor the leadership of the State Board and their commitment to improving practices for special ed. So we worked really hard to help school districts have access to the promised federal funds. And so we did adopt the American Rescue Plan Elementary and Secondary Act, we, in order to submit so that districts could have access to all the funding. We are also approving we approved the school accountability report. We had to update the template to implement changes from the pandemic. And then also we're going to be pre-populating some of the teacher data, which is really important. There'll be some more information coming up at our September meeting about that. And then there's an improved and updated parent self-reflection tool for priority 3 on parent and local and family engagement. And I think that will be really helpful. We actually had a lot of input from our stakeholder groups. And so that's really helpful. The other thing that we did, we're in the process of updating our mathematics framework, but the Instructional Quality Commission had a large number of edits, and so the writers need time to incorporate that. So rather than coming to us in November, it's going to come next spring. And so that will give time for a whole nother public comment round and implementation. So that was pretty significant in its changes. And then I'll again just remind you that the openings for all of our commissions are posted on the website, and I'm really hoping that you will reach out and recruit some really committed people to serve in all of the areas that I talked about. So thank you. I'm also the liaison for ACSE, and so you'll see me at all your meetings. And then I report back to the State Board on the actions at ACSE to keep the board updated as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I pass the virtual mic over to Robin Zane.
Okay, here we go. Good morning. Thank you for having me. I apologize for some glitch with the interpreting. It's my fault, not theirs. And I'm happy to be here. I'm reporting on the state special schools and diagnostic centers. And I'm trying to keep pace with the interpreter, so I'm speaking a little bit slowly. So staff returned to all 3 state special schools, the School for the Deaf in Riverside, the School for the Deaf in Fremont, and the School for the Blind in Fremont last week on a staggered schedule. Yesterday, the students returned at the Riverside campus, and next week, the students will return at the Fremont campus. Pending my interpreter. Okay, thank you. Hi, Shelby. So they have COVID testing in place and have been working very closely with CDE, CDPH, Alameda County Public Health, Riverside County Public Health, and Primary Health, adhering to CDE policy and all the health and safety guidelines. The COVID testing for students will be twice a week for all 3 schools. The residential schools, the residential students returned as well as the day students. The residential students will be tested when they arrive at school on Sunday afternoon or evening. And we are working with Primary Health from CDPH to have parents begin to use the in-home COVID testing kits. We will be providing webinars and training for parents who opt into this. It's brand new. We're also working with parents of day students. Day students will also be tested twice a week. And we're hoping that day student parents will be testing their students prior to coming to school twice a week. Last week, when we met with the Riverside County Public Health Director and the Alameda County Public Health Director, we shared our plans for testing. Staff will be able to self-test unvaccinated staff. And all the sites, all 6 sites have daily self-screening, which is online, and we encourage families to use that as well. As far as wearing masks, students and staff are expected to wear masks in the classroom. Teachers can also choose to wear the plastic face shield if it has that long drape at the bottom. The schools for the deaf also have clear masks. Social distancing, 3 to 6 feet apart, will be set up in each classroom. We will maximize as much space as possible. If a student is symptomatic, they will be tested right away, sent to the student health unit where the students will be tested. If a student is positive, the family will be notified and sent home as soon as possible. So this twice a week testing is for asymptomatic students. But the minute a student presents with symptoms, they will be sent to the student health unit. There are air purifiers at all sites. There are daily cleaning protocols and disinfection schedules. They will be following cohort schedules of students as much as is possible. So that's the report on the testing schedule and the cadence we are working with, and we continue to receive guidance from CDPH. As far as the ransomware attack that I reported on last time we met, there was a ransomware attack on the state schools, all the sites, May 23rd. And since then, we've had a task force set up that we meet. Yes, May 23rd. So we meet twice a week. A task force from CDE has been an enormous support in terms of eradicating and preventing future attacks. We're in pretty good shape. The schools are all open, ready to open. There are a few. Riverside has all of their classroom computers are Macs, and interestingly, the Macs were not affected. But any place there's a PC, that's where the ransomware pretty much destroyed the computers and their ability to support the schools. So that's what we're working with now. And the other 5 sites are in pretty good shape. So the ransomware attack is slowly being dealt with, and it was pretty devastating, but we're in good shape now.
All right, thank you, Director Zane, for all your work at our special schools. Commissioners, are there any questions or comments at this time for either Director Zane or Vice Chair Strauss? Vice Chair Adler, will you please call the names as they come in?
Sure. Commissioner Oyakawa? Thank you. I just wanted to say first, thank you for the reports. And that was a really thorough update. And I'm glad to hear how well prepared the schools, the special schools are for, especially for reopening. Sounds like you've thought through all of the steps, and I'm impressed with the twice weekly testing. That's great to hear. And the at-home kits. I think with the smaller schools, it's great that you can do something like that. And it's very helpful for the families to have that available. The only thing I wanted to say was we missed Robin's introduction of herself. And if she was interested, I think there was a glitch on the interpreting shift. So maybe if she has time, would like to share some of her background and her role now, because I don't think people know how amazing she is. So Robin, if you want to share with us, I'd appreciate it.
Well, thank you for that. And as I said, it's a pleasure to be here. I am the director of the State Special Schools and Services, and I started this position November 2019, and almost immediately after that, COVID hit. So it's been an interesting, rewarding journey, and I look forward to the time when I can actually return to the office and work with the schools in a larger capacity. But right now, I have to say how impressed I am with this leadership of the state special schools and all the support we've gotten from CDE. It's really kept us not just alive, but thriving. So I worked at the state special schools for 22 years, I think 20 years. I came to California. I was a teacher at the School for the Deaf in Fremont. And then I was a principal of the middle school. And then I was a curriculum director, and then I was director of the Diagnostic Center North. So this position seemed to me the next logical step, and I'm very honored to have it. I have my doctorate from Berkeley. Prior to coming to California, I taught in the Boston Public Schools for 20 years. So, and I was on the assessment team there for deaf and hard of hearing children in the city and the greater area, Massachusetts, Boston area. So that's in a nutshell who I am.
Thank you so much. Michelle, can you please share the public comment slide so the public can have an opportunity to comment on this item? And we will give them another, I guess, couple of seconds to dial in if they need to. Michelle, are there any public commenters at this time?
Chair Hayes-White, we do not have any callers.
Thank you. All right, moving right on into item number 3, the winner of the Grazer Outstanding Achievement in Learning Award presentation. Staff from the Orange Unified School District Pre-Kindergarten Program are here to share the details of their award-winning program. Welcome Dr. Sue Singh, Chief Executive Officer, and Mrs. Rachel Dale, Coordinator of the Special Education Program. I now pass the virtual mic to you.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. We're going to get the PowerPoint on. Rochelle will be presenting. Great. Well, thank you. I'll start off by saying thank you, distinguished commissioners. Truly, truly honored to be here today with my colleague, Ms. Dale. to accept with the utmost of gratitude this prestigious Gold Award on behalf of Orange Unified. To say that we're thrilled would be an understatement. I do hope and wish that once we have put the pandemic behind us, you would accept our invitation to visit what we affectionately refer to as a magical place in our SELPA, our very own OPK, Orange Pre-K. And I'll start off by saying that an equity framework has truly been the catalyst and springboard for our inclusive schooling practices, starting at the onset of a child's educational experience in our SELPA, right at the pre-K level. Historically, I think it's important to note that preschool classrooms were located on the alternative education site in portables. However, in the spirit of building communities that value, celebrate, and respond to diversity, and in alignment with our core values of supporting inclusive education for all students, the OPK program location and design was completely enhanced and chiseled with intentionality. I will start by sharing a very brief video with you from our program, which is almost like a daily reminder and an empowering context for our passion for this program and the work that we do. It is day one for our students today, and was heartwarming to see our students and families this morning at OPK totally excited to embrace this new year. So we'll go ahead and play the video for you. We'll go to the next slide, Rochelle.
Okay, and as you saw, the Orange Pre-K program provides our students with identified mild to severe disabilities access to language development, school readiness skills, and social opportunities in preparation for their elementary education. Our classrooms have a blend of identified student needs and peer models throughout classrooms. The program serves infants age 0 to 2, so we do have our babies, students age 3 to 5, and students enrolled as typical peers. Our belief is that our students can both teach and learn in a language and sensory-rich environment with support and encouragement from credentialed teachers, trained instructional assistants, and qualified support providers. Families of previous peer models, students without our identified disabilities, reach out yearly when younger siblings are approaching their 3rd birthday and are ready for preschool to complete an application for attendance to be a peer model. So as you see, we're looking at our vision. The program strives to support all students that attend classes on our campus. So that does include our peer models that do not have identified needs. Students could have autism, speech and language delays, deaf and hard of hearing, other health impairments, and medical concerns. We are available and prepared to support all students. Visual classroom schedules and Listening Larry are in place to ensure consistency and expectations as many students learn to navigate their educational environment for the first time. Credentialed teachers utilize curriculum and the preschool learning foundations to develop lessons and program activities to support the identified needs of the students in the class across all ability levels. This does allow access to the array of functioning levels of our students, and it provides increased access and learning opportunities through peer modeling, age-appropriate social interactions, and guided exploration of materials, which could include for our youngsters, pencils, crayons, scissors, sensory materials, water play, and of course, paint and glitter. The use of our data collection by our teachers and the instructional assistants that work with our students in individual, small, and full group lessons does allow for continual development of high quality activities that support the identified needs of students in targeted areas so we can ensure that we're promoting continued access and growth in skill acquisition.
We'll go to the next slide.
All right, as we're looking at our speech pathologists collaborating with our classroom teachers, they develop activities and lessons to support language development and social skills for all students. Pragmatics is a concern identified for many of our young students and can be successfully supported in the natural environment of a classroom with peers. Multiple speech pathologists provide push-in services in the classroom to support the student growth in that classroom environment. Supporting a small group allows not only for the student with the service to be supported, but for modeling and support for the other students who interact on a daily basis with one another. Our speech pathologists support skills such as turn taking in games, conversations, greeting a peer or a teacher, and a multitude of vocabulary goals. The language-based classrooms are designed to support students utilizing pictures, written word, and verbalizations. All classrooms utilize our thinking maps to support the development of vocabulary and verbal skills. Occupational therapists also collaborate with classroom teachers on the support of fine motor skills, sensory integration activities, and the provision of small groups in the classroom. An OT room has been created and is utilized on site for students that may require sensory support, motor support, and development of foundational skills, which does include that sensory motor and sensory processing. A sensory-based approach is utilized to target foundational skills for students to build their academic access. Activities include development of arches in their hands, crawling, balancing, and roll-upping to develop postural control, which supports their sitting and standing and helping them access the classroom. This helps support the pieces that are missing throughout their development. And as you'll see in those pictures, we have a school-wide plan that was developed by the teachers utilizing the preschool learning foundations. Through each class, they may have some different activities planned, but a letter of the week has been set and all classes utilize circle maps with pictures of items starting with that letter. Students are encouraged in small group lessons to think of words that start with the letter, name the pictures that the teacher holds up, they say them out loud and they place them on the circle maps. Students are encouraged to say vocabulary words, repeat after the teacher or after another student says the word. The class talks about vocabulary and identifies attributes of items. Continuing to support the students, they complete a circle map on their own in small groups by coloring pictures that start with a letter, cutting, and then gluing. This activity supports following multiple step directions, fine motor skills, and task completion, all needed skills for students to be successful in their educational environment.
So I think this early cognitive and language stimulation that Rochelle talked about is further enhanced by emphasizing technological competence at OPK. Our staff and students utilize iPads, alternative and augmentative communication devices. Google Meets is used, Seesaw, just as some examples. Technology in the classroom has truly assisted with engagement, communication skills, and that academic and social emotional learning outcomes, which are so critical. Interactive software is also used in the learning, along with, like Rochelle mentioned, thinking maps is critical for us to utilize right from beginning and beyond, zones of regulation, listening, Larry, amongst other research-based curricula. And the use of technology, we have found, truly assists our young early learners in multiple areas, allowing them to have that meaningful, purposeful, and equal participation in all educational settings. We'll go to the next slide, please. I think we believe that we've ignited change through our OPK reform. We use peer-mediated intervention with fidelity. That's engaging typically developing peers to build possible lagging skills of our students with disabilities. And through our work, we have found that the utilization of typical peers as instructional coaches, and they feel really proud when we talk to them about being an instructional coach, helps in the advancement and development of both social and academic skills. Innovation also lies in our community awareness campaign that currently has parents of typically developing students eagerly enrolling or getting on the OPK waiting list. A family-centered capacity building orientation of the program has families trusting us and engaging with our practitioners as partners. OPK also utilizes the innovative preschool learning foundations to guide educational planning for our students across the domains of vocational, social, emotional, and academic. We also utilize the Early Childhood Inclusive Education Checklist, which is a self-assessment of best practices as a guide to implementation fidelity of inclusive education. We also take the information that we've obtained from the DRDP in correlation with the utilization of preschool learning foundations that assists our staff in the development of daily lessons that can then address students' needs. And I think a critical piece here at OPK is the district's inclusive learning coaching team, which is a very strong support mechanism for OPK that provides ongoing training and monitoring of the fidelity of least restrictive environment inclusive practices at OPK. Accountability to our core values is built in at every step. I think it's critical to emphasize that. Orange Unified is the proud recipient of the state's Supporting Inclusive Practices grant, moving from a district needing improvement in inclusive practices to now being an exemplar, providing support to our colleagues throughout the state. Our portfolios, care packages, as we affectionately call them, are almost a work of art and are used to capture each of our students' journey at OPK, which is then shared with the elementary team, strengthening that transition process from pre-K to elementary. So we'll go on to the next slide. Rochelle?
As we look at supporting, our leadership from the district has been absolutely amazing. We get support everywhere, top down, that we ask for and that the teachers ask for. The provision of a program coordinator assigned to the Orange Pre-K site, which is myself, allows consistent support of that program development, the parent involvement, collaboration, and professional development. We all know as educators how important those aspects are and ensuring that we can promote and support those teams. The school site team does work together on continued growth. There's a focus on best practice, supporting students. Collaboration with the Orange County Department Ed has been amazing and allows for excellent professional development, gives us awareness of programs and the practices developing our neighboring districts and professional connectivity. We all know how much we love to hear what other people are doing and getting those amazing ideas that you may be able to help implement. Training has been held in collaboration in our district with our state preschool teachers. So those teachers, along with the teachers at Orange Pre-K program, do get to work together, hear training, hear aspects of classrooms, and also do classroom walks to be able to see what they're doing in each of those rooms and how we're supporting students. Our teachers do spend training time and collaboration reviewing the PLFs together, sharing lesson plans and activities obtained and developed for a year-long education plan targeting the needs of our students. The other important piece as we're looking at sustainability of a program is parent involvement. We all know how important parents are of our children, and it's a key factor in student success and relationship building. It encourages and allows our family to be a part of that educational success. So every opportunity we have, we encourage that parent involvement, not just at their annual IEP meetings, but to be a part of what's going on with lessons, what we're doing on the campus, different activities that are being designed and involved at the campus and throughout. Go to the next slide.
So I think it's important to point out that at OPK, we follow improvement science, reflective practices, and constantly evaluate our program effectiveness using both quantitative as well as qualitative data points. I'll speak to just a few of those metrics that are utilized in the program. metric 1, LRE, not just in the letter, but also in the spirit of the law, is one of our key metrics. Since 2016, we have consistently increased the percentage of students being served with more than 80% of their educational day with general education peers. The next metric that we utilize is DRDP. Over an 8-year period, DRDP assessment results have shown substantial increases in student skills and functioning within age expectations in the DRDP assessment areas of positive social emotional skills, acquisition of knowledge and skills, and the use of appropriate behaviors. The next metric that we utilize is our elementary teachers. And those who receive students from OPK program report statistically significant differences in the areas of learning readiness, academic skills, self-help skills, social emotional regulation, adaptation, and comprehension when compared to students who have not attended our OPK programming. And our data collection metrics also indicate that the invaluable early intervention services received at OPK result in a reduction in the need for later special education services, which is the overarching goal here. Almost 80% of OPK students who remain in district schools by the time they enter high school are exited from special education. And of the approximately 20% students who've gone through the OPK program and continue to require special ed services in high school, 64% of those students are served in inclusive high school settings. Another key qualitative metric that defines our programming is parental satisfaction. We are completely and wholeheartedly committed to ensuring that students and our parents feel valued, heard, and part of the IEP development process. Our results indicate that 99.9%, we're not at 100%, 99.98% of our families feel included and involved in the development of their child's educational program. I think these metrics, we believe, speak to the efficacy of early intervention at our OPK programming. Rochelle, you want to end?
Yes, I think one of the pieces I would love to share with everybody and make sure that truly is heard is the intervention and implementation components are easily replicable within and outside the district. OPK does serve as a state SIP, which is Supporting Inclusive Practices Exemplar, and we annually share our resources experiencing with visiting districts from out the state. We love visitors with the aim of inspiring and replicating the program. So our data practices, which are used to inform our decisions and operations, can be duplicated in any educational setting. Professional development is a key component, but it does help with that success of the inclusive schooling. It began at our board level. So that is very important, the support from our board level to the preschool, all of our administrators, we move through that continuum together. Inclusive coaches, just as a reminder we had shared, are another essential element of the success for the inclusive schooling initiative. And again, can be replicated by any educational agency. That coaching model that we have integrated is currently replicated in elementary and secondary classrooms throughout our district. And our LRA initiative of OPK is currently mirrored in all 40 district schools. It uses an internally developed framework and an action plan that we worked on, again, top down together here at our district with support. The springboard from the district was able to increase our inclusive schooling and culturally responsive practices by increasing inclusive schooling 1 grade cohort at a time each year. This approach was beneficial to improve our stakeholder buy-in. That's very important, including all of your stakeholders in this process. Parents have been enculturated into the benefits of inclusive schooling. They know what inclusive schooling means. So from the earliest onset of their child's education, they've been a part of that process. The school and staff culture has been just transformed by just seeing the power of how this model can support children. This approach would serve well for districts seeking to embark upon educational reform around their LRE. And again, I keep saying it can be easily replicated. It's deliberate, it's a shared district-wide educational philosophy, and it encompasses our core values: integrity, equity, respect, and excellence, which propels the OPK model forward. I believe that really that co-reliance and co-partnership, and that's a district belief between our general and special education partners, does allow us to operate as one here in the district, supporting truly our students, which is very important when we're looking at these young children and they're embarking on this amazing educational career.
Thank you.
Thank you, OPK, for all your amazing work that you do with our young kiddos. I have a question, and then I'm going to open up the floor for the other commissioners. I'm not sure if I missed this piece, but I do want to know, what is the student to teacher ratio and how many staff persons are typically in one classroom?
Okay, so with the preschool model, we get a number of referrals throughout the year. As we all know, our Part C to B and working with Regional Center. So our classes tend to grow. So we traditionally try and start the school year getting everything in place. They're on about a 5-to-1 ratio for most classes. And then we do adjust and support staff. So as you grow throughout the year and we add our students, we could potentially be around a 6-to-1, 7-to-1. We watch our classrooms, and it truly is based on the needs of the student. So we take into account disability needs, and then we staff that ratio, but always have at least that 6 or 7-to-1 to an adult ratio in there.
Thank you. And commissioners, are there any questions or comments for OPK at this time?
I have one.
Commissioner Grace?
Yeah.
Commissioner Andres, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So Havanya asked me to prepare a few statements as the committee lead, and I want to say to the folks from Orange Unified, really, it's a true honor to present this goal award to you guys today. There were so many impressive submissions this year to the committee, programs that were very meaningful in their direction, but even in that really strong field, OPK stood out. And after 25 years in education, I just really come to value the power of backward mapping to really think about the end goal that we want for our students, and then go back to the beginning and think about deliberately and intentionally those educational steps that we need to put in place to get us to that end goal. And like so many educators and so many people who share this role on the commission, for us, our end goal is that we have students who leave our educational system with self-determination, skills, and meaningful community. And the OPK program makes it easy to envision and actually undertake those first steps in the journey. So by being a model of educational opportunity for our youngest kids that other districts can follow to create really a meaningful, inclusive educational culture, you guys are doing amazing work that moves beyond building skills and really lays the foundation for what we want for our kids 10, 15, 20 years from now. And so I just wanted to say thank you so much. And I also wanted to make sure that my other committee members had a chance to speak. I know Christine might have something to say.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm trying to go in order here of how I saw hands pop up. So Commissioner Tostin.
Well, Rochelle, it was great meeting you. And Sue, it's always great to hear about the work from Orange County. And I just wanted to express my appreciation for some of the details that I heard in your presentation. Obviously, the focus on students, but as you talk through the presentation, the way that the team has been able to integrate evidence-based practices, the compliance and reporting components, all founded in the belief around and commitment to inclusion. And to hear your story from where you started to becoming an exemplar within the SIP program and initiative is really heartwarming. And I just also wanted to highlight the component you shared about parental satisfaction across the district with the program, and how it just speaks to your commitment to a community engagement and the recognition that to include students or to move to inclusive environments, we have to do it in partnership with our parents, and to allow them to be, ongoing stakeholders and to be responsive to their feedback. And the last point that I'm so happy you emphasized several times in the talk is that this is scalable. This is replicable. There's no dark magic or silver bullets that the district put in place, but really just honoring the commitment from the boardroom to the classroom to the community. So Sue and the team at Orange County SELVA, thank you. Or I'm sorry, Orange Unified SELVA, thank you so much for sharing your work today.
Thank you, Commissioner Tostin. Commissioner Oyakawa.
Thank you so much. As a member of the committee that on the GOAL committee that got to look at all the submissions, I have to also echo what Michelle said. We had a really impressive bunch to work with. And so for any of those other programs that might be listening or watching now, congratulations to them as well for all their hard work. And we hope that they would consider resubmitting in the next application period. But OPK, really, you all just rose above. And I just want to say you really were able to, and bringing it to us today, really kind of brings to life what we saw on paper in the application. You really have the ideal intersection of evidence-based practices, early intervention, earliest intervention, really, which I think is one of the big keys. UDL, the universal design for learning across the classroom, the use of technology, and then again, mostly inclusion. And especially seeing the amazing buy-in you got from the parents of all the students who were participating, all the students in the district, the families, as well as the staff. And I think that maybe it's the glitter you use, but you brought it all magically together, and it's so amazing to see. And it's so exciting that you are so willing to share out this work that you've already done so that others can replicate, not just at the pre-K level, but across all levels of education throughout our state, throughout our country. You guys really have demonstrated that it can be done. And we're so excited for your program. We're so excited that we're able to recognize you and want to congratulate you personally for your amazing work and on winning this award. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Board Member Strauss.
I'd like to just build on the comments of commissioners and thank Orange Unified for the presentation and for the amazing model that they have implemented. And let me just say, models really help us because some people need to see it in action to understand how to really transform practices. And that's what you all have done for students and for families. And so on behalf of the board, thank you for being involved in the Inclusive Practice Project, and thank you for the model that you have fully implemented. And I do hope that once we can be out visiting schools again, that other districts will get the opportunity to benefit and see your work in action, because sometimes just talking about it isn't as helpful as just seeing it and believing that you can actually do that. So thank you for the committee that selected them. Thank you for your work. And I'll be sure to report out at our board meeting in September about this model that hopefully others can follow. So just thank you very much.
Thank you. And like we said, we love visitors. So we would love to invite you to our home, to our magical place, and show you all the magic with the glitter.
Yes, you may leave with glitter on your shoes.
Okay. Commissioner Salomonson.
I just wanted to say, and I apologize for my video being off during the presentation, but I wanted to make sure I heard every word. And like I said, I've got spotty reception right now, but I just wanted to say, to both of you, thank you so much. Just for coming at this, instead of coming at this, I should say, from the perspective of, the adult questions we ask of should we or can they, you really turned it on its head and just came at it from action statements of we will, and of course they can. And that is so powerful, and especially at this age, because I look at all of these faces and I think they have a plan now that says, of course they can, and of course we will. And that will follow them their whole life, no matter where they go from here. There is now a plan in place that is historical evidence that this can be successful, and they are going to take that forward like little footprints all along in their life. And that's an amazing gift and an amazing opportunity. And I echo Eileen's comments that having blueprints like this as proof. I always ask questions of districts. I say, you know, how many places do you need to see? How many, pieces of evidence do you need to see to know that this can happen? And really the answer is one. If one system can do it, we really have to have the expectation that all systems can do it. So just thank you for doing the right work from the right belief system and the right places in your heart. It's really inspiring.
Commissioner, if you could see the tears of joy, Rochelle and I are, we just shared a text saying, oh my gosh, we're going to cry. Oh. So amazing. Thank you for your kind words.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hamilton.
Well, this is a nice segue mentioning crying, because I tend to cry because of my passion for inclusion. So I also was on the committee that had the privilege of reading all of the applications and seeing all the strong candidates that applied, and lots of inclusion programs that are practicing inclusive practices, which I was really excited. But as the others have said, yours really just stood out and just jumped off the page at me and filled my heart, and I was super excited. As the parent of a significantly disabled child who has had the privilege of having inclusion from the very beginning, starting when she was 18 months old in an infant toddler program, transitioning into preschool, and now she's in the 5th grade. And after a year and a half of being separated, and inclusion was even harder from a Zoom perspective. And then with most of her peers coming back to school in the spring and March, and she stayed at home, it was scary coming back into the 5th grade, wondering if those connections would still be there. And I want to let you know they are. And so starting from this young age is so important, and inclusion is so important. And setting the bar high for the educational components, but also establishing those friendships and those peer relationships from such an early age is just so beautiful and so meaningful. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that with us. That means a lot.
Thank you. Before I call on our last speaker, Michelle, could you put up the public comments slide, please? And Commissioner Winlock.
Thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge how this program has provided such a beautiful model for us. Across the state, as we start to look at introducing, pre-K, and now it becomes a standard that we're going to be having in every school district. What our school districts are really tying with is what should it look like and how will it be effective? And I just want to say that what you have presented is could be a model that's going to be assisting us in this implementation of pre-K across the state. I just was really very impressed. So I just wanted to let you know that you're not only, out there blazing the trail, you're actually making the street that we're going to be able to drive on in implementing pre-K. So I just really, really wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. I will now turn over the virtual mic to Commissioner Andrus, Chair of the Goal Award Committee, to present the award. Commissioner Andrus?
I'm sorry, Chair Hayes-White, I just received a message from Commissioner Andrus, and she had to step out on an emergency.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, on behalf of the Commission, OPK, we would like to present this award to you. Thank you so much for all you do for young kiddos. And we would like to submit this award to you. We will send it to you via mail, and we wish all luck to you. And thank you so much for designing an awesome program to be replicated for all preschool programs across California.
Thank you. Thank you so much. On behalf of Orange Unified, we are truly, truly grateful for this recognition and honor. Thank you.
Michelle, can you please post up the public comment slide if there are any public commenters who would like to comment to the PK program?
We have one caller. Caller, you may start your comments. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. I just want to comment that I appreciate this discussion of what inclusion could look like across the state. As a parent of a now 10th grader who has the benefit of having an inclusive program for preschool and kinder first, and unfortunately with LUSD, his fight to teach him in an inclusive environment was not successful, but he has opportunities to be with typical peers in other settings. And it really did have a tremendous impact on his overall development. And I have to constantly ensure that he has these typical opportunities for inclusion to help with his academics and his social and emotional development overall. And it would be great to come to a place where across the state we can have more opportunities for inclusion and gen ed placement with appropriate support so that we can increase the opportunities for academic success and overall life success for our kiddos with special needs and intellectual and learning disabilities. And so thank you for the opportunity to provide comment, and I'm really excited for what this can do.
Thank you, public commenter. Michelle, are there any others?
We have no other callers.
Thank you so much. This concludes our item 3. We are ready to move into item number 4, California State Budget Update. Liz Mai, are you on?
I am on.
Thank you. Liz Mai is from the Department of Finance. She is here to provide an update on the 2021-22 state budget, including an overview of special education funding. Welcome, Liz. I now turn over the mic to you.
Thank you, Chair Hayes-White. I believe I have a PowerPoint presentation that goes with this, if that could be put on the screen. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I'm Liz Mai. I'm the analyst over special education at the Department of Finance, and I'm going to give a brief rundown of this year's special education investments. Please excuse my camera's off. I'm currently visiting my parents for my dad's 71st birthday, and the Wi-Fi here likes to turn off when I turn on my camera for Zoom. So to try and avoid technical difficulties, I will be cameras off. Next slide, please. Okay, so this first slide is a basic summary of the investments made, separated by the fund source, which is Proposition 98 General Fund and IDEA federal funds. And then that's further stratified in each list by ongoing investments, which are on the top of each list, and one-time investments, which are towards the bottom. Next slide, please. Okay, so this year, a compounded COLA of 4.05% was applied to all SELPAs, regardless of their base rate. After this year, we will continue to use the methodology from 2020, where SELPA rates will be the greater of their 2021-22 rate or the statewide base rate. There was also an additional investment of $396.9 million Proposition 98 General Fund to augment the statewide base. So the current statewide base is $715 per ADA. Next slide, please. So this budget also includes $260 million ongoing Proposition 98 General Fund for the Special Education Early Intervention Preschool Grant. And these funds must be used to provide services and supports in inclusive settings to infants, toddlers, and preschool pupils from birth to age 5. So the funding will go out to districts based on first grade enrollment counts. Next slide, please. So this budget also includes one-time funding to prevent and resolve special education disputes through alternative dispute resolutions, as well as provide supports and services that students will need as a result of school disruptions caused by the pandemic. The budget also includes $7 million ongoing IDEA federal funds to expand family empowerment centers and augment their base rate to $240,000. The budget also includes funding for an NPSA placements study to better understand these placements and the outcomes of students who are in them. And multiple reports are going to be due to the Legislature and Finance on October 1st of this year, so very soon, and we're excited to dig into those reports and make further reforms to special education this coming year. And that is the special education investments for this budget. Thank you, and turning it back over to Chair Hayes-White.
Thank you, Liz. Commissioners, are there any questions or comments for Liz at this time?
Commissioner Tostin.
Good morning, Liz. Thank you so much for the presentation. And I just have more of a general comment than any questions. And I just wanted to highlight two of the investments, one for the Supporting Inclusive Practices grant, and just tying that back to our last item with the OPK program, who's an exemplar with the Supporting Inclusive Practices initiative. And so I just wanted to appreciate the connection and the investment to continue inclusive practices from a state level to ensure that these resources are able to scale out to more LEAs and to increase inclusive practices. The other item that we have heard at the Commission a number of times are partners from the FECs. And so seeing $7 million included in the budget to expand or support the FECs is obviously a win for our special ed community and our parents in terms of having more access to resources and family empowerment centers. So I just wanted to call out those two items that we have been tracking on for a number of years as a commission, in addition to all of the increases to the base rate, but just those two targeted initiatives or areas of funds wanted to highlight. For us, as it is an indication of how the investments our administration and the state are making in special ed are being demonstrated in LEAs and programs as evidenced by OPK. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Tostin. Are there any other comments at this time? Michelle, can you please post up the public comment slide just in case public would like to say something? Michelle, are there any public commenters at this time?
We have no commenters at this time.
Thank you so much. Well, commissioners, we are ahead of schedule. We are doing an awesome job. So our next presenter is not on until 12 noon. So I'm suggesting that we take a break because we have a huge afternoon ahead of us. So commissioners, please take some time to stretch, rest your eyes, have a bathroom break, a little snack, and we will return back here at, let's say, 11:58, so we can start again at 12 o'clock sharp. Thank you. See you here again at 11:58. Welcome back, commissioners. We're going to move right on into our next item. Our very own State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tony Thurmond, is here to address us today. Thank you so much, Superintendent Thurmond, for your leadership and all you do for students in California. I now pass the mic to you.
Thank you, Dr. White, and Superintendent and Vice Chair Adler, and to the members of the commission. I hope that you are safe and well where you are. As fate would have it, I'm coming from you today from a special education classroom. And I'm honored to be able to be in conversation with you today from a classroom, given that our topic is what we do about special education in our state. Today, I had the opportunity to visit yet another school district that is getting open and spend time with the principal and teachers and students and parents and staff, and even to talk a little bit about what some of the needs are in special education. Obviously, this is a very challenging time for all of us. The variant has made a great deal of concern and consternation and represents a threat to our well-being. But we know that for those who can get a vaccine, with masking and rapid COVID testing and regular COVID testing, we can provide great in-person instruction for our students. Madam Chair and members of the commission, what I'd like to do is be able to have just a short conversation. I'm happy to talk about priorities, but I believe that our conversation will be more fruitful if we have that conversation together about the priorities that we should be undertaking together to support our students of all abilities and our students with disabilities in the state of California. I'm happy to share with you what I've seen, what I've heard, what I've experienced, and some of my thoughts. But I feel like we'll have a more robust experience and push towards greater success if we can spend some time just talking together about what are challenges and opportunities that we can work on together. I want to start by saying what I'm sure is the obvious, but I think needs to be said. The pandemic has created a disruption for all of us that we could not have anticipated. To have our students have to receive their education during distance learning, a huge challenge. And even though the federal government said that it was okay to deliver special education through distance learning, I think we all know that that was not the ideal set of circumstances for our students to be receiving their supports. like you, I heard from many parents who expressed frustration during the pandemic if they couldn't have an IEP completed, or if their students did not have access to their teachers, to their one-on-ones, or even in many cases to specialists that they would work with. From my standpoint, the pandemic has exacerbated many of the challenges that we were already working to address in special education, like our teacher shortage, which we now know is greater exacerbated and needs to be among our top priorities, providing more teachers, more training for our educators, more supports for them, and supports for our families. I can tell you that the pandemic put a lot of spotlights on things that our system needed to change, and not the least of which is that we had 1 million students without a computer or access to high-speed internet. And I also have learned that many of our families struggled using the computers during the pandemic, and that students sometimes needed breaks. They got headaches, problems with vision. I've learned many things just talking just with a few principals and parents and challenges that we've had. But I've heard from many families who just felt disconnected and that they couldn't have access to great educators, and that for their children, it meant a major change in just routine and structure and how families get support for our students, and students who are learning to work through behaviors, how they get that support was difficult to access. I want to just commend our students and families for their incredible resilience. I want to commend all special educators at every level for their incredible work, our teachers, our one-to-ones, our specialists, for all that you all do. It's just incredible under extraordinary and difficult circumstances. And I also want us to think about how we can use this moment to build a better system than what we had before, recognizing that what we had is not always good enough for all of our students, that our students of color, our low-income students, that our students with disabilities, that many students literally suffered more, that we were already working to close learning gaps that got exacerbated during the pandemic. I believe that we can grow from this experience and look for opportunities to support our systems overall. And I think our state budget gives us some incredible resources for us to point to the future and what we're going to do to make the delivery of special education better, but that there's not enough. I'm excited that there's more funding overall for special education, incredible records amounts, $396 million ongoing in Proposition 98 funding to increase the overall ADA statewide base rate for the special education formula. Some $260 million that's available to focus on specified services for children aged 3 to 5 years old. Very excited about $550 million in one-time dollars to support alternative dispute resolution. Because I guess why that excites me, I don't want us to be fighting each other over what kids get. I want kids to get what they deserve. If it's in their IEP, they should get it. I understand that districts struggle with the financial aspects of it, but I believe that the decisions that should impact what a student gets should not be purely based on some financial disagreement, but rather what's guided in the student's IEP and by the IET team and by listening to our families. That's why during the pandemic at the Department of Education, we created our first ever family engagement unit to help us work on strategies to help school districts do a better job of paying attention to our families, listening to families, and being a partner to our families. And so I think that there are tremendous challenges that we're going to face, that all of our students face, coming back to school and being told to wear a mask. I understand that will create challenges for some of our students being served in special education. How do we navigate that? How do we address the pandemic in general? We've been talking about vaccines and the importance that they represent, because those who have experienced the most serious health conditions are those who are unvaccinated. But yet we know we may have some students who just may not be able to be vaccinated for various reasons, for health reasons and other reasons. And we understand that. How do we work together around recruitment? How do we work to provide more inclusive practices? And I know there's funding in the budget to support that. I guess what I'm saying, Dr. Hayes-White, is that I'd like for us to be engaged in a conversation about what can we build together. Elizabeth Estes knows me for many years, and I've been grateful to be able to work with her and others in the community over the course of the years. And I'm grateful that we have great staff like Heather Calomese and the entire special education division, and her deputy superintendent, Sarah Neville Morgan. They're great people and great practitioners. But I would like to be able to partner with this advisory committee to identify, let's pick 2 or 3 strategies that we're going to focus on. Let's pick some places where to put our energy, where we can work together. You can grill me all day if you like, and I will submit myself to your grilling. But I promise you, I will come up short in trying to answer questions that you may have for me, because I don't have the depth of knowledge and experience that you do. But what I feel I can contribute is I know how to get doors open, and I know how to ask the questions. I know how to put a spotlight on a problem. I know how to open doors that are often closed. And that means with policymakers like yourself, with legislators, with the governor's office, the Department of Finance. And I believe that if we spend some time together talking through the strategies that will help our children and families, we can create an action plan and carry out an action plan that makes a difference for 6 million students and for all students of all abilities. And so, Dr. Hayes-White, I'm going to put a pin in it there and see if we can engage in some dialogue about what we can do together. And I'm going to turn it back to you, Madam Chair, and I'm not going to create any disruption in your meeting. I'm going to let you run it how you would run it. But if it would mean a lot to me if there was an opportunity to hear from some of your members about some of the things that they think are the priorities that we should be working on. And I'm taking notes and figuring out how we circle back together and connect on the details to support implementation of the things that you all might share. So I'll stop there and turn it back to you, Madam Chair, for your guidance and your instruction about how our conversation might go forward.
Well, I really appreciate that. And we as a commission are really eager to work in partnership with you. And me personally, as a professor in teacher education, I am really interested in hearing more about your initiatives to hire more African American men and Latino men in the classrooms. And I know that in my classrooms at the university, it's typically, young women like myself who are, pursuing their teacher credentials. So I would like to hear more about that from you. And then after that, I will pass on the floor to my fellow commissioners.
Throwing me a lifeline, Dr. Hayes-White, because it's one that I've spent a lot of time talking about. I do appreciate it. As you know, I've made the decision this year that we sponsored a bill to expand male educators of color in our workforce. And that bill has now been embedded in the state budget. So, the money that is available, a robust amount of money available for recruitment, is also now focused on how we diversify the teacher workforce. And so one of the things that I envision us doing is convening many partners, including partners like yourself at the university level. Many of our universities have great teacher preparation programs. They've been working on this, and they've told us we need more residency programs and more support programs and grow your own programs, removing barriers. And I think we have to also address bias in our workforce. It exists everywhere. And I've had teachers come to me and say that they've had to deal with microaggressions that have impacted them. And I'll just be honest. I've had teachers say, if I have one more school administrator or parent or somebody question me as the math teacher because I'm a person of color, they just feel that there are barriers. And what the data is showing us is that we lose teachers of color faster than we lose teachers from other backgrounds. And I believe part of it is the microaggression. I also believe that the working conditions, which are hard for everyone, have to be addressed, and that we can do that with training, with supports. Obviously, we have to do a better job of compensation and how we compensate our educators. We have to provide more training. We have to support our one-on-ones and create pathways for many of them to become teachers. We have a great program that allows classified staff to become, certificated teachers, and we have to keep building these programs. One of the ideas we floated this year, Dr. Hayes-White, to diversify the teacher workforce was working more closely with our after-school programs, because many of our after-school program staff come from the communities where our students come from. They have the same experience, and we should create a formal pathway for those of them who want to become teachers, I'd go as far as to say some of them may want to become a school psychologist. Some of them may want to become a speech pathologist or another expert or specialist, given the shortages that we have in those fields. And so happy to talk more about the Male Educator of Color bill. It's now embedded in the budget. We have millions upon millions to support teacher recruitment and to diversify the workforce. But I think we have a lot of work to do, especially, Dr. Hayes-White, I'd be especially grateful if you and your colleagues shared your thoughts with me about how we should be steering our recruitment efforts to help us attract more special education team members and educators.
Thank you for that. We would love to partnership with you on that. And I think one piece that CTC has done already is the CBEST requirement and the transcript piece. So I think that is an option that will have more people of color coming into teaching. So with that, yes.
No, you just reminded me that's something that we have great interest in, is making sure that our exams are not barriers to those who want to enter the workforce. And as you point out, the CTC has already started to do really good work there. We want to accelerate that work. I was on Dr. Hayes-White, you'll appreciate this. I was on a Zoom. I was in a meeting last week with a number of state superintendents from all across the country. And some of them were unabashedly open about the fact that they prefer to recruit people away from California because we have entrance requirements that become barriers. And essentially, it's like sending, thank you, Janine, I see you saying yes. It's like literally sending, I see, David, it's literally sending our workforce to other states. They're like, wait a minute, I can get paid a little bit more. The working conditions aren't as tough. The entrance requirements are not as difficult. And, we have a high cost of living in California. And so we have all these things crashing into our ability to provide what we need. And I just think that you're absolutely right. We can be more thoughtful about how we prepare our workforce, but do it in a way that doesn't become a barrier to candidates of color and a barrier to all educators, especially special educators.
Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Commissioners, would you like to join in too? Anybody else would like to comment, question, participate?
Can I say something?
Commissioner Ruiz?
Hi, thank you so much. And Superintendent Thurmond, I just have to say, you're very inspiring. I love to hear you speak. And as a parent of a son with disabilities, I have great confidence in you. And I just really want to thank you for being here today. Also, I would invite you to come down to Southern California to see what's up in Whittier. We would love for you to come visit us down here and see the great things that we're doing. And lastly, I just want to say that I think any investment into parent engagement and parent education is always a wise one. And it's just the way to go. I think, more inclusive parents and parenting and strategies and learning how to work with educators can only benefit our students. So again, thank you so much for making time for us today.
Thank you, Commissioner Ruiz. And I would say we're happy to come to Whittier. I'm not far. Today I'm in South El Monte, and we were helping schools get open today, and they were kind enough to let me have some space to continue working at the schools. We visited great schools all day. I would just say that I agree with you. There's so much that I know I don't know, but I know enough to know that if we listen to parents about the needs of our students, that will carry us, a great deal of the way that we need to go. It was during the pandemic, Commissioner Ruiz, that we heard from parents who said they felt more disconnected from schools than ever. And the majority of the parents who we were hearing that from were students of color, low-income students, and students with disabilities. And so I'll be honest, we're just building this family engagement unit. The California Department of Education has not quite had such a thing. And it's a small but mighty unit, about 5 folks, largely grant funded. And we found a way to embed a great leader of that team, Lisa Borrego, who's done great outreach with families for many, many years, and some great family engagement specialists that we want to, but what we want to do is learn how to use that to help other districts get better at the work that they're going to do with families, right? Because there's 1,000 districts and we can't get it all done from the Sacramento lane. And so we want to figure out how to build that unit out in a way that we can be really, really helpful. We've got great family engagement team members, and Cindy and James, who are really like liaisons to different parts of the state and are going to help us. But we realize if local school districts aren't doing that engagement, then there'll be a lot of upset families who aren't getting what they need. You know what, Commissioner, the last thing I'll say on this is we intend to build a statewide parent advisory council. Now, I know there are many statewide entities for parents to give voice, but we want to add one that is focused on how parents can help to guide what the California Department of Education does, what I do, what our governor does, and our legislature does. And we want to work closely with parents like you and in your role as a commissioner. And so all that to say, we'd like to continue the conversations about how we build out these family engagement programs. And then how do we point our work to the local districts to make sure that the changes that we need to see are happening there as well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll see you in Whittier, Commissioner. Just give me some time.
So. All right. I hope so. Open invitation.
Let the chair and the vice chair know, and then we'll work on that. And then Heather will help me get the calendar together. That's our biggest challenge, but we will get it together, and we'll look forward to seeing you in Whittier.
Sounds wonderful. Thanks.
Thank you.
Commissioner Winlock?
Thank you, Superintendent Thurmond. Thank you for your comments. I am just really impressed about the idea that you were able to identify some of the opportunities that have kind of happened with COVID. When you talk about the issue about now we're providing more access to kids because we needed more devices in our schools and ways to make sure that we're not leaving kids behind, that really is an opportunity that came about of COVID. And so I just wanted to just make sure that that you continue to look at what were some of the opportunities that have happened because of COVID that we need to extend in our learning. And I just want to give you one area that I work with the development and professional development of our teachers and also our leaders, our school principals and all those kinds of things. And, you know, I need to share with you that our programs have actually increased in the number of people that want to be involved in being a teacher and also getting their administrative leadership credential. And I have to attribute that to because during this time with COVID, we've had to move all of our instruction onto online. And I think that that has provided some access that maybe really that people have kind of seen, this is a better way that I can do it, I can accomplish, I can get to it. So that's just one of those things. And when you talk about recruitment of people of color, that's one of the things that we might want to really look at is the issue about how are we recruiting and then what is going to be their program and making sure that they can have access. So I just wanted to kind of share that with you and continue the great work of really looking at, you know, this is a terrible time for us in so many ways. Yet at the same time, there are some opportunities. And that's the other part that we have to really look at that's changing. So thank you for all you're doing.
Dr. Winlock, Commissioner Winlock, I want to thank you for a couple of things. First off, you know, I love that you made this a strength-based conversation when you talked about opportunities. And it's so, there's nothing wrong with us acknowledging the challenges that we face. My goodness, we face so many of them on every single day. And, and I think that's just real talk. But that you centered us and you certainly centered me by talking about opportunities, that's just strength-based. And I think that's how we have to approach our young people. And, you know, even when we feel down and we tell ourselves that we can make this and our students are resilient and they can continue to learn even under difficult circumstances. But as you point out in the beginning, we got to give them the tools to be able to get there. And you're right, the pandemic put a spotlight on what I consider a bit of an embarrassment for our nation, that with all of our access to technology, we've allowed so many young people to go without access to computers and high-speed internet. And I'd be in trouble with Superintendent Adler and Commissioner Adler if I didn't just say that one of the things that we're going to do in this state is build out the infrastructure to have broadband all over the state, in rural communities and frontier communities and small communities and urban and suburban communities. And so you're right, there's some tremendous opportunities. Sometimes a challenging situation teaches us to think, okay, how do we strive to go beyond just, our survival and build something better? I also felt like what you talked about, the increase in what you're seeing in the interest in professional development. There's a part of me that wants to believe that people are answering that call, the call to action, that they see challenges around them, that they see an opportunity, and that they still have at their core, a desire to be an educator. This is a great profession, and the profession takes a lot of hits. And so, you kind of got me fired up in the way you were talking about the increases in professional development and just thinking that we've got to figure out a way. Sarah's laughing at me. Commissioner Notch is laughing at me. But I think that we have to say there's a call to action. And I believe it was Dr. Hayes White who talked about the build your own programs. I really believe that we can build our own out of local communities, get people excited about entering what is a wonderful profession. And if we can do a little bit of work to improve some of the working conditions and the salary and the training opportunities, I believe that we can answer that call to action that you kind of inspired it in me. And I think we can really help others to answer that call to action.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Tostin.
Good morning, Superintendent Thurmond. Thank you so much for being with us. And I want to acknowledge a commitment that you made at the start of your administration to lead through dialogue and discourse and all of the conversations we've had in different work groups and task force to really address some of the conditions that you're speaking to today, whether it be recruiting a more diverse set of teachers to meet our students. And also, and I want to highlight this for all of our commissioners, the commitment to community-based practices through a number of initiatives. And I'm thinking specifically of the community-based schools initiatives that many LEAs are learning and taking advantage of, and how that dovetails with the need to recruit educators that look like the community that they're serving, so that we're engaging all stakeholders. The other aspect that I wanted to highlight, that it's also in line with Superintendent Thurmond's history and commitment around mental health services and integrating those into school-based models. And I know Commissioner Estes, I saw her try to physically raise her hand earlier, but the digital hand isn't coming up for her, so I'll just create an opening for her because she and I have had conversations around the importance of integrating the mental health aspects and simplifying that system, as well as transforming the conditions our educators are working in, and integrating and including our communities. So no question today, but just more of an affirmation of your leadership and an appreciation. And I can speak on all the commissioners, a commitment to keep the dialogue going and be at your service.
Commissioner Tostin, you really gave me a lot to work with there and a lot to riff off. I like how you also passed the baton to Commissioner Estes. I think Commissioner Estes and I have been in more conversations over the last decade about the concerns of thinking about mental health and the delivery of special education. And I'll be honest, for most of my career, I've been more on the social work side and the delivery of the mental health side. But Commissioner Estes and I have been on a number of panels and conversations about the integration and delivery of services for our students. I'm grateful that you lifted up, first of all, thank you for participating in some of those task forces. We started out with quite a bit of them in 2019. We didn't know that we would be hit with the pandemic. And for a moment, it kind of paused what we were doing with the task force. But then it became really clear we had to get right back to where we started. We started with talking about closing the opportunity gap. We started with talking about equity, and it brought us right back to all the things that we were talking about. But it just meant that we needed to double down, and we started talking about community schools. And I just want to thank you for that. I mean, for those who don't know, maybe you have heard already, $3 billion available for community schools. to have the kind of wraparound supports that our students and families deserve. I'm excited that the Department of Education will help to implement this. I'm going to go visit a community school model in Pomona that the Los Angeles County Office of Education is helping to stand up and support. But, I'm a Bay Area person, and we've been in touch with the Oakland Unified School District, West Contra Costa Unified School District, San Francisco Unified. They've all talked about community schools, and they've all said you got to have a community schools coordinator who can weave it all together. So anyway, thank you for, lifting this up. And, I'm not sure if that was intentional, but it felt like a handoff to Commissioner Estes. I'm working through you, Vice Chair Adler, on who speaks, and I don't want to get in trouble with you or the chair, but it sure felt like a kind of a handoff.
Yes, it did. Elizabeth or Commissioner Estes, do you want to say anything?
I'll be brief. Thanks for all your work. It's so lovely to see you here today. I think that Commissioner Tostin actually said a lot of what I was going to mention, which is my excitement around the mental health in schools work and the community schools work and the integration work that's happening right now across the state and being incentivized. I think it's really going to transform our ability to wrap ourselves around the whole child and improve outcomes for the children and families and staff that are working in our system. So I'm super excited about that. I think that in talking about and I think it would be great if the state that can work on really elevating and identifying the blueprints for that integrated care rollout in community schools and making sure that we allow the field an understanding of what those models are, because as we talked about earlier, we are a world of replication in many cases, and the field really is often looking for ways to go and see and tangibly understand the means to realize an integrated program and a community school. So that's exciting that you're going to go and see some of those. A couple things on the staff shortage. I don't know the answer to this, but I've been thinking that there may be people, and I do know some actually personally that I've put back to work, but people within communities who don't use our traditional means to figure out whether they can come back into the education workforce, who actually hold credentials or who hold licenses to provide some of the related services that our students need. And they don't go to EdJoin or some of the traditional, means by which we publish openings. And so I just have been thinking a lot about whether there isn't an opportunity for the state to figure out some non-traditional means to get the word out that we have these shortages and we really need them to mobilize, even if it's on a part-time basis. So that's just a thought that I've had. And then the other on that is high school workforce development. We do a lot of work in K-12 on workforce development, right? And getting our high schoolers interested in working with our younger students and supporting them, I think, is a great way to really feed those students that are interested in doing that and maybe becoming teachers long-term, but also to provide support to the younger students. So I know that's a model that some of the schools are actually utilizing, particularly that are united school districts. So anyway, I thank you so much. And I'm excited for the year to come.
It's great stuff, Commissioner Estes. I'm just thinking, Madam Chair, we probably need a working session. And I don't know how we do that. If there's a way for us to do that, that satisfies whatever, the Brown Act or any of those other Bagley-Keene needs, but that there'd be a way for us. So many great ideas are coming out that I want to make sure that we have a way to circle back and work on them together. I'm certainly willing to sponsor and host a working group session virtually or in person, whatever makes the most sense. But it just seems to me that there's tremendous opportunities. You're right, Commissioner Estes, the way the state handles recruitment is not always really community oriented. And sometimes it's hard for people to know about opportunities. And we have to change the way we recruit. We have to change the way we talk about the job requirements, because I believe that there are many state agencies that turn away candidates just by the way they've aligned the qualifications, and that there are some people who probably qualify who are being turned away. And I just think that we have to make changes there. And I think we have a big opportunity in front of us to align our mental health and special education systems. A lot of money is going into mental health over the course of the next couple of years, but a lot of it's one-time money. And I think we have to figure out a way that we're going to get all the agencies and managed care and the county behavioral health agencies aligned in a way that we build the system that, this is how I'm thinking about the pandemic, Chair Hayes-White, that a lot of money's coming in from the state, a lot of money's coming in from the federal government, but a lot of it's one time, and that we have to take it and build a system that's going to help us have sustainability going forward. And I've said this to people about community schools, Chair Tossin. I've said we should take the dollars that we have now and build a system that will allow us to have community schools as part of California schools indefinitely, not just for the life of the grant that's going to go out over the course of the next 3 to 4 years. And so with your permission, Chair Hayes-White, I'm going to have to get in the car to get to a meeting, and I may be able to switch over to my phone and stay with you all if there are other questions for me. But I'm hoping that we can have a working session. I don't want to be just come in, say hi, and leave. But if you hear me say nothing else, thank you for your service. What you all do is amazing. It is so important to me, to the state, and to our families and our students. And I'm hopeful that we can have a number of ongoing conversations and some working sessions to come up with a couple of things to partner on together.
That sounds so wonderful. And we look forward as a body to continue this dialogue and to continue working with you. And I do look forward to partnering with you as soon as you are able to, and your schedule is available for us to have a working group. I don't want to keep you, so I know you have to move on, but thank you so much for what you do for children in California. Thank you so much for your leadership, and we should be connecting with you soon.
Thank you. You're in great hands with Heather Calomese, and perhaps we can work through Heather to figure out how to put together a working group. And I will see if I can get on my phone while I'm in the car. If you grant me a little bit of flexibility, I'll see if I can get on the phone in case there were any questions that needed to get answered that I didn't answer. Thank you all, commissioners, for your service, and have a great rest of the meeting. And we'll see you soon.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, commissioners, we are now ready for our lunch break. So we are going to break now and come back for 1:00 p.m. So get some lunch, stretch your legs, rest your eyes, and we will be back here at 1:00 sharp. Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome back, commissioners. We are going to jump right on into the next item, item number 5, California Special Education Governance and Accountability Study Update. Staff from WestEd are here to provide us an update. Welcome, Sara, Jason, Terry, Ty, and Tyson. I now turn over the mic to your team.
Thank you, Chair Hayes-White and Vice Chair Adler. We're very happy to be here with you today again. We attended the June ACSE meeting to give you an update on this report and are excited to provide some further information today. We are making great progress with this report. We're going to start out today. We'll go through our presentation and then look forward to your questions and comments. But we'll start out with sharing some grounding assumptions, review the purpose and the legislative charge for this study, then briefly review the study methods with you, and then proceed. We want today's focus mostly to be on our key takeaways and our draft proposed recommendations. So we'll be focusing on that. The grounding assumptions that are very important as we talk through the proposed recommendations, especially today, that we want you to understand that we started from. are first that this study was conducted with a focus on students, and specifically and as required by the legislative charge on improving students' educational outcomes and the delivery of services and supports in the least restrictive environment. And that priority of inclusive practice and improving outcomes is the focus of all of the recommendations. They're geared toward that goal and focused around students. And along with that, there are many entities that serve students from that local level all the way to the state level. And there is no single entity at any of those levels responsible for any shortcomings or able to improve the system on its own. And we just recognize that improvement in this area is going to require significant systemic work, and we are all part of that solution. And there is a lot of work going forward. The purpose of this study, as commissioned by the legislature in the Budget Act of 2020, is to examine California's current governance and accountability structures for special education and provide recommendations to better improve student outcomes and deliver those special education services and supports in the least restrictive environment. We specifically were asked by the legislature for recommendations that would ensure transparency in local decision-making, family and community input in local decision-making, and the equitable distribution of special education supports and services to LEAs, including small LEAs. We have focused also, based on the charge from the legislature, in aligning the state and federal accountability and support systems, and focusing on aligning special education and general education accountability systems toward that common goal of improved student outcomes. And I am really excited today. We have most of our core study team here today that's going to be sharing with us. And so my name is Sara Doutre. I guess I could have started with that, from WestEd. I am a special education technical assistance provider and researcher, a former special education teacher, and the parent of a student with an IEP, and two other children as well that don't have IEPs but require a lot of support sometimes. And on our team, we have several people today. I'm going to turn it over to Ty Ripma, who is a study team member with experience working in early childhood in California, early childhood special education. Also presenting today will be Terry Williams-Valentine, who is a special education policy expert on the WestEd team, Jason Willis, who many of you know, but who is the area director at WestEd for strategic planning and resource allocation, and Tyson Barrett, who is a contractor from WestEd from Utah State University, who has been our statistician for this study. So I'm excited to have the full team here today to speak to you all. And I'm going to turn the next couple of minutes over to Ty to talk about our methods and the framework for the study.
Thank you, Sara. Are you going to keep sharing slides?
I am. I did not mean to do that.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
No, all good. Thank you, Sara. Good afternoon, commissioners. So to meet the charge of the study and to meet the study's purpose, we have relied on 4 primary methods: a review of applicable federal and state law, regulations, policy, procedures, and guidance, a series of statewide data analyses that helped us both to identify and also to explore trends and opportunities that exist within the state, a survey and interviews, as well as focus groups with key stakeholders, which led to the development of case studies, which I'll talk more about in a minute. And finally, a review of other state, regional, district, and school practices, as well as a review of the research literature and other available data. I want to talk a little about the process and purpose of the surveys and focus groups. So to get our survey and focus group sample, we used statewide data from 2018-19. We're looking at both student assessment and growth metrics, and also lower than expected disproportionality in both identification and in discipline for certain student groups. And we use those data to select about 30 high and not as high performing LEAs that we asked to participate in a survey to learn more about their experiences. And from there, we picked a subset of 5 of those LEAs where we conducted focus groups and interviews to learn more about their successful strategies for serving all students, also including students with IEPs. And of course, given the focus of the study, we also and specifically wanted to learn more about the role that governance and accountability structures were playing in each of those LEAs efforts to create successful conditions for learning for students. And I want to emphasize that the data that were gathered through the surveys and the focus groups didn't determine the recommendations that we're going to present to you today. The findings that were made from the study's policy review and statewide data analyses were completed separately from the interviews and from the focus groups. But still talking with these LEAs and the families really helped to keep us grounded in how governance and accountability systems impact people, teachers, administrators, families, of course, students. And I think the focus groups and interviews also helped to shed some light on some of the enabling conditions for improving outcomes for students with IEPs, which I'll talk about on an upcoming slide. So first, shifting to talk about the study framework, Sarah's going to show a map here in a second that shows you the percentage of all students with IEPs who are inside general education classrooms 80% or more of their school day for each state in the country. And the map shows that a relatively low percentage of California's students with IEPs spend 80% or more of their school day in general education classrooms. And I know that these data are probably familiar to you, but I want to reframe this as really an incredible opportunity for growth in California. Because what's interesting is that, and this is consistent with the national literature as well, is that in California, student growth and outcomes improve when a student spends more time in the general education classroom. So our statistician, Tyson, was able to show us using California data that for a 10% or 10 percentage point increase in the time spent in the general education classroom, there's an associated 13.3 percentage point increase in academic growth as measured on statewide assessments. Also, what we don't have a slide for you on this, but teacher longevity is similarly associated with improved student outcomes. So these are two just huge opportunities for California when we consider our framework for this study and our strategies for improving outcomes for students with IEPs, figuring out ways to meaningfully include students with IEPs in the general education classroom for a greater percentage of their school day, figuring out ways to keep teachers and administrators in their school communities longer. Both of these could have immensely positive impacts on the academic performance of students with IEPs. So our framework is grounded on removing barriers or enabling LEAs to do things like that, like include students with IEPs in general education, like support teachers to stay, rather than or in addition to sort of framing in terms of trying to drive those outcomes from the state level. And so in addition to the LRE quantitative data that informs the framework for the study, I also just want to offer these enabling conditions that emerge from the focus group transcripts, many of which are consistent with those identified in previous research about what improves outcomes for students with IEPs, which we found can occur across many different types of LEAs. And we can just sort of hold these in our minds as we think about the findings and recommendations of the study. So the conditions are inclusive vision, mission, and mindset, boiled down essentially to all kids or our kids. Strong communication and relationships, both that strong internal communication as well as frequent communication and strong relationships with families and even robust connections with other community partners. Longevity in teacher and instructional staff and administrators. We saw teacher induction and support systems and processes that honor staff input and decision-making as important to that longevity. Empowerment to make decisions about education programs and resources, not just at the administrator level, but also empowering families and teachers. And then easily accessible and growth-oriented student-level data on academics and wellness for all students. And so we know that many LEAs encounter, barriers to achieving the enabling conditions that you see on this slide. And so the recommendations that my colleagues will present are really intended to support LEAs and overcoming those barriers to success. And that's all from me. I'll turn it now over to Terry to talk through the local recommendations.
Thank you very much, Ty. I appreciate that. And I appreciate having your time this afternoon, commissioners. It's very nice to be with you today. We're going to walk you through each of the different levels of considerations and our proposed recommendations and the implications of each of those proposed recommendations, moving from the local level to the intermediary level and finally to the state level and what those implications are. Please take to the next slide. I don't know if Sarah, thank you very much, Sarah. So looking at our overarching priorities for recommendations, we wanted to make sure that you keep in mind this particular frame here, is that our overarching priorities in each of the recommendations that we have made here is that student, family, teacher focus priority as the end users of this system. Who are we talking about and what are those implications that can affect these populations of individuals within the system? We're looking to integrate, and one of the overarching priorities is supporting one system of accountability and support for all students. Back to that context that Ty was presenting, is these are all our students. Also creating transparency and removing duplication where there are different overlaps within the systems and avoiding some of those redundancies that could pose additional barriers. And then also removing additional barriers to innovation and decision making at the local level for schools and districts. So you will see these reflected in each of the recommendations that we are making at all different levels of the system. The first ones that I'd like to take you through right now are the takeaways and the recommendations regarding LEA roles and responsibilities in special education governance and accountability. And it's important for moving forward in terms of this particular context to start with a foundational context about what it means for general education students and students with IEPs within the general education system of governance and accountability. So we're going to start with a foundational context where we are talking, and you've heard these references at past meetings at which we've presented different pieces of this study, but governance in the context of the decision-making authority of an entity or the structure by which an entity makes and communicates its decisions, and how that entity assigns responsibility at all other levels, where accountability is the oversight structure that's created by federal, state, and local entities that evaluate and ensure effective implementation of those legal requirements and any local rules and best practice. So in examining each of the levels, the interaction at all levels of a governance and accountability system, we've noted that policies that direct the governance structures themselves really have less influence on student outcomes than policies that remove the barriers and create conditions that would enable LEAs, building administrators, teachers, and others to establish priority and really move forward to create change for all students, including students with IEPs. And so we're in the process through this study of reframing from the top-down structures to bottom-up support that drives innovation, change, and adaptive response. So in taking a look at our current system, that's some additional foundational context here, but in taking a look at our current system, and I know that these are concepts that you are acutely familiar with in the context of the work that you do, but just to make sure that we're having that touch point for the local control funding formula as establishing the general education accountability system that promotes continuous improvements through local control and this flexibility in meeting students' needs. We have the local control accountability plan as the required planning document that LEAs need to set these goals, plan for their actions, and identify resources to meet the goals focused on student outcomes. And also the dashboard as the public reporting platform and providing information about how LEAs are doing. And with the technical assistance and support for improvement occurring through the statewide system of support. Now, if we move to taking a look at what that different overlay for special education looks like in the context of this current system, we see a little bit of a nuance here where our special education systems and structures currently look different. Even though consideration for students with IEPs is contemplated within the general education LCFF structures and in other systems, special education itself is really addressed through a separate system of governance and accountability. We have the separate funding increments for special education. We have multiple required plans focused on special education improvement and accountability. We have accountability data reported through the state performance plan and annual performance report and posted as such on CDE's website. And we also have improvement support that is provided by the state through monitoring process and other dedicated and focused technical assistance and targeted improvement projects. So although there is the requirement that planning for special education fund use, planning for special education fund use doesn't have to be in the LCAP. And so even though there are considerations for students with disabilities within the general education LCFF system and structure, it really is this existence of this separate overlay system for special education. And so we wanted to examine further where these systems are aligned and integrated and where they promote innovation, and also where there are some redundancies and some duplication that we may be able to reform through our review efforts. So our key takeaways with this particular look are in the accountability process. We really have, in the context of IDEA accountabilities and responsibilities, that federal guidance has really made clear that all accountabilities for special education belong to LEAs and apply directly to subrecipients of federal special education funds directly. It is those districts that are monitored for compliance, receive annual determinations for how well they're doing, and they're also it is their responsibility around different improvement strategies, but it really is this direct through line to the local education agency through the federal system of accountability. In California, there are some exceptions to this in terms of the creation of a state-defined role for a SELPA, or this intermediary unit, where the state has assigned some of these federal responsibilities that belong to LEAs under the federal special education law. These are assigned directly to SELPAs in California. And so we examined, in the context of what we examined through the legal and policy review, as well as the other things that we took a look at here, is we looked at sort of the formal and informal connections that exist within the state for LEAs to ensure placement and services options, looking at what is formal as established by law, and looking at what is informal in terms of the connections that are made outside of legal requirements. And data analysis showed that LEAs do have really independent agreements with other LEAs, county offices, outside of SELPA relationships. So we do know that there is this informal structure for improvement, support, planning that exists in the context of special education presently. So the first recommendation that I wanted to walk you through here is about establishing that we have seen that there is a need to clearly establish that each local education agency, and in this context, we're referring to school districts, charter schools, or in limited cases, county offices, to clarify, as required under federal law, that the LEA is ultimately responsible for providing the education of students with IEPs, and therefore meeting all commensurate legal requirements under IDEA. So this would be a circumstance in which and presently, we sometimes have districts and charter schools, sometimes SELPAs, sometimes both are meeting some of these requirements as identified under IDEA. And we know that this exists in practice also, even if the designation isn't made in state law. And so this can lead to some, for lack of a better term, obfuscation about roles and responsibilities, and some contradictions with what's presented in IDEA. So while it is true that different entities under IDEA can be LEAs, that direct to occur straight through to an LEA in terms of requirements. So we're going to explore this a little bit more. How do we find this connection between practice and law and that recommendations? And in some cases in California, LEAs, and by this I mean school districts, charter schools, are accountable for IDEA requirements. But in other circumstances, as I've said, SELPAs are required to complete certain activities. So we recommend revision to Ed Code to really make clear that LEAs are solely responsible for all aspects of special education, as identified above in the list here about child finds, special education and related services, placement decisions, and whatnot. And I give a particular example of this. In California, SELPAs and LEAs take on child find responsibilities for helping to identify and locate students who may need special education services. Parents are advised to contact either SELPAs or LEAs if they have a concern about their child's progress. And SELPAs, while they may be supporting school districts by providing special education related services to students, they have no children within their jurisdiction. And so there's a little bit of a disconnect here in that SELPAs would have any role and responsibilities in child find. So that is an illustrative example about what we're talking about switching some of these formal and informal designations that exist and really making clear that direct line of LEA responsibility. By making these changes, state law and practice would clearly align with federal requirements and make really clear that single point of special education accountability and authority. The other context that we wanted to draw here is that in contexts where SELPAs are direct recipients of federal funds from IDEA, IDEA contemplates that federal policy contemplates that the accountabilities of LEAs under federal law apply to those subrecipients directly. But we don't have a system right now where where the state monitors SELPAs for their implementation of IDEA requirements. We don't see that SELPAs are responsible for receiving annual determinations and the follow-up activities that are associated with receiving an annual determination of performance under IDEA. And they're also not, the SELPAs do not publicly report data and information on annual performance report indicators. And they also don't have to meet IDEA fiscal requirements for funds. Those responsibilities clearly belong to schools and districts and charter schools. And so what we're looking at is shifting some of these responsibilities to make very clear that LEAs have the roles and responsibilities here. And I wanted to make sure that the connection and draw back to that connection to some of the pieces that Ty and Sara have talked about here, that this shift will support the enabling conditions that need to exist in LEAs to improve outcomes about the shared mission, vision, and mindset, the strong community relationships, local decision-making and accountability, and also empowerment for that decision-making. We are streamlining. Our recommendations are to streamline this particular system and make those roles and responsibilities more clear than they are in both law and practice right now. The second recommendation that we are taking a look at regarding LEAs is to provide LEAs the authority and autonomy to enter into and leave agreements with other LEAs, consortia of LEAs, or other agencies to meet the variable needs of students that they serve through flexible continuum of services. In this case, we know that LEAs are required to ensure that they make available services and supports that students need as determined by IEP teams. And that the reality is that LEAs do cooperate with multiple other agencies, inclusive of SELPAs, county offices, and other LEAs in order to meet those myriad of obligations based on students' individualized needs. And so our recommendation is focused on leveraging these existing relationships and building upon them to ensure flexibility that LEAs have in meeting students' needs. And it's not fully necessary to require an intermediate agency like a SELPA to broker connections and to create those options, because we know that they exist independent of the existing legal structure right now. So Jason's going to walk us through, I appreciate your letting me go through those quickly. Jason's going to walk us through what change looks like.
Thanks, Terry. So one thing, actually, if we could go back to slide 19, I just wanted to offer a very explicit example of, in particular, how these set of recommendations for LEAs, forward one more, thanks, in how this would change for LEAs. So in particular, as Terry was saying, what's being recommended here is that we're shifting and clarifying the responsibilities that are on squarely the shoulders of LEAs around students with disabilities. And in particular, both the second and the third bullet, offer examples of where this would shift dramatically for LEAs if this were to be implemented. So for example, with LEAs, having a clear line of responsibility around the continuum of placements that are kind of available for meeting the needs of students with IEPs, really instructs LEAs to make sure that they're dedicating the time and energy and resources to ensuring that they're meeting those set of needs and that those placements are available. And second, to this point around receiving and overseeing the use of IDEA and state special education funds, the LEA's function, particularly from a budgetary and financial accounting perspective, is inclusive of just about every dollar that is available to K-12 systems, with the exception of IDA and state special education funds. So the shift on the ground practically is that LEAs and their leadership and stakeholders would have a substantial voice in how the totality of the allocation of funds are spent, in complement to the other resources that those school districts receive from the state through programs like LCFF or other types of allocations of dollars that have come up even as most recently as the Budget Act of 2021. The other kind of implication here is on the second recommendation that Terry presented, which is really around the opportunity for LEAs to choose which type of consortium that they are a part of. So if we move forward to that recommendation, thanks. This really creates a complement to the first recommendation, in that since LEAs will be taking on a set of that accountability because of the new and refined and clarified responsibilities that they have, their ability to be able to choose and have flexibility to access different sets of consortia or other agencies to get access to those services seems like a vitally important step, because you're raising the level of accountability for the LEA, and you want to be able to create an environment in which they can get access to those kinds of services as they would need it. So I just want to offer a little bit more of a deeper example of how Terry, I think, eloquently explained the LEA recommendations and how that would apply in context if the state were to take them up.
Thank you, Jason. I'm going to talk next about our key takeaways and recommendations regarding the intermediary agencies' responsibilities for special education governance and accountability. And in this area, again, as Terry spoke about, we spent a lot of time examining the ed code around both county offices and their responsibilities for LEAs, and especially in the system of improving outcomes for students, and looking at that at the SELPA as well. And so some of our key takeaways are that the state law that established the statewide system of support, so when we moved to that LCFF, it really prioritized this creation of a single system to support program improvement and build the capacity of LEAs. And it's really important to understand that students with IEPs are included in that system, not only as a subgroup, but when we look at our students with disabilities, most of our students with disabilities are partaking in that as general education students first, right? That their special education services are not most of their day or most of what they're receiving at school. They're participating as general education students. Every general education teacher has students with IEPs in their class and is working with them. And so this isn't a responsibility that the statewide system of support really envisioned that and envisioned one system. And importantly, along with that, from the statewide data, it's important to understand that students with IEPs are the most frequent student group that make our school districts and county offices eligible for differentiated assistance. And so when we look at that eligibility, that group that they're unable to move the needle for is most often students with IEPs. And thus the LEAs and county offices are already tasked with prioritizing their group in improvement planning. So when a county office receives funds for differentiated assistance from the state and through the LCFF, those funds should be targeted to those students who need to have improved outcomes, and thus should be targeted towards students with IEPs, proportionally probably to how often they're part of that group making it eligible. And so we have two separate systems, again, as Terry pointed out, that really are aimed at a common objective. And so looking at this intermediary level and how the state uses the intermediary level, we really spent a lot of time looking at that. And as Ty said earlier, we conducted surveys in a very small number of LEAs given the size of the study, and just to confirm what practice looks like. And so again, our findings are not made based on this, but the survey data from that group of LEAs did really strongly support that most administrators agreed that special education data was used separately from general education data to make decisions about special education, indicative of the two separate improvement planning systems, which isn't surprising. And we'll get into further talking about the different reports that are required, that we require separate improvement planning reports for special education than we do for all students. So our recommendation, we have one recommendation, broad recommendations, and then several sub-bullets that I'll discuss. But our recommendation is that the intermediary agency and its role in improvement planning and the statewide system of support should be the same for general and special education. We shouldn't have two separate systems aiming to improve outcomes for students with disabilities. And what that looks like is that we are proposing we integrate and align the current County Office of Education and SELPA roles that focus on building the capacity of LEAs to support continuous improvement efforts, to close achievement gaps consistent with the system of support. That includes, again, reducing redundancy that Terry talked about really nicely across those state and federal programs, integrating guidance and resources, making sure that we're consistently communicating this message, and supporting LEAs to meet identified student needs through the LCAP process, including for students with IEPs, and importantly, for those students with IEPs that are also in other subgroups. When we start separating those out, we start to lose the picture that our students with disabilities, more than 30% of students with IEPs are also multilingual learners, are learning English at the same time, and 70% are experiencing socioeconomic disadvantage or poverty. And so when we separate those out, we're separating their needs and kind of dividing up the student. Some of the ways we are recommending that happen is to leverage the current SELPA expertise through county offices of education related to improvement planning and support, and assisting LEAs to meet IDEA requirements and provide appropriate, effective special education services. Again, knowing that those supports, if we're designing professional development for LEAs and for teachers, for general education administrators, general education teachers, that should be happening in a coordinated way. We need to leverage our expertise and elevate that expertise on special education to make sure it's getting to the general education administrators and teachers. The statewide system of support already includes leads that are working on special education and making headway there. And we recommend that the statewide system of support model should model inclusive practice and play, again, that same role in special education and support the infrastructure. Supporting that infrastructure could require change of statute, change in practice, potentially additional funding, but those leads related to special education, we should make sure that's available to everyone and elevate those pieces, and then make sure the statewide system of support also includes enough supports on inclusive practice. And that's the third one, is make those additional investments to make sure that every level of that statewide system of support includes building the capacity to include students with IEPs in all levels and types of support. So through the universal supports, through the targeted supports, and then through differentiated assistance, that should all include considerations for students with IEPs, again, knowing that students with IEPs are participating in nearly every classroom in California. And I'm going to let Jason talk a little bit more again about what that change might actually look like.
Yeah, so here again, just in thinking about the role of the county, I think it would be helpful, Sarah, to go back. I believe it's to the, yeah, thank you. So in particular, as we think about the ways the counties currently act relative to LEAs that are identified, for example, for differentiated assistance, there are roles that they play in helping to identify root cause, advance potential solutions that help to address those root causes for which they were identified in the dashboard. And what this recommendation fundamentally incorporates is a perspective of bringing special education program expertise more integral into those conversations as it would be necessary, so that instead of thinking about the work and role of a county through differentiated assistance, particularly around students with IEPs, as a affiliated or associated activity, that it would be integrated from the start. And we actually do see some examples of this across the state of California, in which counties have had the vision and foresight to organize themselves in this way, but it's not a stated or what we would describe as an across-the-board design that we see through counties, in particular as they think about their role in the statewide system of support. So in this way, this recommendation would further advance the guardrails around how those staff inside of county offices are organizing themselves relative to other regional entities that are supporting LEAs in the work of improving student outcomes for all students, but in particular in this reference point to those student groups that are struggling the most in systems that have been identified for differentiated assistance. So just, again, wanted to put a finer point on the recommendation that Sara laid out around intermediary agencies.
Thanks, Jason. So now we're going to talk about the key takeaways and recommendations regarding the state's role in and responsibilities in special education governance and accountability. So next slide. So some of the key takeaways for the state included essential insights from the legal reviews, actions already taken by the state regarding the statewide data collection, and responses to the survey. The legal review highlighted that California currently requires collaboration between SELPAs and COEs on their member LEAs LCAPs. However, there's a disconnect between the varied plans that address special education, which include the LCAP, the SELPA local plan, and this leads to disjointed ownership and responsibility for improving outcomes for students with IEPs. Another thing the legal review highlighted was, although California has established state priorities for special education in statute that actually enumerates specific requirements for compliance by LEAs, the CDE puts forth relatively little state policy guidance for LEAs. Another one that, as a statistician, was exciting to see is that the state is already showing the intention to reduce some of the redundancy that we mentioned. And in this case, it's where they are combining the formerly disparate student databases for general education and special education. In the past, those have been completely separate, usually tied together with an identifier, but they remained separate and there was redundancy even within those databases. Now there's just one database that's known as CalPADS. And this alone shows the recent efforts in California to reduce redundancy, in this case regarding data collection and maintenance. Lastly, the survey data further confirmed that the system can be confusing for personnel and families. For example, few school personnel or families were familiar with CDE's monitoring process, only 17% said they were. And only about half were familiar with the dispute resolution process. Generally, parents were not familiar with the LCAP monitoring processes or the SELPA community advisory committees or CACs. Of those familiar, the majority had not participated in developing the LCAP, and few had seen community advisory committee recommendations lead to a change in the SELPA's actual local plan. Go to the next slide. So this leads to our recommendations. There are two regarding the state. The first one is to increase transparency, amplify the voices of special education stakeholders, including families, and reduce duplication in the CDE general education accountability system, included in the LCFF, and special education monitoring and technical assistance systems. Specifically, increasing transparency of CDE's monitoring and technical assistance activities, and improve accessibility and navigability of the sections of the CDE website dedicated to special education accountability. Currently, those are not clear, especially for families and for often for teachers. More directly include students with IEPs in the LCAP process, like the inclusion of English learners and students who are experiencing economic disadvantage. And then revise the LCAP requirements to consider requiring a local special education advisory committee or representation of families of students with IEPs on the LCAP advisory. Furthermore, reducing duplication by increasing expectations that students with IEPs are meaningfully included in the accountability process for all students. As we keep mentioning, students with IEPs are general education students first, so they should be included in other areas as well. So we recommend that transition from a separate special education plan, the SEP, to requiring LEAs to address their special education data and improvement efforts in the LCAP. Address IDEA compliance through an LCAP addendum, similar to the federal addendum that is currently used to meet the ESSA requirements. And then secondly, streamline and increase access to publicly reported data, including required public reporting on the APR indicators, by increasing the usability of the user interface for the APR indicators. Consider if additional special education data can be included on the California dashboard and which data would meet the priority of supporting inclusive practice and improving outcomes. And finally, the second and final recommendation for the state is to communicate clear priorities and share resources for improving outcomes and supporting best practice in special education to LEAs, communities, and families. All state general supervision and related activities should be oriented to improving outcomes of students with IEPs. So first, establish mechanisms to communicate directly with LEAs in collaboration with COEs. Ensuring communication about priorities and best practices for students with IEPs is provided to both special education and general education leaders, teachers, and other service providers. Currently, those mechanisms are generally through the SELPA or separately through the COE. And then second, more clearly describe state priorities for and how it intends to ensure improved outcomes for students with IEPs through its website and other public mechanisms. This could include distributing LEA success stories and resources created by its technical assistance projects. And now we'll have Jason walk through what these changes might look like in practice.
Oh, Ty, I think this is Sara. Sara, I think you were going to take this on.
Thanks, Jason. Yeah, so similar to how Jason described, I want to talk about what this looks like in a little more detail, and I want to focus in on the multiple plans that are created by LEAs each year to address improving outcomes for students with disabilities, students with IEPs. That right now, there's one LEA that could be required to address students with IEPs in their LCAP because students with IEPs did not make progress on the dashboard indicators. That LEA, if the LEA didn't make progress on the dashboard indicators, they likely didn't make progress on the APR indicators, many of which measure similar items, and so may be required to submit a special education plan or SEP as well. And that LEA is likely to have been identified as having disproportionality and may have a CEIS or Coordinated Early Intervening Services plan as well. All three of those plans look at the root cause for the lack of improvement for students with IEPs, or in the case of disproportionality, students who don't yet have IEPs but need additional supports in general education. So when we start to look at the root causes, when we look at especially performance of students with disabilities and proficiency on assessments, which is often what's used in those systems, The root cause often comes back to high quality general instruction, core instruction in that classroom, and inclusion. Like we found, and those data Ty shared at the beginning are important because that 10 percentage point increase, so going from 70 to 80 or 80 to 90% in the general education class and having improved outcomes, those weren't data dependent on the quality of the teacher. Those data are consistent across disability category. And so they really are improving outcomes for students with disabilities and students who need additional support so they don't become labeled as students with disabilities in the case of disproportionality, all boil down to very similar root causes often. And so what we're proposing is that those plans all be contained within the LCAP, that planning for improving student outcomes be done by general education, that it be supported through general education, and that we don't need additional plans for that. That if LEAs are doing that well, and that means they need to submit a portion or provide some evidence to CDE instead of a SEP, that their LCAP addresses that. Or if we are looking at providing guidance that if students with IEPs are one of the reasons you're identified for differentiated assistance, then here's a whole bunch of data you, the LEA, broad LEA, right, general education, have to review while you're creating your LCAP. There are some ways to ensure students are addressed there so we don't end up with different plans that are accountable to different people. And I think that's one of the biggest pieces here. The other piece that's important here is the local plan that describes that continuum of services. That the local plan actually was discontinued in the reauthorization of IDEA. That was something early on as we were transitioning to serving students with disabilities in our public schools, that every LEA had to submit a fairly detailed plan describing that continuum. And now that's done in most states simply through the assurances required by IDEA, similar to how the state of California provides assurances to the U.S. Department of Education to receive its funding. LEAs have to provide a series of assurances that they will meet those requirements. And that local plan is one of those requirements that California has kept in place that is not required by federal law. And so I think the plan piece is an area where the state can go really far in reducing the burden on LEAs as a whole, and also shifting some of that responsibility and helping LEAs understand that improvement of outcomes for students who have IEPs is usually not dependent on special education, but on improving their access to and the quality of their general education. So again, just hopefully a point that illustrates more how this would be applied, how our recommendations will do that. That is the end of our report. I didn't provide a slide for that, but just next steps. So you all know this report will be submitted to the legislature on November 1st. And we've taken these draft recommendations. I think many of you have seen them. I'm sure we have posted these draft recommendations publicly. And over the last month have held, I think we counted 42 meetings this morning with more than 100 stakeholders to talk about these recommendations and the implications. And those stakeholders include teachers and administrators and different associations, different groups. And we're getting great input on, again, that level of detail that's needed for us to include in this report about the implications and making sure we describe really well what change would look like. But we're excited for you all to receive this report as well when it goes to the legislature on November 1st.
Thank you so much, Sara, Jason, Terry, Ty, and Tyson for your detailed work. I'm going to turn over for the question and comment section to the commissioners, but I have a question that I wanted to ask first. I'm not sure if I missed this piece, and please correct me if you did. I was going back and looking at slide number 19, and the question that I had was, under this study's recommendation, what revised or proposed role would the SELPAs have?
Thank you, Chair Hayes-White. I probably could have been more explicit in my section talking about that intermediary role. but our recommendation is that the expertise of SELPAs be integrated into the county offices. And so the county offices, if they need to continue to form separate regions within their county to provide those supports to LEAs within the LEA, they would do that. But the supports provided by the SELPA or by the county office, whichever, would be explicitly at the direction and funded by separate funding. So for example, and I think this is important, I'm going to go back a little bit more to Terry talked about that the LEAs we envision being explicitly responsible for ensuring students receive services. And so that responsibility solely falls on the LEAs. And then there are responsibilities that have fallen to SELPAs from CDE that if they continue, such as alternative dispute resolution, right, is a good example of this, is an activity that is often intended to be funded by that intermediary agency or not by the LEA, that those funds would continue to flow through the county office and then at its discretion to SELPAs or other organizations to do those activities. Or if CDE explicitly provided funding for data collection and cleaning, like there have been expectations of SELPAs in the past to do some of that data collection and reporting, that there would be explicit funding from CDE that flowed to, again, the county office or SELPA to do those activities, and they wouldn't be dependent on LEAs providing them with funds to do that. However, if LEAs are in need of and want to develop a consortia, as we talked about, they have the authority to do that and could continue to do that. So if there are a group of LEAs that currently belong to a SELPA and they say, hey, we think this is working great, we really like the structure, we really like what we're getting for the money we're putting in, we want this to stay just how it is, they could take that allocation plan that would no longer be submitted to CDE, but they would be held to that by the LEAs and could institute and continue that as an organization. But if there were other areas where the LEAs chose to not engage in that, they would have that authority to create a separate consortia or, again, like Terry talked about, establish those connections on their own to provide necessary services for students. Does that help answer your question?
Yes, thank you so much. Commissioners, do you have any comments or questions?
I think I saw Commissioner Rui's hand up.
Yes. Hi, thank you so much for this report and for your presentation today. I just can't help it read through the lines that it's like ultimately taking away a lot of responsibility from SELPAs, and like that ultimately SELPAs will just have such a lesser role. And I'm a parent commissioner, and I just know that the SELPA has been a lifeblood for my son's education, and I value both special ed and general ed. I have a son in both. But my son in general ed that is doing phenomenal started in special ed. And I feel like it's the expertise of the SELPA that was able to catch this. And I just have some concerns that we're taking the great responsibility, as you guys said, it is a great responsibility to care for our students with disabilities and take that from the SELPA, who's solely dedicated to students with IEPs, and give that to the county or just to the LEAs. And it's extremely concerning to me. And I want to know, what is the benefit of doing this? And then another thing that I wanted to mention was, we have discussed this in the past, that the data sample that you guys are using is not a great representation of California. And so I would still like a little bit more information about that.
Thank you, Commissioner Ruiz. And I can respond, and then others on the team can join also. I think the important piece here, I'm so glad to hear that your children have received and are receiving great services. I think that is the hope always. I think the concern as we look through education code and what is required and then look at the activities is that there has not been an accountability system for those type of things to be provided by SELPAs. And so we don't collect data on the services they provide directly, or, for example, how often an IEP is facilitated and those type of things. We don't have data, so we can't look at that. And the shift in, again, the federal guidance on alignment of accountability and authority, or that use of funds, that authority for the use of funds has shifted, so they need to be aligned. So if we want to shift the other direction and assign those responsibilities to SELPAs and assign those, then we also have to hold them accountable. So they would have to be evaluated for disproportionality. They would have to receive a determination under IDEA and those pieces. Some of those Terry talked about. And the potential benefit here, I think, is the connection we can make to inclusive practice. That, again, it's that influence on general education, that for most students with disabilities, they still are spending, although not as many as we would like, most of their time in general education. And so it's really an alignment of the systems. And so those recommendations are geared toward that. And then I'll also address, and then let Tyson add if he wants to, about the sample. I want to be really clear that that selection, that group of LEAs that were surveyed, and just so you all know, we had about 3,000 responses from the 32 LEAs to our surveys, which is really, really impressive in California. And so I think it tells you the level that people are interested in this. And then those 5 LEAs where we conducted case studies, those are simply illustrations. And so the recommendations are not dependent on those. Those weren't used to make the recommendations. And so I think that's just kind of a disconnect, is that we're using those to illustrate how this is implemented in different types of governance. But there's no evidence from the statewide data that those types of governance, so a type or size of LEA, or the type or size of SELPA, if it's a single district SELPA or a multi-district SELPA, that those have any influence on outcomes. And so the recommendations are all, again, driven by that statewide data. And then we brought in some of the survey data to share with you how that looks like in practice and to support that. But all of our recommendations are made based on the statewide data. Tyson, anything you want to add to that?
And the survey data, when we look at its overall sample, it is actually representing, generally speaking, more involved, especially when it comes to families. They're generally more involved. Their demographics show that they're more educated and things like that. Excuse me. And so it actually, if those parents, the ones that are probably more aware of how the state works, even they don't understand how the system is playing out, it just adds more. It just adds more to the findings that the system is confusing, even for those that are probably better connected.
I just also want to add that I heard kind of a reoccurring theme or thing that was said that, talking about how students do so much better in general ed. And our SELPA and the districts that my son went to really tried to do that, and tried to have my son be in gen ed classes, and it just was not a good fit. He was pretty impacted, and a lot of time would cause distraction in the gen ed situation. And so, it ended up being pretty negative. And then, he had to end up being, going to more of a separate class. And so I just want to make sure that those students are fairly represented. And then also, I do want to say, I do agree with all levels, increasing their expertise. If the county wants to do that and take that on, I think that could only be helpful, just not at the expense of SELPAs. I just still want it to be stated that it's super integral what they do. And at least it has been in our lives. So I just want to make sure that that's really understood in this report. And, how is that going to affect the state? You said Tyson, that it's kind of the more educated parents are getting this when they're not probably the biggest problem. It's the masses that aren't getting it. You know what I mean? And I feel like that's where SELPAs are helpful as well, kind of making sure that that information is getting out. And a lot of times the general ed, I mean, I'm not going to say they're overwhelmed, but I mean, they aren't solely focusing on our kids where SELPAs do. And I'm just afraid as a parent that that focus will be, you know, it'll be lessened, it'll be hurt, and it will have a great impact on our students with disabilities.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your experience. We appreciate it.
Commissioner Notch.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for presenting this update. I absolutely appreciate and value an emphasis on capacity building and collaboration and alignment between the support that LEAs receive, particularly from intermediary agencies. I'm wondering if you can help me understand how your recommendations around intermediary agencies may impact or alter the current structural and organizational relationship between COEs and SELPAs, if that makes sense.
It does. Thank you so much for that question, Commissioner. That is a really hard question to answer because those relationships are so different across the state. I think if we've heard a statement, a lot of times in this study, it's when you understand how one SELPA works, you understand how one SELPA works. And there are 138, right? And so it's really hard to say how those will be different. I think when Jason talked about this earlier, he talked about some county offices of education already fully integrate their SELPA, right? And so it's really exciting to see, thinking about inclusive practices, when that SELPA director sits on the cabinet of county office superintendent, and you know they're making decisions that way, right? And that's the case sometimes. Sometimes they operate much more separately and as separate entities. And I think I think those are things that you probably won't legislate or mandate, but we would hope to see that happen, that the people with expertise in special education, the people with expertise in inclusive practice and what it takes, and to Commissioner Ruiz's point earlier, the expertise on when it's a good idea to move down that continuum to better meet a student needs. We hope that they are more included at that decision making at that county office superintendent level, and that decision making more broadly. And so I think the relationship between SELPAs and LEAs is difficult. We have reviewed SELPA allocation plans, for example, and there are some SELPAs where all of the funding flows through to LEAs, right? And there are very few regional services. And that ranges all the way to where there are LEAs that have chosen, because of their needs, to have all of their funds remain at the regional level to coordinate services. And we anticipate that those are still both viable options, that an LEA could still choose and say, hey, you're my county of office of education, you've been doing this for years, I am going to send you most of my funding and I want you to continue doing what you've been doing. We hope there will be bigger discussions. The hope is this will help us evaluate those relationships, but unfortunately, I guess the bottom line is it's really hard to know how they'll be impacted, just because currently they are so different. Sometimes they're very integrated, and sometimes they're not. And I'll say that's true even for single district SELPAs, that the inclusion of that SELPA director as a member of decision-making at the highest level of the LEA is inconsistent across the state. So even in large districts, we've sometimes used that to create a silo and have a separate planning system and budgeting system for special ed rather than integrating. And so I think the hope is that they would become much more integrated, but I just want to say that, recognizing that in some places that's already happening and in some places it isn't.
Okay, Commissioner Tostin.
Good afternoon, team. Thank you so much for the presentation and the details. And have less of a question and just more of a reflection. Our conversations around developing one system started with the task force, I believe, around 2015. And while there have been a number of reports and thoughts that have come out, I keep going back to the goals and the objectives that we had in the task force report, namely around one system. And so as we're watching other details from that report or initiatives or areas from that report, whether it be teacher credentialing, community-based schools, the advancement of inclusive practices, as we see the progress that we are collectively making around those areas, and recognizing that keeping this conversation within that context. And, it's not a question for me of SELPA's yay or nay, or county offices yay or nay. How do we begin again to fully integrate our systems? Because there are frustrations in the field around the parallel systems and separate reports and different conversations. And so any movement towards alignment, whether it's our artifacts and our policies, can only strengthen the relationships at a local level. And this conversation, with LCFF leading the way, so as a state, we are committed to local control. And so we're here at this point. How do we continue the conversation to find out the best approaches to ensure that all of our students with disabilities, and as Sara pointed out, the intersectionality of the other student groups and categories that we place students in, how do we develop the best approaches that empower LEAs to meet the needs of their kiddos, which may align with the recommendations, or there may be other thoughts around how we transition to ensure that we have the capacity and resources that SELPAs provide, but also balancing that with the autonomy and decision-making authority that aligns with the accountability for LEAs. So I just wanted to share that statement. And again, thanks for everyone for your thoughts.
And Commissioner Oyakawa.
Thank you. Thank everyone for explaining a lot of information and I think a graspable way. At least I think I grasped things. It's hard for me to know what I didn't get, right? That was very comprehensive, and I especially appreciate your starting out with reminding us that you had the goal of creating these enabling conditions to improve outcomes for our students, especially inclusivity and empowering families and supporting our teachers. I love the idea and the efforts to make things more streamlined for everyone who does all this important work and does it together and sometimes do the same things. I like especially the autonomy that you're trying to create for the LEAs to pick and choose with whom they can work. And as well as the transparency that you are going to reinforce and across all these different groups and all these different systems. I think I do share some of Commissioner Reese's concern. And I realize you're saying we're not getting rid of SELPAs entirely. I think as a parent, we look to them as sort of our guardians for our kids. And we have, there and everybody at the top at the state level, but they were kind of our local entities that will ensure that our students with special needs, regardless of which district they're in or which school they're in, would have these supports there. And I agree, though, that we have a lot of overlap and a lot of inefficiencies. And so I just hope that as we go forward, that we continue to ensure that that type of mechanism is still there, both kind of not just kind of just the knowing for the families, knowing that they are there to support us, I think is still really important. And although as a parent, we want our students to be included and within the general ed student body and all aspects of being a gen ed student, still want that guardian angel who's overlooking over the shoulders to make sure that these kiddos are still being taken care of with the expertise that comes from these SELPAs. So I hope that we don't lose that as we go forward. At the same time, I think what you're doing to bring the gen ed staff up to speed so that we can all support all our students those are all really good goals. And so I don't necessarily have to go against each other, but I think what Commissioner Ruiz pointed out is something that there's like this gut reaction as a parent that you have that that I just, I know you all are aware of it. And I guess if we just want to keep an eye on how that goes forward as we move to progress in these areas. So thank you. And thank you for listening.
Are there any further comments from commissioners? Seeing none. Michelle, can you please put up the public comment slide so we can allow the public to participate? Public, please dial in at this time. Michelle, are there any public commenters?
We have none at this time.
Okay. So let me see what time. Oh, we still have some time. Thank you, West Ed, for coming in and giving us that update. Thank you so much for your detailed work. And hopefully you guys can come back again later on to let us know what happens with the legislature.
We would love to come back and talk more about our final report and some of these details and how we responded to some of your thoughts today. So maybe the meeting, I think you meet again in October, so maybe the meeting after that we can come back. It may not be till February, but we'd love to come back and share the final results with you all.
Sounds like a plan. Thank you.
Michelle,
what would you like? I didn't hear you. Who was that?
Chair Hayes White, we do have one caller on the line.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you. Caller, you may speak.
Thank you. Am I speaking to the commissioners already, or am I on hold to join the meeting?
Yes, you're live. We hear you.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon, esteemed commissioners. I might not be on the live recording right now, but on my computer we're a little slow. But I am calling from Southern California. I work for Westside Family Resource and Empowerment Center, which is in Culver City, but I also live in Downey, California, which has a SELPA with 3 small school districts. And as an employee of Westside Family Resource Center, I work with the Southwest SELPA as well as Tri-City SELPAs and the LAUSD, which there's many, many school districts involved. Southwest, I want to say, has 21 school districts. Not all SELPAs are created equal, but I can tell you that without a SELPA system, there would be a lot of supports and services that would not be available, or the funding would not be available for the students with severe needs or specialty needs, and that would be a concern. We are very much for inclusion, but the training that the SELPAs provide to the BCBI and the ABA training is really important for them to support. I don't know if smaller districts could afford that. So that's also a concern. I also think that the districts that opt out, of belonging to a SELPA could really underserved students, because the people that the districts that would opt out would be those districts that already are not addressing the needs of the students and probably would want less accountability. That's a real concern for us. So as a parent of a student that was included, I really promote inclusion, but I also see that a lot of our students have been dropped in, it's like that drop in hope type of thing, and have not been supported correctly, and those things have not been thought out beforehand, and there's not as much success in those situations. So I really thank Commissioner Ruiz's input, because I think she gets it, and I really hope that you would consider this ongoing and allow us to give some input.
Caller time is up.
Thank you.
Do we have any other callers, Michelle?
Yes, we do.
Caller, you're live.
Oh, am I unmuted now?
Yes, you're unmuted.
Yeah,
okay. Hi, my name is Veronica Coates. I'm the Assistant Superintendent for Tehama County SELPA in the far north, and we're considered a rural, small, and sparse SELPA. And I just want to kind of go off of what the last caller said, and although we're vastly different from north to south, I think it's really important to allow some time and some more, perhaps some more data from those of us who have very small LEAs. I have an LEA with a total ADA population of 30, so only 30 students. It's a full inclusion model for any student with a disability that resides in that very rural area. And without the support and consortium of all of the districts working together, those students would not have access to our services in their own home community, in their local community, and their zip code would then determine the service level if the recommendations are accepted as they're written in the current report. So I really hope there's an opportunity for more public comment and some more research on those LEAs that are especially small and rural and have diverse needs for their students. So I appreciate the time, and I hope we can have that dialogue in the future. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Thank you. Michelle, any other comments?
Yes.
Repeat that again.
We've got one more.
Hi, public.
Good afternoon.
You're on live.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Deborah Schlegel. I am a parent of a child with diverse learning needs. I do appreciate WestEd's recommendations and all that they presented today. The concern that I have specifically is that each LEA would need, they currently don't have the time and expertise to do what WestEd is recommending, and I did not see a timeline laid out to get LEAs up to speed, and my concern is that it's going to leave many children without support. And so, as I'm not a huge fan of SILPAs, however, I am appreciative that they do offer expertise that the local LEAs don't have. So without funding to train additional people at the LEA level and increase staff, I see that this would potentially be a huge problem for many kids. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you for your comments.
We have no more calls.
Thank you so much, WestEd staff, again, for coming in today And we do look forward to hearing from you again later on once everything is finalized. All right, so the time is now 2:20. We are scheduled for a break. We're gonna take a 10-minute break. Commissioners, get some rest your eyes a little bit, stretch, and we will return at 2:30 sharp. Welcome back, commissioners. We are now ready to move right on into item number 6, Individualized Education Program Template and Alternate Pathways to a High School Diploma Workgroups. Presenters Kristen Wright, Jamie Wong, and Sara Doutre will share an update on progress to date, an overview of the recommendations from each work group, and the emerging proposed IEP template. Welcome, Kristen, Jamie, and Sara. I now turn over the mic to your team.
Is Kristen here? I think she was going to get us started.
I was just scrolling through because I don't see her, but she should be here.
She'll be in shortly.
Her link isn't working, but she's joining. There she is.
Commissioners, thank you for your patience. My link suddenly was not working, and I am back here with you today. Jeez Louise. Okay. It never fails, right? So, good afternoon, commissioners. It feels so good to see many familiar faces, finally, and also the new faces of the next generation of commissioners whose voices will be critical in the lived experience of students, parents, and practitioners. The ACSE holds such an extra important role over the next few years as we look at what adjustments might be needed to make increased outcomes for our students. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, I was worried. Hang on a second. Okay, am I good? All right. So today I am here in my role as Executive Director of Equity, Prevention, and Intervention at the Sacramento County Office of Education. who was facilitating in the convening of these work groups and development of the recommendation. I'm here pinch hitting the introduction of our experts on behalf of Assistant Superintendent Brent Malicote, who is the SCOE lead on this project and was planning on being with you today, but is one of the residents affected by the fires we're experiencing across the state. First, we want to express our deep appreciation to the work group members who dedicated hours of their time and brainpower to bring forward recommendations related to the statewide IEP template and alternate pathways to a high school diploma for students with disabilities. We also want to give a shout out of gratitude to the Glenn Price Group, State Strategies, and West Ed, and my SCOE teammates whose knowledge, talent, and expertise made this work group process smooth, efficient, and professional. It's important to point out that the full recommendations, which will be public in October, are advisory and will require a great deal of policy discussion and consideration. The work groups did their best to arrive at a very thoughtful set of recommendations that are supported by research and best practice. But it would be the job of California's policymakers to adopt them, adapt them, and make them real. We will be bringing the reports back to you when they're finalized, and we're hoping that you'll join as ambassadors and advocates for the recommendations that resonate with you. Both work groups recognize that shifts and improvements need to happen in the system in order to achieve greater equity for students with disabilities. And as much as they'll be recommending some structural changes, they also agree that behavioral and cultural shifts need to happen to really focus on the great potential of students with disabilities. So today you'll hear from our two experts who led our two teams of work groups. Jamie Wong will start us off from State Strategies, and then for the Alt Diploma Work Group, followed by Sara Doutre, who will discuss the work of the IEP template work group. And a shout out to the advisory commissioners who served on the work group. Thank you. And I'm going to pass it over to Jamie. And then Dr. Hayes-White, do you want to wait till the very end to do questions, or do you want to do it in between the two presentations?
Because it's going to be separate presentations, I think we should have questions in between.
Okay. Then and I will be back to you after and handing it over to Jamie. Thanks for having me.
Perfect. Are you guys able to see my screen and hear me?
Yes, we can hear you through the screen.
Perfect. Well, thank you, Kristen, and thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to speak with you today. Today's conversation will be an update to a conversation we had a few months ago where we gave a general overview of where we were in this work. And so I'm going to spend a little bit of time today talking you through what our charge is, what we, some of the critical topics we discussed as a work group, and where and how our report and recommendations are shaping up leading into our submission that we'll share with you later in the fall. So the Alternate Pathways work group was really charged as looking at how do we ensure that the full spectrum of students in California, inclusive of every student with a disability, even those who have the most significant cognitive impairments, how every student has an opportunity to pursue a high school diploma in California. We were really charged with two specific tasks. One was to look at the framework that currently exists that the majority of students are pursuing, and how do we make sure that that framework does provide the maximum opportunities for individuals with disabilities to earn a diploma through that framework. And also look at the opportunity presented to every state through the Every Student Succeeds Act for students with significant cognitive disabilities to have what is termed a state-defined alternate diploma, which is a new framework available to states or available for states to deliver, but specific for students to have significant cognitive disabilities. So that is our main charge for as a work group, was to look at the framework as a whole and think about how the general population and how the vast majority of students with disabilities are currently accessing that. Are there barriers? What are they? And are there any recommendations in that space? And then to also look at the students with significant disabilities. This is the population of students who typically take the alternate assessment, the state alternate assessment, and ensure that there's a pathway for them as well to earn a high school diploma. So this visual is one that we've really used to help people visualize and understand the journey of public education and a journey that students go on while they're in elementary all the way through high school, and getting to that endpoint of earning a diploma and exiting the system and going on to their next destination, their next adventure. And so we, at the very early stages of our conversations within the work group, really tried to wrap our heads around the idea that there is a sort of typical path that the vast majority of students are going to take while they're in school. Just like if you or I are going on a vacation, there's probably a typical route we're all going to take, probably the fastest route, probably the interstate that gets us there in the shortest amount of time, in the typical amount of time. And we all sort of experience the same thing along that way. The same is true for our pathways to a diploma. There is a framework that the majority of students and the majority of our students with disabilities are going to they're going to pursue, and they're going to be successful, and they're going to end in that same space. But along that framework, there is another group of students that typically their instruction and their experience is much more rooted in individualized accommodations and a lot of very significant support. Sometimes they need courses or content to be really expanded and broken down, and that may take more time. But they're still on that same pathway. There's sort of like an alternate experience alongside, but still pursuing those same expectations. And then there's really a final group of students when we think about our students with disabilities, and that's those that have significant cognitive disabilities, the ones that typically take the alternate assessment when they're in school. And their journey, as you see here on the side of our graphic, might be a lot more scenic. It's going to look a little bit different. There's going to be a lot of additional supports, a lot of additional times, and maximum individualization of what they may look like. Similar to if we're all still on that trip and we're all trying to get to the same place, but somebody decides to take the scenic route. This is a similar concept that we tried to help people understand, that we're still all trying to achieve that same thing. We're trying to get to the same place. We're trying to get to that same destination, but understanding and recognizing that particularly when it comes to students with disabilities and the diverse needs of all of them across that student group, it is going to look a little bit different, and that's okay. But it is on us to make sure that those opportunities exist, that they are rooted in strong policies, strong practices. And as Kristen mentioned before, one of the biggest struggles we've really identified as a work group is some of the practice and cultural practice and implementation situations that happen, dating all the way down to pre-K through high school. And then just cultural shifts that need to happen around how people believe and what they think and understand, and really what resonates with them about the pursuit of a high school diploma. So this is our sort of guiding framework that every student in California should have the opportunity. We say it over and over again in our report that every student, even those with the most significant disabilities, should enter high school knowing that they have an opportunity to earn a diploma. It doesn't mean everybody gets one. That's already true for all students. But every student should have that opportunity to access the coursework and pursue that diploma as they are in their journey through high school. So our report is broken down into a variety of different topics. And I tried to just sort of give you a high-level overview. But in our report, when we come back to you in the fall, you'll see that we share a lot of relevant data and information about students with disabilities. And so we try to really set the stage of who are our students, what different types of needs do they have. Again, we sort of share this information about the student groups within our Students with Disabilities group and what their typical experience in instruction might look like, what their needs may be, and how that may impact their experience in the K-12 system, and specifically how it may impact their pursuit of a high school diploma. We explain some relevant policies and regulations. So we provide the background and context for the opportunity that the Every Student Succeed Act has provided to us. We share a lot of information about the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act and how IDEA, as we know it, how it sort of frames up the provisions of a free and appropriate education, how it frames up what it means when students earn a regular diploma, and things of that nature. We also share a lot of information about the things that really need to improve for individuals with disabilities, as well as some of the real challenge points and understandings that we discussed as a work group. So one example of that would be the concept of a high school diploma versus a high school transcript, and what those two documents already actually tell us about individuals. There's a real challenge point in this conversation that people, there's a perspective that it may not be fair if individuals with disabilities might do something a little bit different to earn a diploma. And so we try to really articulate that for the general population already, a diploma document is a diploma document, and it signifies you've completed a course of study. And a transcript is what then outlines the study that the student participated in high school. And that is true for individuals with disabilities as well. So we include a lot of that information in the report as well. And then we move into our recommendations and some general conclusions from the work group. And so our recommendations are really rooted in that charge of the work group. We tried to organize our recommendations to really articulate what we think is most important and the conditions that really should be true in California, and then connect them back to the charge of the work group. So the work group is recommending that, for example, that the state does pursue a diploma for students with significant disabilities, and that links back to the charge of our work group. We're also making recommendations around some of the challenges that we see in implementation right now that are keeping some students with disabilities from pursuing diplomas. And so we make some recommendations around LEAs exercising the flexibility around the state requirements for graduation with this subgroup of students, and really thinking about how they can take advantage of that pathway for a diploma and really link that back to the student's experience, and take courses that tend to be challenging like algebra, and really leverage the IEP and additional time, and make sure that students, if they need to spend 3 semesters instead of 2 in algebra, or 2 instead of 1, however a high school may structure it, that they do that intentional planning for students, and that they really support students to the maximum extent possible with earning the courses and the content that they need within the state framework. And then we also have some recommendations that will directly tie to what Sara will talk about later, about how the IEP team should really be playing a critical role in looking at key points in a student's life and education experience, but especially when they're in high school. The IEP having a much greater accountability for a student's courses earned in high school, and making sure that they are on track to a diploma. Far too often, we start to look at transcripts and courses when it's too late, and we really want IEP teams to be playing a critical role in paying attention to this information much earlier in the process. And so this is just a very high level overview of where we are in this process. Again, our reports will be available October 1, I think, is the official submission date, and we'll be coming back to you guys in the fall to really, walk through the meat and potatoes of the recommendations of the work group, and look forward to that opportunity. So I will pause I think it might have stopped my screen share. And at this time, I think we previously decided that we'll pause now for questions. I'll defer to you guys on the way that we handle that. But you guys just let me know when to chime back in.
So let me ask the commissioners, would you like to have questions for the alternate diploma group right now, or would you rather wait till after the IEP group goes? I guess hearing none at this time, we'll go into the IEP group and then we'll have questions after.
Thank you, Chair Hayes-White. It's me again, but it's great to be with you all again, commissioners, and I'm really excited to report out on the statewide IEP template work group. And I just have to start with a huge thank you to the participants in this work group. Our work group members have been amazing, including Commissioner Topalian from the ACSE. We had monthly meetings that were our regular meetings, and then working meetings between those, and just had regular, really strong participation on this. And Commissioner Estes also is on our work group. They're both of you. So great to see you both, and just very excited to share with you what we've been working on. Again, just a quick overview of our charge. We have talked about this a lot as the template work group, but our charge was broader than just a template. And I think it's important we all know, especially parents of students with IEPs, that IEPs are so much more than just a form or a meeting, that this really is a process. And so many of our recommendations are around this first charge, which is examining and making recommendations to ensure that the IEP development and periodic review processes, so in a whole, are designed to improve student outcomes by capturing student strengths and needs and informing learning strategies that support instruction aligned to state standards. As part of that, we did design a standardized state IEP template, which I'm going to share pieces during my presentation today, and a complete draft of the template was also included in the meeting materials for commissioners, so you have that as well. I won't walk through the complete template today, but we'll share some sections. The IEP template was charged with supporting transition planning as well, looking at early learning and post-secondary options, connecting back to what Jamie just talked about, and that forward thinking from a young age about transitions later into life. We also assessed the feasibility of a web-based statewide IEP system at this time, and worked on an IEP addendum that evolved a bit based on evolving guidance to address distance learning and modifications needed when there are emergency closures at school. So what I'm going to do is share, well, I'll talk a little bit, I guess, about the work group, and then I'm going to share some of our priorities. And the report I did prior to the break, we had 5 recommendations. This work group's report includes 25 recommendations. So I won't talk about all of them today, but I'm going to hit the biggest ones and talk about a lot of them are interrelated. But first of all, again, a shout out to the work group, but our work group members, when we calculated, have attended close to 20,000 IEP meetings. So among the 45 people that were getting together, we had people that have attended in multiple roles as well. I'm sure a lot like many of the commissioners, parents who then became professionals in special education and have attended in both of those roles, others who attended as parents or teachers and became advocates or administrators and have attended in multiple roles. And so it really just enriched the recommendations and the work we did together. It was really amazing. The first thing we did was establish a vision. And again, this is the vision for the IEP process that is documented on a template. But that vision, and I think actually we presented this to you last time and you helped us refine this a little bit, I'm just remembering, but is that IEPs are student-centered, strengths-based, aligned to standards, and backwards mapped from long-term goals that include gainful employment. The second priority in our vision is that general education teachers meaningfully participate in the IEP process and find the IEP template to be a valuable tool for teaching and inclusion. The third is that teachers and providers empower a student-led or driven IEP process and develop IEPs that include information about the student's strengths, needs, and learning strategies. And last, that families and students can access information on the comprehensive services available throughout a student's life, including integrated school supports, including those outside of special education, that are aimed at long-term positive experiences and outcomes. So that really is the vision of every recommendation. And I want to preface this with the work group absolutely recognizes that a template alone cannot change this. And the majority of our recommendations are around training and funding training for all members of IEP teams to participate in a process that reflects this vision. But like I said, I'm going to intersperse sections of our template throughout this. So this is the first section, section 1 of the template. And the template begins with student strengths, interests, preferences, and learning needs. And it was very important to the work group that student voice start this out, that when a general education teacher picks this up or another provider working with a student, that they get a sense of who that student is. They get a sense of the student, of their strengths and their needs. What are their strengths? What can I build on? What are the reasons I should want to have this child included in my class and be advocating for more time for that? How do I engage with them? So it starts with the student voice by saying, I'm particularly good at blank, leaving a prompt for that. The family and guardian sharing that their child or young adult strengths are, and sharing those strengths. And then the teachers and service providers sharing the student's strengths at school and with their peers. Sharing interests. What does the student like to do? What are their interests and preferences at school? Then going into their learning and communication preferences. How does the student learn best? What supports have helped them learn best in the past in school? And how does that student communicate? And again, these are intended to be created with the IEP team, but also eliciting information from parents, especially and families prior to the IEP meeting to make sure this is really well fleshed out, including in this last section here in section 1D, the concerns or priorities for their child or young adult's education this year, the teacher and service providers' priorities for the student learning and making progress, and for the whole team to include information from formal and informal evaluations. So we have that as well, informing as we move forward, but really building on that discussion of the student strengths. And to get to that, like I said, the recommendations really, the work group really recognized the need for stronger communication about this as a priority, that the template is one way to communicate this priority, but that there needs to be strong communication and strong supports for all members of the IEP team. So the work group recommends that CDE directly and through any technical assistance providers and through the system of support leads, develop and disseminate clear guidance, encouraging LEAs and IEP team members to adopt best practices for active participation in a student-focused, strengths-driven IEP process, designed to improve meaningful access to general education and improve outcomes for all students with IEPs. We think that this can be done through clearly communicating this as a priority for the statewide, recognizing, highlighting, and disseminating case studies where this is happening and going well. We heard many instances of where this is happening really well and the resources and supports that have helped that go well. So making sure we're highlighting and disseminating that. And then reviewing and adjusting monitoring and technical assistance materials as needed. Are there sections of the IEP that are more important that should be monitored, such as the participation of general education teachers? And speaking of general education teachers, the work group recommends that the CDE increase engagement with and guidance and training for LEAs and school site staff around the requirement to ensure the active participation of each student's general education teacher in the IEP process, and particularly in placement decisions in order to increase the provision of special education and related services in the general education environment. This is important because the work group recognizes that it's done differently across the state, but IDEA requires that the child's general education teacher participate in the IEP process, not someone knowledgeable about general education, but if that child has a general education teacher, it should be their teacher. If the child isn't participating, what the law says is if they may participate in general education, then their general education teacher should participate. So there is an expectation that hopefully every student with the right supports and every general education setting with the right supports can be conducive to inclusion. And we should be working toward that, even though it may not be appropriate for every student at that time, but making sure we communicate that how important that participation is of the student's general education teacher. And for some, that may mean that we have to assign a general education teacher. We heard from the work group very different perspectives on when students who are participating, even if they are participating in general education, if they're actually enrolled and on that teacher's roster. So this may include making sure that happens and making sure we know that's a priority. This leads directly to placement decisions. And the IEP template that we designed is really intended to drive a conversation about transition to more general education when that's appropriate for a student, and making sure we have multiple opportunities throughout the IEP to discuss what supports it would take to make that possible. And so we've expanded the LRE section a bit from some of the more common templates, and are asking a question about if the student is attending the school they would attend if they were not disabled, which could be their community school, their neighborhood school, or a school of choice, right? But is that the school they're attending? And if not, how do we describe the justification for that not happening? And then again, will they receive all their special education services with non-disabled peers? If no, describe that, and describe all of the options explored during the annual IEP process, including the general education setting. Make sure we describe that we talked about each of those settings. And then if no, and this is a shift, I think one of the shifts we hope to see to help get to the vision is, instead of talking about the supports the student needs or how the student's behavior needs to change, we ask for a description consistent with the law of the additional supports or accommodations that would be needed, that would need to be in place in general education for the student to receive more of their special education services there. So again, a form isn't going to shift mindsets by itself, but hoping that this can encourage the type of conversations that will make sure we're thinking more about serving students there and not focusing on these are all based on IDEA, and we often zero in on this harmful effect language rather than focusing on the positive of what are the supports that would need to be in place. For preschool students, very similar. Will they attend a general education preschool or regular early childhood program? And a justification if not. And then again, have we explored all the options for providing those with their peers, and talk about the supports that would need to be in place to make that happen? Then for all students, we followed up on, again, with this being a priority, is the placement based on the student's needs documented in the IEP. And this is another important one that isn't on many templates right now, is that IDEA requires that the removal from general education must be necessary based on the nature and severity of the student's disability and not on the need for modifications in the general curriculum. So this is helping to prompt the IEP team that those justifications, it would never be appropriate to say that Sara cannot participate in second grade because she can't read, right? That's a modification to the curriculum and not necessary. I can't not be there because of my severity of my disability. That we need to focus on that. And if the curriculum can be modified for me to be there, I should be there. The other piece we included here is, and this is a kind of a preview, that for the emergency conditions, rather than having a separate addendum that we thought was more kind of emergency centered, we included statements about how the IEP would be offered under emergency conditions throughout the IEP template. And so the intention is that these sections could be pulled together into a separate document that would describe the plan during school closures due to emergency conditions. But we felt it was important, again, to talk about these things as they came up in the IEP. And this was important to the group that we describe, even during emergency conditions, how that student will have access to general education and their general education peers. And so that shows up here. It shows up with the goals. It shows up with extended school year. It shows up multiple places throughout, intending that we would pull that together during emergency conditions. This is by far the biggest section of our report is going to be around the recommended training needed, because again, the form isn't going to shift practice. I think it may empower some people to do better practice, but there's training needed. And the work group recommends that the legislature and CDE fund and build capacity through CDE, the statewide system of support and technical assistance contractors, for the ongoing development and dissemination of resources and training to build and sustain the capacity of each IEP team member to actively participate in this type of IEP meeting that we're envisioning, that's student focused and strengths driven. And that this should be provided in advance of, during, and after implementation of the statewide IEP template. This is ongoing. It should include things targeted specifically at IEP team members, so parents, teachers, students, all those IEP members, and then include things like guides, video modules, decision trees, those type of things that will help them more actively participate. And an important part of that is because we also, I know I'm going back and forth. I just don't want to have too much text and wanted you to see the template, but the template is really geared toward this to guide a discussion and make sure we talk across the child in the whole child way. And right now in many forms, we have a present level section and then strategies and things that are just one big place, right, to add that. And so another thing that is intentional throughout the template is this division you'll see here between academic, communication, functional behavior, and other category and secondary transition when required for students who are 14 or older. That those strategies are broken out, but in order to really get to that piece of every IEP team member actively participating, these are sections that we don't typically see in the templates that we looked at currently in California. And those are instructional strategies to meet annual goals. So these should be strategies that can be used with that student. So we often have the goal, but we don't talk about how we're going to meet that goal, what the strategies are. Family engagement and partnership, how the IEP team will support the family, including strategies to help the family support the student. That's another piece that, while is a service under IDEA, right? Family counseling and training we see very rarely in IEPs, and making sure we have those supports for the family there. And then again, emergency conditions about their goals. So we have a present level section and the goals, and then these are part of that as well, to make sure we go all the way through those supports within the template, even for each member of the IEP team. Okay, the template itself, these are the recommendations around the template. The work group does recommend that the California legislature require LEAs to use the statewide template. And the reasons are to create equity and transparency for students and families and guardians, to ensure consistent guidance, resources, and support, and streamline monitoring and technical assistance activities. And I think this is really important. The work group spent quite a bit of time talking about whether it should be mandated or optional. About 44 states have templates right now, and 23 states that statewide template is required. So about half of states have a required template. But the real reasons we focused on, again, were that transparency and equity. So all students have access to this, and especially for families who change LEAs. But even more, as we talked about the need for additional training, if we have the same template, that really streamlines and reduces the cost of training. And it means that higher ed can be training on the same template that every administrator is going to see when they go to their first IEP meeting as a principal, right? And that general ed and special ed can be training on the same template from pre-service all the way through in-service, and that those materials can be developed through state resources and used by all LEAs rather than each LEA or SELPA as it currently is being developing their own resources. And it should definitely build on those, because again, there are some really good things that could be highlighted happening right now. We recommend that transition to the template, and I think we've actually revised this to be a little sooner since I sent these slides 2 weeks ago, and are looking more at the 27-28 school year as a potential target to have the template used in every LEA. So beginning with training, then a pilot and adjustments. And this last paragraph on this slide, if anyone's not paying close attention right now, we are recommending that the legislature or with CDE either establish an IEP advisory board or assigned to you all as commissioners the task of receiving updates and providing input on the implementation of the IEP template and changes to the process. And so that those responsibilities would start throughout the pilot with receiving data about the pilot and feedback and making decisions about adjustments that needed to be made. But the work group very strongly believed that that should be not an agency, but a group that represents families and administrators and teachers and others, much like you all do. And so that's probably something, if it goes through for further discussion, but definitely something that we would like. Another charge, again, is related to transitions, and these are pieces that overlap with what Jamie shared earlier from the alternate pathways work group. But our work group recommended, as we looked at what would make the IEP more student-centered and focused on backwards mapping from those long-term goals, that we adjust the required age for post-secondary transition planning from 16 to 14. And I think this is something that is common. More than half of states have adjusted this. It was formerly an IDEA as 14, then went up to 16. Many states kept it at 14. But the reason for this is that 14 still felt like a better age, because at 16, students are often in high school already, and we may have missed the opportunity to plan their high school trajectory toward the experience they need and the classes they need to take to achieve both their diploma outcome that they want and their post-school outcomes. Another recommendation, and this is consistent with the C to B transition recommendations from the SB 75 work group, we recommend that we require participation of the child's Part C service coordinator or service provider in the first IEP meeting for 3-year-olds transitioning to preschool. This is something that in current ed code is, if the parent requests it, then the LEA is required to invite them to the IEP meeting. But this was a recommendation, and our work group agreed that to make that transition, having that provider is really important. So the section of the IEP that I wanted to show that goes with this, the expectation that Jamie talked about, that every student can graduate with a high school diploma. And this is actually something we adopted from another state's template, that beginning with the first IEP, so this would be even for a 3-year-old, we talk about a projected date of graduation with a high school diploma. And this is a little interdependent with those pathways that Jamie talked about to diplomas. But it's important with families to establish from the very beginning that even though their child needs an IEP and needs supports, that the goal is to work toward that high school diploma. And we initially had an annotated version that had a lot of text in it that we're going to include with our final report. But the prompt here for the IEP team is to talk about, sometimes that high school diploma comes after 4 years of high school. Sometimes that comes at age 22, right, on that 22nd birthday. But what is our goal? When is that going to happen? And starting to establish that expectation from the beginning. This section also includes a student vision for the future for the student and the family to complete. What do we want in next week? What do we want in 1 year, 3 years, 5 to 10 years? What are our expectations? What are our expectations for that student? So again, this is section 2. So it comes right after those strengths and right before we go through the present levels and goal setting. And then the course of study, and this one, we worded it differently. We required this for students who will participate in 8th grade or higher during this IEP. And I don't know if that'll create confusion with 14 or how often those align, but the reason for this is that we heard from teachers and parents during the course of the work group that there are students who get to 9th grade and haven't taken the right classes in 8th grade. And so they can't take the classes they need to in 9th grade to potentially get a diploma. And so while this course of study sometimes hasn't been required again till that 16th birthday, which is usually in 10th grade, right? Then the work group really felt that's too late. And so we need to be talking about this course of study. Initially, we talked about 9th grade and then heard more and more stories of, well, 9th grade is too late because what if you haven't taken something or we haven't given considerations for how you're going to get 4 years of math and then we're halfway through 9th grade and we haven't gotten that first year of math. So that's why we went back that far. We also included a section called Important Transitions on the Pathway to a High School Diploma. Again, trying to reinforce that idea that every student can get a diploma, but these include transitioning to new schools, transitioning from preschool to elementary, middle, high, not official transitions that require plans under IDEA, but transitions that are really important to discuss the support. And so it includes a prompt for how the student has been or will be prepared and any supports needed to support that transition. Importantly, transitioning to more time in general education is also a transition here, because that often takes supports. Again, when we talk about LRE, the expectation isn't that every student be there all the time or that we move too fast, but that we have the appropriate supports in place. And I think I'm almost finished, and then we'll go to questions. But the last recommendations were around the feasibility of an online IEP system. And based on our review of other states' statewide online IEP systems, and based on feedback from our surveys of administrators and others, and the reactions to statewide data systems in general and what it takes to get those running, we're recommending that the CDE not pursue a statewide web-based IEP system to house the template at this time, but that they reevaluate that when all or some LEAs have successfully transitioned to the same template, because a statewide IEP system depends on a statewide template being implemented. And so doing those both at the same time felt like too much for the system on all sides. But with that, we do recommend that the CDE continue to collect data for the SPP APR indicators and collect some additional data, like perhaps those yes/no prompts about LRE, like whether that child is in the school they would attend if they were not disabled, and those pieces. There may be some additional data that we could add to PALPADs that we haven't collected before, but that could help inform the state's priorities and help the state, and especially I think you all as commissioners and other decision makers, to know whether we're having an impact on that decision making. And then last, there are differences in the IEP systems across the state. So we had presentations of several of the online IEP systems that are used throughout the state. And one place that we felt that the state could lean in here is providing funding to and encouraging LEAs to make those systems they have better in the absence of a state system, especially with parent portals and access and general education teacher portal and access. And then again, that ability to pull the most important information from the IEP for when emergency conditions require school to close, so that the team has that to work from. So that's all I have. I'll just close by saying that this was not about, while we did, I've reviewed this many times against IDEA and Ed Code for compliance to make sure everything is included. This wasn't about compliance or criticism of current IEPs, but how do we use a statewide IEP template as an opportunity for the state to communicate its priority for how the IEP process should happen and provide supports around that. And so again, really the focus was on a student-led experience that would hopefully lead to better supports for all IEP team members.
Thank you so much for that detailed presentation. A clarifying question for me, and then I'm going to open it up for the other commissioners. Going back to slide 18, are you saying that you are suggesting that all the systems, the IEP systems that we currently have in the state of California, i.e. Welligent, all of the IEP systems move into one template?
So, yes, we're recommending they would all adopt the template. So LEAs would have to work with their systems to match this template, as they have. I think that's happened several times in the past when there's been a required addition to the template. But yes, each LEA would need to use its system to complete the state mandated template.
Okay, and so you're not suggesting a web-based IEP system at this time, just one IEP template across the web-based systems that we currently have in place?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Commissioners, I'm opening up the floor for you. Any questions or comments on either presentation?
Commissioner Tostin.
Again, team, thank you so much for a great presentation. I just had one comment and then a question related to the IEP template. I really appreciate the perspective of the IEP template that you shared with us in terms of the vision of the student, not just a year from now, but all the way out, and the conversations that I believe it will evoke around the table, around our expectations for students and inform our planning. The question that I have regarding the universal template across systems, is there any discussion around ensuring that the ability to share files between systems, as students are very migratory, and a file from system A may not speak with the system B, and so there's no real easy way to electronically import files across IEP systems. At least that's my most recent experience, and so I would highlight the need for file sharing between the systems. And one other area in terms of being able to report data at a statewide level. Having been a user of all the statewide systems since Fox Pro Plus, when we used to print it out or put it on 3 1/4 disc and drive them down to our SELPA, the ability to report, to disaggregate data, to aggregate data has always been a challenge, whether Fox Pro, CalPads, or CaseMIS. And so designing the details and the abilities that we need on the front end, so that when we are trying to inform statewide policymaking or decisions, we can easily run, data reports across regions or across the state.
Thank you. And I don't think we currently have in our recommendations that piece of file transfer, but I think it kind of is essential, as you described it, to recognize the benefit of having the same one. And I think it's important that we add that to our recommendation. Our recommendation is that the legislature put money toward encouraging LEAs to create those systems, provide funding so that those pieces could happen. And yeah, we should add that to that for sure. Thank you for
that. Commissioner Oyakawa.
That was a great point, Commissioner Tostin. So I love that. My internet has been out, like in and out this whole time, so I missed most of the presentation and will need to go back and watch the recordings. But the parts that I did catch, I'm so happy to see the progress that you've all been making. I think these are both very important projects and goals that will really help a lot of our students. And I just want to say quickly, Sara, you are like Superwoman, so it's great to see you in all these different groups. And I think having you across the board really allows a connection with these, I don't want to say disparate groups, but different focuses, but you have like this ability to unify and work across and make sure that there's not consistencies across the board. So however you ended up on these different groups, that was brilliant, and we're lucky to have you. So just thank you for the extra work that you're doing.
Thank you. Commissioner Ruiz.
Yes, I just wanted to acknowledge all involved with the phenomenal amount of work that's going into both of these projects. I truly appreciate it. And I just want to also state that I just think anytime you're encouraging families to look at these crucial transitions and pathways sooner is amazing. I think that's just going to help across the board. And I kind of see that in both projects, especially with the first one, with the diploma one. But with the IEP one, I really, again, want to acknowledge how you're encouraging the big vision of every student, because it gets here so fast. You're only 18. It just takes 18 years to become 18, but you're an adult the rest of your life. And as parents, a lot of times we're terrified to look up, I call it, to look up and beyond right where they are when they're little. Because when they're little, there's just not as much involved, and, you're just going step by step and you have all these hopes and dreams. But to really look powerfully into the future can just be so helpful. So I'm really glad you guys are taking this kind of fearless approach that I feel will really benefit students. So thank you so much.
And Commissioner Topalian.
Hi,
I want to thank you again, Sara, because you've been wonderful leading this and being part of it. And I know I was part of the IEP work group, and it was amazing just because you providing the forum for everybody to come in and to be able to share and just bring in whatever they want to bring in and be open to it and take it back and try to incorporate it somewhere. And that template was amazing because at least for me, I felt like I was coming in there and, you know, my voice was being heard in that sense, right? As a provider, as someone with, let's say, with a disability coming in there and just having that understanding. But overall, I mean, it just seems like the flow is just, it explains to parents what this is instead of just, this is what we need to do, this is what it is, and just making it more of that. But there's more explanation that goes in it, and there's focus areas, which is amazing to me because that's helping providers also just be able to look at it and say, okay, this is what I need to do. Because when districts do the reviews and things like that, that is what's important too, like looking at all those factors that teachers are able to implement right off the bat, the first day of school as kids go back. So it's amazing. But thank you so much. This has been wonderful. You have been amazing. And you know, hopefully we'll get the statewide. And I also wanted to add, I mean, to what David said, we did have those discussions of how that we would do those, because I think that was the whole point, because I'm thinking, how are you going to transfer all of those LA Unified? Nobody's going to sit there and do it after a pandemic. It would be horrible. So yes, I do agree. I mean, that was a conversation we did have. So, but thank you. Appreciate it.
And Commissioner Notch.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to chime in with extreme gratitude for the work groups on both of these initiatives. I think they're incredibly important, and speaking specifically to the template, acknowledging from both a professional and a personal side how much the paperwork and what the paperwork looks like drives the tone of the meeting, I think is really critical, and having such a student-centered, empowering lens to what the actual documents look like is really going to be a game changer for the experience that people around the IEP table have. And I just really wanted to call that out and express my gratitude for the commitment to really looking at how to systemically improve the experience and the outcomes through something so simple and yet so critical. So thank you for that.
Thank you. And Commissioner Salmonson.
Just a shout out because I know how much work this has been. And I appreciate, as always, not only the participation of members of the board who have been part of this, but the work groups that have been assembled and all of the work that's been done around this, because the idea is that, right, I love that old adage that a system is designed perfectly to get the results it gets, right? So if we're not okay with our results for our kids, we have to look at the entire system. And that starts with the beliefs, the way that we're structured, the way that our financing funnels, the way that our paperwork speaks, the way that our programs are aligned. We have to look at the entire system, and we have to be, I loved the word earlier, fearless. We have to be fearless. We have to be really critical, and we have to step back and really look at that big picture. And I just appreciate all of the work that you guys have done, because that is a heavy lift. So thank you. Good work.
Commissioners, are there any further questions or comments at this time? All right, seeing none, I'm going to make a comment and a question, but in the meantime, Michelle, can you please post up the commenter slide? All right, so Sara and Kristen, I understand that there is an active survey out right now regarding the IEP template. And since commissioners have now had the time to listen to the update and look at the presentation materials, how can the other commissioners get the link to submit their own viewpoints regarding the IEP template?
Great question. I am happy to email that to you, Dr. Hayes-White, or send it to Michelle, and she can send it out to the commissioners. We also encourage you to send it out. The survey is intended to close tomorrow, which is why I didn't include it in my presentation, but we're happy to leave it open over the weekend till next Monday, to the end of the day, Monday, to get additional comments. It really is the work of the work group. The recommendations likely won't change based on the feedback, but we wanted to get a sense of, from a broader group, the perception of how what we've done could help to improve outcomes for students with disabilities. So I'll send that to Michelle right now and she can send it out to the group.
Sara, can you also provide just verbally where people could go for people who are listening?
I can do that, yes. It is. No problem. It's a SurveyMonkey survey, so it's www.surveymonkey, SurveyMonkey.com, and then /R/C9MV332. Should I repeat that again? Okay, surveymonkey.com /R/C9MV332.
Thank you, Sara, for that. So you're going to be able to extend the survey deadline for us?
Yeah, we will extend that for everyone, anyone who's listening, and commissioners, through Monday evening, the end of the day, like I guess Monday night, we'll say Monday night at midnight Pacific time. So the end of Monday.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. Michelle, are there any public comments at this time?
We have none.
Thank you so much, Kristen, Sara, and Jamie, for your time. Perhaps you can come back later on when the survey results are done and give us an update on the progress of your recommendations.
Yeah, we'd love to.
Thank you so much. Sara, why don't you go ahead and get some rest? Can you get some rest today?
October 1st and November 1st, somebody's go to the legislature, right? I'll take a nice vacation in November.
I understand. Well, thank you, ladies. Have a good evening. We're going to move on into our next item.
Thank you.
Commissioners, we are progressing so well today that we are going to move forward and hopefully adjourn early if you guys are okay with that, or would you like to have a small break? All right, I'm seeing some nods and some thumbs up, so we're gonna move on. So let's move on into action item number 7, Operations and Planning Committee update. Michelle, can you please post up the proposed meeting dates for fiscal year 24-25 so I could share those dates for, all right, there they are. So CDE staff are required to plan and schedule meeting dates well in advance so the boardroom and technologies for our meetings can be reserved on our behalf. So with that said, the proposed meeting dates for fiscal year 24 and 25 are as follows. So the following Wednesdays and Thursdays are reserved for us. February 21, 22 of 2024. April 17th and 18th of 2024, June 12th and 13th of 2024, August 14th and 15th of 2024, and lastly, October 16th and 17th of 2024. So commissioners, are there any questions or comments or reservations for proposed dates as listed? Seeing none, we need to have these dates approved. Is there a motion on the floor?
Commissioner Tostin, a motion?
I'm making a motion that we approve the dates as they're displayed on the screen for the 23-24 school year.
And Commissioner Salomonson.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
ACSE meeting this as identified on the screen.
I'm sorry, the interpreter is having a hard time understanding. There's something going on auditorily.
I see a hand up.
This is the interpreter. I can't understand Dr. Hayes White. And somebody else is speaking and I don't understand.
Thank you.
So, are you able to hear me clearly now?
I can hear you fine. I have been able to, but it was Dr. Hayes White. Maybe something with her internet, or is everyone else hearing her okay?
No, her internet was a little garbled. So just to recap, she was calling for a motion from the commissioners regarding the proposed dates.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I think we can. So I made the motion and Commissioner Salmonson seconded the motion.
Pavania, do you want to try your internet, try your microphone again? Okay, well, we have a motion and we have a second. So let's go ahead and do the roll call. Michelle?
Can you guys hear me now?
I can hear you much better now.
Yes. Yes. But you're muted. Try now.
Okay, Vice Chair Adler.
Aye.
Hi, I'm going to begin. Yes? I'm going to begin roll call. Vice Chair Adler?
Aye.
Commissioner Andrus? Okay. Commissioner Estes?
Aye.
Commissioner Gill?
Aye.
Commissioner Hamilton? Chair Hayes White?
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez?
Aye.
Commissioner Mills? Commissioner Notch?
Aye.
Commissioner Oyakawa?
Aye.
Commissioner Ruiz?
Aye.
Commissioner Salmonson?
Aye.
Commissioner Topalian?
Aye.
Commissioner Tostin?
Aye.
And Commissioner Winlock?
Winlock, yes.
Thank you. The motion does pass.
Thank you so much. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
My internet is saying that it stopped and the host, my video can't show or something. So I don't know why I'm getting this error. But you can't hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. The motion passes. We're going to move right on into item number 8. Special Education Director's report. Our very own Special Education Director, Heather Calomese, will share an update on the activities of the division. Welcome, Director Calomese.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Hayes-White and Commissioners. It's great to see everyone here today. It's been exactly 1 year to the day that I started at the California Department of Education. In fact, I attended the ACSE meeting, I believe, on my very first day. So it's nice to come full circle and be here with you all. And really what a year it's been. And I'm excited to begin a new year with all of you as we continue towards improving the outcomes of students with disabilities. And while the pandemic still continues, the challenges of the past year have provided our community many lessons and many truths. And many of those lessons and many of those truths can be brought forward to assist us on our journey this year. The symbol you see before you is often referred to as the Sankofa bird. And the word Sankofa comes from the Akan tribe in Ghana. And in the picture, which inadvertently the feet are cut off, but in the picture, the bird has its feet firmly planted forward with its head turned backwards. And so the philosophy and the way of life serves as a guide for planning for the future. And so the Akan believe that the learning from the past really creates a solid foundation and creates a strong future. So just as the bird is reaching behind, acknowledging the past, we must also remember to bring forward the lessons that we learned over the past year, the wisdom that we acquired, the relationships that we forged or strengthened, and let that be our guide for this coming year. So again, we'll move forward as we always do, but wanted to provide just a little moment of reflection in terms of sort of where we've been and where we're going. And so wanted to highlight a couple of pieces of what we believe to be key guidance for the field this year. And so before you, the current Budget Act provides for $10 million in one-time funding for technical assistance to support the development of high-quality IEPs and to develop resources to assess and address the learning needs of students with disabilities stemming from the disruptions of COVID-19. The highlight here is specifically that the CDE must issue guidance no later than September 1st. And so we are working on guidance that will be pushed forward and published to the field to really assist and support LEAs to analyze, interpret, and utilize local assessments, provide support for students' social-emotional needs, and of course the development in terms of developing high-quality IEPs. So that guidance will be coming in the very short time frame to meet that September 1st deadline. But please look for that from CDE very soon, and we believe that will be a helpful document for our LEAs across the state as they do begin to engage in in-person instruction with full force as well. Additional guidance that we are also working on within our division and also across the department at CDE as well is in terms of independent study. And so really looking at the implications for students with disabilities, and for those of you that are familiar with the language in AB 130 specifically states, for students with disabilities, independent study is an option. And so that is a parent-initiated process. And the IEP team will also determine what a free appropriate public education looks like for students with disabilities participating in independent study. There is a link to the independent study guidance, which is general for the department within your packet. And then also the special education department participated in a webinar on Tuesday, August 10th, I believe. And so from that webinar, we were able to capture many questions that were posed by the field. And so we are working on developing responses through an FAQ, and we'll publish those soon as well, so that there's greater information and greater support as schools navigate independent studies for students with disabilities. In terms of issues to watch this coming year, there are many things that are on our radar, but a couple of things that I wanted to point your attention to. The U.S. Department of Education has recently published a guidance document regarding long COVID and the potential impact on students. And so, in short, the guidance provides an overview of what sort of long COVID symptoms are and how they present in students. The guidance also explains how students might qualify under the IDEA Part B services, IDEA Part B regulations, and how a child might be eligible to receive supports and services through an IEP or a 504 plan. So I think that guidance is something we will continue to obviously keep forefront of mind, but also be ready to assist and support LEAs as they also encounter or potentially encounter students with long COVID symptoms or presenting long COVID symptoms. And so, that might, in terms of a factor of identifying additional students, that may come into play this school year. So any additional guidance we're looking out for from the U.S. Department of Education, but this was recently published as well. The other one that I wanted to point your attention to, which has been in the news quite a bit, quite frankly, not only across the state, but also across the nation. And this is regarding face coverings in students with disabilities. And so in your packet, obviously the link will take you to the guidance that CDE we published in February of 2020. That really outlines, reiterates the guidance from the California Department of Health, but also underscores the fact that students with disabilities must not be excluded from educational environments if their disability prevents them from wearing a face covering. And so that's something that obviously our team is really keeping on our radar, ready to support, ready to clarify, but also know that this is a hot issue within our LEAs in the field. And so we will continue to be responsive and ready and willing to assist as needed as well. The U.S. Department of Education also just, I believe a few days ago, just published their August FAST Facts. And for those of you that don't know, the Office of Special Education Programs, or OSEP as we refer to them, periodically will post one-pagers with graphics and usually with a companion document that walks through certain areas and topics. And this time, this area that the OSEP has decided to highlight is regarding the race and ethnicity of students with disabilities served in IDEA Part B services. The graphic is a little small. I apologize for that. But you can view that graphic and slide and also accompanying handout that breaks down the data and the metrics on the OSEP website, as well as access additional FAST Facts from previous months and years as well. But the key takeaway here in this slide is just a few things that I wanted to note, just in terms of trends, in terms of the race, ethnicity of students, and also disability categories. And so just a few things that I wanted to draw out are a couple of things is that Asian students with disabilities are more likely to be identified with autism or a hearing impairment than all students with disabilities, and less likely to drop out and more likely to graduate with a regular high school diploma than their other students with disability peers. Black or African American students with disabilities are more likely to be identified with an intellectual disability or emotional disability than all the other students with disabilities, and more likely to receive disciplinary removal than students with disabilities. Latinx students with disabilities are more likely to be identified with a hearing impairment or a specific learning disability than all students. And Native American or tribal students with disabilities are more likely to drop out than all students with disabilities, and less likely to be inside the regular education class, less than 40% of the day with all students with disabilities. And then finally, white students with disabilities are more likely to be served in a regular class 80% or more of the day than students with disabilities, and less likely to be identified with a specific learning disability or intellectual disability as well. So some interesting facts that OSEP will walk you through. Like I said, they break down some of the categories and some of the information that I just shared. But I think that, this slide and this conversation, I think is really important, one, given the time and the context of our current situation, but also I think brings to mind the conversation in terms of, the intersection of race and disability. And so really, our conversations at our tables, I think, deserve first and foremost an examination of the data in terms of what does that mean, and also I think an examination of our policies, practices, and beliefs. And so, we're looking forward to, and we have taken part in national conversations, but looking forward to taking some of those conversations that are happening nationally and bring them to a statewide level so that we can begin to dig into our data, dig into our systems, dig into the work that we do to, of course, support and improve the lives of students with disabilities as well. One of our statewide system of support content leads, I wanted to highlight some of the work that they're doing. The Imperial County SELPA is one of our SELPA content leads. They're a small but mighty team, and they're doing great work across the state to support our community. Their resources, their webinars, their professional learning options are great for the field, and also, I think really, really needed at a point in time where we have 17% of our students with disabilities are also identified as English learners or multilingual learners. That is a significant amount of our students, and so really looking forward to partnering with the Imperial County SELPA in terms of addressing the needs that are currently popping up for our LEAs across the state, and also continuing the conversation of supporting the needs of our multilingual students, given the high amount and high number. The slide outlines just a snippet of the training that they will be providing to the field in the fall, and specifically around the notion of evaluation, which is critical and key for students that are identified or potentially identified as a multilingual student or English learner with a disability. And then the last bullet or activity in October centers around the Practitioner's Guide for Education with English Learners with Disabilities. That was published in 2019, if you recall, and that really serves as a roadmap for our field on the topics such as assessment, academic interventions, behavioral interventions, IEP development, and instruction. That California Practitioner's Guide is located on our website, and additionally, we hope to do more training with that document throughout the year as well. Many of you may have heard, we are so excited that we have a director of the Multilingual Support Division, and so I am looking forward to working with her more closely to continue the roadmap, continue the journey in terms of doing some cross-division efforts in terms of really supporting our students with disabilities as well. So fall monitoring. A couple of things that we're planning within the special education department is first and foremost a back-to-school letter, which we are working on finalizing. The back-to-school letter is merely a communication and an outline in terms of how will CDE, the Special Education Division, approach monitoring and support for the fall, recognizing that we are currently in an extremely unique situation. Schools are, reestablishing routines and procedures. Students are getting acclimated to in-person instruction in the flow of the school day. And so we at CDE will be providing just an introductory communication and a welcome back in terms of all the ways in which we are here to not only monitor but also support during the fall, and recognizing that this is a sensitive time for our LEAs and our students and our families across the state as well. So, the focus of our monitoring, as you see in the slide before you, will really be centered around the development of high quality IEPs, which gets back to some of the guidance that we'll be providing, positive behavior supports, assessing the learning needs for students with disabilities, and addressing equity and disproportionality. And so, particularly around positive behavior supports is something that we all know as our students transition back are critical, that students are welcomed back to safe and supportive environments. And so, that will, we're happy and pleased to really dig into supporting the field with a pro-social developing and implementing a pro-social learning environment across the board. We will continue we'll provide data to our special education local plan areas to work with their member LEAs, and those data elements will include information on the number initial assessments, 3-year or triennial assessments, annual IEPs based on 2021 CalPADS data. And so this data is intended to provide a platform and a mechanism for SELPA and their member LEAs to dive deep into looking into areas of focus, areas in which they want to address and plan for accordingly as well. So, and then we'll also, in terms of a cycle of frequency, be providing that data on a monthly basis so that, SELPAs and their member LEAs can gauge progress and also see where additional trends may be popping up as well. Also in the budget language this year is the requirement of learning recovery plans. And so those plans must be submitted to CDE by October 1st of 2021. We are in development of that template and hope to have that template serve as guide rails in terms of really developing a learning recovery plan that can be implemented, that is outcome and action oriented, and will allow us to also capture data in the field. And our hope is really to utilize those learning recovery plans as a basis for identified support. And so, for us, the intent is to have it be a useful tool, something that we can use to assist and support, as we don't or we will not sort of approve those plans. But I think, the information contained in those plans, I think, will really help our monitoring team assist LEAs throughout the fall as well. The CDE, we are also working with our technical assistance partners, including the Supporting Inclusive Practices Project, the PBIS Interventions and Supports Coalition, our SELPA Improvement Leads, our SELPA Content Leads, like the Imperial County SELPA, and our State Performance Plan Technical Assistance Project, to curate a set of high quality resources to align with the practices that I described above. And so we are in the process of developing, a resource library, webinars and trainings, and individualized support to support the needs of LEAs as well. We recognize that there are a myriad of resources, but they're located often in sort of different places, right? And so our hope is to really develop what we're calling just a resource hub, so that it's more of a one-stop shop and a multi-agency effort to support our LEAs out in the field as well. And finally, just a couple of key upcoming meetings. In September, we will be presenting at the State Board of Education meeting, and this discussion item will involve the setting of the annual performance report, or the APR targets. And so that will be a discussion item, and then in November, the State Board will vote to approve those items. So sort of a two-step, but I think that that's critical and key as the current cycle of the SPP APR has ended, has concluded. So this is the next round. We are setting the trajectory for the next 6 years in the state of California. So the program years will cover from 2021 through 2026. And so it's really, I think, critical for us to dig deep into the conversation as we will surface areas of priority, areas of focus. And so I'm really looking forward to that conversation. As you may or may not know, the state performance plan and the annual performance report are required of all states and must be submitted to the Office of Special Education Programs, or OSEP. The indicators that we reference consist of 5 compliance indicators, 11 performance indicators, and 1 indicator with a performance and a compliance component. So again, looking forward to having that conversation and quite frankly, setting the trajectory for the next 6 years across the state of California. We, of course, want those indicators and metrics to serve as our North Star in terms of improving the outcomes with students with disabilities across multiple areas. And so again, looking forward to that conversation as well. Finally, one area that I wanted to address that's actually not linked to upcoming meetings, but it sort of is Chair Hayes White mentioned earlier the sort of upcoming ACSE meeting schedule. And I did want to reiterate that we will continue to plan for virtual remote meetings into the future. So I know we are all eager to return to in-person. I know I am. I've had a year of Zoom. And so looking forward to meeting in person and dialoguing in person. But for the current moment in time, we will be planning to meet in a virtual setting. Should that change, we will notify commissioners as soon as possible as well. So that concludes my report. Again, thank you so very much. A pleasure as always, and look forward to meeting and working with you over the course of the next year.
Thank you so much, Director Calomese. Michelle, can you please put up the slide for public comment, and then I'm going to open the floor for other commissioners to ask questions. Director Calomese, you did touch on my question, but I was wondering, do you have any specific timeline for virtual meetings? So are you sure that we're going to be probably virtual for this whole school year, 21-22?
That's a great question, and certainly a question I know that all of us are pondering. At this point in time, I can't speak for the entire, year ahead of us as that, remains an unknown, but we're certainly, we'll pass along information as soon as possible. But, again, for the time being, we should plan to be in a virtual environment.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions or comments for Director Calomese? Seeing none. Michelle, are there any public commenters?
We have no calls.
All right. Thank you, Director Calomese, for your leadership.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to move right on into item number 9, Commissioner updates. I have 2 items that I would like to share with you. And I know that Commissioner Austin also has an update, and perhaps Commissioner Topalian and Commissioner Estes might have an update. So my 2 items. We are updating the commission website. Can you guys hear me? Good. Okay, so we're going to be updating the commissioner website, and I would like to request all commissioners to write a 1-page autobiography regarding their educational background and career background in the field of special education. And I would like you guys to work on that and submit your autobiography to Michelle by September 17th. So we can hopefully have the website updated for our October meeting. Okay, so that's one item. Any questions on that? Autobiography? All right, and the next item that we kind of touched on already was the IEP template survey. And you guys heard that the survey is going to be extended for everyone to participate. So you guys had an opportunity to listen to the update, and you have the meeting materials. So hopefully over the weekend, you guys can have time to respond to the survey, and you're going to respond based on your individual professionalism, okay? And so that is my two items. Any questions about the survey? I'm going to ask Michelle to send out the link as soon as possible so you guys can have it in your inboxes. Sure. Commissioner Tostin, I know you have an update.
Good afternoon, everyone. I wanted to just give you an update on our annual report. It is 99% done. I want to thank everyone and acknowledge everyone who contributed, whether it was writing an article or contributing some content, and everyone who responded to the short bio request for the annual report. We hope to have it electronically published next week. Also wanted to acknowledge the SIP team for their contributions and leadership through the development of this annual report. Also, I just wanted to share with my fellow commissioners, we learned a lot going through this process. And most importantly, a lesson that I probably should have learned in elementary and high school and college and in my work experiences, is not waiting until the last minute to begin developing a rather lengthy project. And so the suggestion that I would make to commissioners this year is
to join to the subconference, press number of subconference.
The suggestion that I would make to us as commissioners, as we are going through our meetings each year, if there are topics that we believe are worthy of being included in the annual report, that we spend maybe 2 minutes of our meeting time tagging those items. For example, today, we may want to highlight for example, the WestEd report on the IEP template. We may want to include that in our annual report. And so making, an acknowledgement or tagging that item now so that we can maybe draft a summary while the information is still fresh, but then also it allows us to plan for the amounts of content that we're going to have in the annual report, so we can prioritize, maybe integrate some conversations. And so some of the suggestions that I made to the O&P team this morning is going forward, something we may want to discuss as commissioners. If I make the recommendation when we get to agenda building, we should invite the Imperial County SELPA to hear more about their work on, disproportionality in English language learners. If I am the commissioner making the recommendation and the invitee, that I volunteer to take lead if that item is being considered for inclusion in the annual report, that I just, write the summary and coordinate with the leadership team, the officers, and the SIP team around developing that and getting the content in as the year progresses. The last point that I would make on this is the other benefit that would allow us is that if we had all of our content drafted by the last meeting in June, we would have a longer timeline to ensure that the annual report is accessible and is inclusive in terms of making sure that all the translations are happening concurrently while we're developing it in English, so that we can release the report at the same time rather than having to stagger it out because we're waiting for the translations. So with that, that was the update I wanted to provide the commissioners. And again, thank you for everyone who's contributed. You will receive it in your email, ideally next week.
Commissioner Tostin, can you please remind folks to send their a statement and picture if they haven't done so already?
If you have not done so already, and I'm just scanning the World Wide Web here, we'll just make this a general all call. If you've not submitted your picture already, if you could please have that in no later than tomorrow, say at noon. That would be ideal. If you need a sample or a support in writing that, feel free to give me a text or an email and we can support you through that.
Thank you. Commissioner Solomonson, I do see a hand raised.
Yeah, just a quick clarification. So the statement and picture are different than the one-page autobiography you need by the 17th. So those are separate. And then I'm wondering, David, I don't know this, if we can do this, but would it be appropriate or okay if maybe at the end of a meeting that was a standing agenda item where maybe we had a volunteer that said this was really something that stood out to me? I would like to take that on and write that summary, and that way we know immediately. Or is it open for just several people to be writing several summaries on the same agenda item? How is that working?
Yeah, that's a great point. I think spending some time just kind of volunteering or coordinating, so that we're not duplicating efforts, maybe when we're building agenda items, might be most efficient for us. But I certainly would defer to Madam Chair and Vice Chair in terms of how we spend our time coordinating that detail.
Well, Commissioner Tostin, didn't we have a discussion about possibly building an annual report committee so we could, have a team of folks who are interested on that sort of project?
We had that conversation, and I would certainly be willing to volunteer and support it. I'm just coming fresh off of the lesson learned from last year. So anything I can do to help support coordinate.
I think that would be a great idea for us to have an annual report committee so we can, coordinate our efforts amongst a core group of people, perhaps. Commissioners, any thoughts on that?
I think that's a good idea.
While we're soliciting thoughts, I might also suggest volunteers, thoughts and volunteers.
I'll work on that with you, David.
Thank you. Okay, so Commissioner Estes and Topalian, do you guys have an update for your committee?
We do. Let's see, we had our committee meeting and we have been talking in the past couple of meetings about the need for a shared understanding of the social, emotional, and mental health continuum that we want to make and supports that we want to make available to the children of California, including, of course, students who have IEPs and have identified special needs, but also the Tier 1 and Tier 2 supports that we want to make available for all children. So in an effort to start to really move down that path, we talked a bit about some of the new, really aligned work that's happening in the state of California around identification of mental health supports for children in California. There are a number of committees and commissions and initiatives that have been launched in the past couple of years that are really doing aligned work. And we discussed the fact that we're not clear how special education is incorporated into those bodies of work right now, but it's certainly critically important that it be included. And so we discussed potentially having presentations from some of the other commissions or committees that are tackling both incentivization and implementation of continuum of supports to children and families in this area. And specifically, we talked about the Mental Health Student Services Act work that's happening in California, that's partnership work happening between mental health plans and education through the Oversight and Accountability Commission. We talked about Dr. Lee's Mental Health Coalition, which Janine is sitting on, so I'll let her speak a little bit about that. We talked about the community schools work and the real importance of making sure that special education is addressed within the context of that, particularly when it comes to social, emotional, and mental health supports. And then also the Child Welfare Council in California has a behavioral health committee that's actually also written recommendations regarding services and supports that should be available to the dependent and delinquent youth in California, mental health services and supports. So we thought it might be good to have a presentation from some of these other committees with relation to the continuum of services and supports that they're identifying that children and families need, so that we can build consensus across the state on what that continuum should look like. And the other conversation that we had is that oftentimes youth and families are missed in the conversation and also in an understanding of what those services are that not only they're entitled to, but how to access those services. And so if we come up with a consensus on what that continuum looks like, we talked about strategies to raise awareness regarding that continuum and its availability in every LEA for youth and for families. And some of the strategies we talked about were professional development, youth orientation, parent information packets and student information packets. We also then discussed counties that we believe are really implementing some of this work towards a whole continuum in partnership with other agencies. And Sacramento County Office of Ed came up as a possible presenter for the commission on the work that they're doing, because they're implementing not only a FEMA grant, but a social emotional learning grant and a Mental Health Student Services Act grant right now for the students and families in that county and Santa Clara as well. So I'm new to the commission relatively, and I don't really know our process on agenda item identification or how that ultimately gets decided. But we felt that some of that information might be very helpful for the commission and particularly the mental health committee as we move forward. Janine, do you have to add?
Commissioner Estes, our next item is agenda building. So
I'm sorry, Commissioner Hayes White, Commissioner Oyakawa had her hand up.
Hi, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I was just noticing that I don't see the interpreter on the boardroom feed anymore. So I just wanted to make sure that technically everything is okay on our web feed, because usually I see the speaker and a slide and the interpreter up on the board feed. And I'm seeing Heather, who looks like she's working there. But I'm wondering if the feed is okay. So I just wanted to make sure somebody could check that, please. Oh, now I see myself. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So Commissioner Estes, we're going to be having agenda building next. So please raise your proposed agenda items then, so we could put it on record that you want certain agenda items to be proposed for the upcoming meeting dates. Okay, I didn't mean to interrupt. Commissioner Topalian.
I was just going to add that just overall, I think the whole thing was that about how do we educate parents, students, so they self-advocate. And I mean, students especially with self-advocating and being able to access those services, but understanding how everybody plays together with school-based mental health providers, community-based partnerships, and how we all work together to wrap the whole child around. So that's it. And that's the whole goal of the Dr. Lee's Mental Health Coalition, is educating parents, students, and just everybody, even just providers of what we do, because it sometimes feels like we're fighting for the same territory because of funding. And that's when people get, parents get all confused and they'll get overwhelmed and they just don't get services. So I think it's just educating each other, but also educating, of course, our students and the parents so they could advocate for what they want.
Okay. I see a hand raised from Commissioner Lopez.
You're muted.
Thank you. I'm not how we would put this on the agenda. Somehow communicating the same message after our meetings, whether we need to look at information that that individuals need to comment on, or putting out something to the public so we're all saying the same thing, putting out the same message. Just basically communication to the public after we have these meetings, because there's so much information, and some of us may not know how to communicate that or have the time to do that. So maybe we can have a discussion about how we deliver that.
Well, Commissioner Tossin, you can help me with this. Typically, we do that through our annual report when we synthesize things, and it goes out once a year. Commissioner Tostin?
Typically, the annual report, captures all of our advice for the year. I didn't hear the beginning of the question. I'm sorry from you, April, but we do have the ability to obviously take positions in meetings around support and to communicate out, but we have not done that in my time. So it's been a while.
So possibly, and maybe I'll reword it. It's for example, the information that we might want to get out to individuals before Monday night, for instance. We want to make sure that we send out the same message. Maybe we're not coming across as if we're supporting something, but just getting information out that may not be sent out annually one time. At each meeting, there's information that's coming through that we may just want to inform our community about something, and we want to make sure that that message is delivered the same, correctly. One word can change it, and it could be misleading. It could come across as if we're speaking as from the advisory commission, that we believe something could be switched or changed. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and it sounds like you're talking about certain items being able to develop a unified message from the commission. And so I think we obviously could do that collectively, and the bylaws provide the authority for the chair and vice chair to represent us in different areas in terms of, I won't say official positions, but kind of communicating the intent and the spirit of, where we're landing on a particular issue. In the past, when we have, I want to say maybe 2 or 3 years ago, on some particular issues, we looked at our policy or legislative platform as well as our equity rubric, and had a conversation as a group around, where it fell within those parameters before we made a firm position on one item or one topic of conversation. So certainly doable. It's just, kind of the planning and us kind of coalescing around this is something we'd like to make a statement around.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. Are there any further comments or updates from commissioners at this time? So I know Commissioner Oyakawa, are you still in the work group? Would you have a update for us in your work group with the CTC?
Actually, sorry, I wasn't planning to speak, and my connections have been in and out. There is an extension on a few of the deadlines on the pilot studies. And so CTC is still finishing things up and getting ready for pilots of the credentialing processes for the special ed certificates. Sorry, I don't have much more to say. I think that's about as much as comes out from CTC from my end.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So any other comments or updates at this time? Okay, hearing none, we're going to move right on into item number 10, agenda building. Commissioners, are there any suggestions for potential agenda items for our October meeting or beyond? Commissioner Estes and Topalian, Do you have any agenda items that you want to officially put on record?
I was going to recommend a presentation by the Mental Health Oversight and Accountability Commission regarding the Mental Health Student Services Act and its implementation, and maybe by some of their model counties on the behavioral health education partnership work that they're doing to provide services to students, and particularly build a bridge to a conversation around how that aligns with services to students with disabilities.
And didn't you say something about Sacramento County too?
Oh, Sacramento County is one of their implementing counties. So I do think that they may be a strong candidate, yes, for a presentation on their social, emotional, mental health service delivery system work in California right now.
And also to add the Mental Health Coalition from Dr. Lee, I think that would be great too if we get some information, what they're doing and how everything's going.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Thompson, I do believe you have some agenda items that you would like to recommend.
Yeah, I would recommend one item from in the future from Santa Clara County. Office of Ed, they've developed a new resource around transformative social emotional learning practices that I believe was released yesterday or earlier this week. I would highlight that. And going back to our conversation earlier around the annual report, I might suggest from our conversation today, perhaps jotting down some thoughts regarding the first West Ed presentation around the SEGA study. And I would like to invite Commissioner Ruiz to, if you'd be willing to maybe draft out some of the language around that in the conversation that we had today. So that we make sure we're definitely speaking with one voice and sharing our different perspectives. Additionally, I would recommend the inclusion of the IEP template conversation when that report is done for inclusion in the annual report as well. Is there something I'm forgetting? Sure, Hayes White?
No, I think you covered it all. I do see a hand up from Dr. Winlock.
I would like to suggest that on the October agenda that we have a period of time to brainstorm 2 or 3 areas that we would like to work with the state superintendent around, as he mentioned, that maybe we as a commission decide these are 2 or 3 areas that we could see working with the state superintendent would be very effective and work with us. But having an opportunity for us to brainstorm what might those be.
I agree with that. Any other thoughts from commissioners?
Chair Hayes White, we need to call for public comment.
Okay, I'm going to make public comment in a sec. Are there any other comments from commissioners before we take public comment? Seeing none. Michelle, do we have any public comments?
We do have one.
Hello.
Caller, if you can state your name and affiliation prior to your public comments.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, my name is Jessica Martinez, and I wanted to make a public comment asking that the California Department of Education investigate how special education dollars are being misused to sue children with disabilities. As an example, the Weston SELPA has spent almost $3 million to hire for-profit litigators such as Fagan Freeman and Full Frost. These law firms are using education dollars to hire private investigators to spy on families. A cottage industry has been created and minority students are disproportionately affected. OAH should be enforcing the Brown Act to ensure these lawyers have received approval to litigate from the LEAs. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle, are there any further comments from the public?
We have one more.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Rita Loof, and I'm a parent of students with disabilities. I wanted to echo the previous comments that were just made about seeking verification as to whether or not these law firms have approval from their LEAs to litigate. I like what I have heard throughout this meeting about, getting more services to children with disabilities, but we as parents are in the trenches, and the reality is very different. Services are being denied because there's a cottage industry that has allowed for-profit law firms to hijack the special education system in California. So I hope we can partner on that and that you put this issue on your radar screen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, caller. Michelle, are there any public commenters?
We do have one more. Caller, you may begin.
Hello, I'm Debbie Cam. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I would like to thank Heather Calomese for her strong stance with Sacramento City Unified School District, reminding school districts that funding can be withheld for non-compliance with the IDEA and CDE corrective actions, as well as for not informing the school boards, can really have great impact. I would also like the Commission to investigate the lack of transparency of the Data Evaluation and Analysis Unit in providing public records. Mr. Welch has indicated that he only has access to hard copies of documents, which he has to manually redact, even though the CDE has electronic records. So this is a problem. Many other states post their investigative reports so that the public can see which districts are out of compliance, which saves time and money and creates much more transparency. Thank you.
Thank you.
We do have one more caller.
Okay. Hello, caller.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Teresa Anderson with the ARC and UCP California Collaboration. First, I just want to thank you all for the conversations today, all day. I always come away from this meeting with such great information to share with our families, so really appreciate that. One of the particular conversations that stood out for me today was the recruitment conversation with Superintendent Thurmond, and partnering with CBOs and community-based organizations is going to be really important with this to get the message out to youth and their parents about becoming special ed teachers and really reaching into connecting at the community level, with like the ARC, and we have a new arm of the ARC, LARC to California. There's local chapters of Kappa Alpha Psi fraternities that really have strong leadership, youth leadership programs to encourage young boys and men of color to really consider special ed as a career option for them. So I know there was conversation about a work group, and I know it's intended for the commissioners, but if there's room for community input, community partner input in that, we would love to be part of that. So again, thank you, appreciate all of you, and we will participate in the Survey Monkey as well. Thanks.
Thank you.
We have one more.
Hello, caller.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. There seems to be a lack of transparency when it comes to how the CDE Special Education Division handles public records requests. It takes longer than the required 10 days to receive a response, and then in my case, it took almost 6 months to receive one of my requests, which was just a list of compliance complaints for a 3-month period. Could it be that the Data Evaluation and Analysis Unit, which handles the public records, are they needing more training? It appears they may be overwhelmed as well, so could it behoove CDE to hire extra support in this department? The Office of Civil Rights lists their cases on their website, which definitely shows transparency efforts are being made. Can CDE be more transparent and put the CDE compliance complaints on the website for the public to have access to like other government agencies do? Thank you so much.
Thank you, caller.
We have no
Michelle,
other
no further commenters?
No further commenters.
Thank you. Well, commissioners, we had a full day today, and I thank you for your participation and for your patience in technology today. Are there any further comments or questions at this time? I know we kind of abruptly got interrupted with agenda building, item 10. I wanted to extend an opportunity to offer another time right now to put out any other topics that you may have. If so, please share now. Seeing none at this time, I do have an agenda item that I would like to have CTC come out and share with us the testing updates that they have right now for teachers. So I think it would be important for all special ed teachers and all teachers out there to understand what are the new requirements to become a teacher in our field. So I would like to put that on the agenda for next time. Any other comments? All right, seeing no further business, I now adjourn our August 18th, 2021 meeting at 4:36 p.m. Thank you, everyone. See you in October.
Thank you.
Thank you.